The scene opens in a classroom. Banners with slogans hanging everywhere. Pushing the students' spirits. Have you risked everything yet? 25 days countdown to the college entrance exam. The only gateway to reach the peak of glory. The main character's eyes scan the slogans in panic. His mind shaken, I've returned. Right before the college entrance exam, he jolts up, shouting loudly. No way. All eyes immediately turn to him. Confirming the location, Ha Nation. Antanno. One high school. Class 12 to 7. He clutches his head, screaming inside. Life is so unfair. What kind of horror script is this? If I'm going to be reincarnated, at least let me pass the college exam. I worked so hard last life, and now I have to repeat it. Damn it. Amid the confusion, new world data begins downloading. Lam Tin has long faced the catastrophe of secret realms, invading .com. Otherworldly gates opening, unleashing terrifying beasts that flood into the human world. High-level monsters strong enough to destroy nations threaten the entire civilization. To resist the beasts, humanity developed gene technology, injecting monster genes into their bodies to awaken monster models and activate gene talents. Only awakened warriors possess enough power to protect civilization. This pushed the status and treatment of warriors far beyond ordinary people, ushering in a new era for Lam Tin, the age of the supreme warrior. The slogan of this era is, 10,000 talents are mediocre. Only martial cultivation leads the way. Just like in the trope of reincarnation, the system notification board immediately appears, confirming information. Main character, Dihua. Current identity, warrior candidate student. The system begins synchronization, implanting the original owner's memories. After completing data upload, Dick Hoa finally grasps the basic situation, clutching his head and muttering Dick Hoa. A high school student, hearing his muttering, the students at the desks nearby immediately mock him. Look, useless. Dick Hoa is daydreaming in class again. This trash thinks he can take the college exam. A girl in pink at the desk above joins in, looking down with disdain, spitting insults. You should drop out and go home. Loser. Work as a low-level laborer or just hide at home waiting to die. The harsh words pierce Dick Hoa's ears, making him a bit annoyed. He thinks to himself, as expected, in every bullying story, there's always one annoying ringleader. Dick Hoa ignored it, sinking into analyzing memories. The original owner's reputation was terrible. Everything started from his parents' accident in 11th grade, causing him to neglect training. His grades plummeted, and he became a dead weight, dragging the class down. So that's how it was. Seeing him ignore her, the girl in pink snapped. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. You want to fight or what? He still didn't respond, ignoring her while silently thinking, what am I looking at? I'm just thinking. The original owner was lazy, but I'm the one paying the price. What a cruel twist of fate. Just then, a teacher with thinning hair stepped into the classroom and announced loudly, everyone, are you ready? We're about to get the gene modification shots. Be confident. 3 years of physical training and practicing martial weapon techniques, all your efforts lead up to this crucial moment. The teacher adjusted his glasses, his gaze resting on Dick Hoa with disappointment. For those of you who don't take this seriously, Dick Hoa immediately smiled, pretending to listen attentively. Inside, Dick Hoa silently retorted, are you kidding? The one who didn't study properly was the original owner. Not me. Why should I feel guilty? Then he smirked. But since I've taken over this body, I have to clean up the mess properly. The scene shifted to the school's gene injection hall, where 4 suitcases containing the serum were placed prominently. Below, students chatted excitedly. Guess what, monster model? I'll awaken 3-rank mountain monkey. Or maybe 4-rank sea dragon. The person next to him replied, I'm hoping for 1st-rank centaur. The teacher stepped forward and began unsealing the suitcase that held the students' futures. Inside were rows of blue test tubes, looking incredibly advanced. The teacher started explaining the procedure again. This is the Gene Awakening Serum, containing the primal genes of all recorded magical beasts. After injection, your body will randomly absorb 1 gene to awaken. The stronger your basic physique, the higher the rank of the gene model you'll awaken. Don't be nervous. After the injection, relax and accept the power. I will call your names one by one. When you hear your name, step forward to receive the serum. Tran Bang Fi, Fierce Cat. Each name was called out, as syringes were injected directly into the students' bodies. Immediately after, screams of agony filled the air, some tensed up to endure it. Others clutched their throats, struggling to breathe. And some fainted on the spot. Watching this, Dick Hoa thought, the reaction after the injection is brutal. Looks like this power isn't easy to obtain. When it was his turn, Dick Hoa didn't hesitate, plunging the syringe straight into his neck with a determined look, thinking, whatever, I'll take the risk. But after a moment, Dick Hoa's body remained still, showing no reaction at all. And he opened his eyes wide in shock. The teacher noticed his silence and stepped closer, saying, Dick Hoa, you don't seem to have changed at all. He was equally puzzled and looked at the teacher blankly, replying, Sir, is it possible I injected a placebo by mistake? The girl in pink immediately seized the opportunity, stepping forward with a sneer. Haha, look at that. Dick Hoa doesn't seem to have awakened anything. Startled, Dick Hoa turned his head to look. She slapped Dick Hoa's face lightly and mocked. A martial artist who can't awaken is like a bird without wings. Dick Hoa, you're done for. No need to be a martial artist anymore, just go home and wait to die. Despite her insults, Dick Hoa could only grit his teeth in frustration. Gritting his teeth, Dick Hoa thought, this person is really hateful, she's the ringleader bullying me. But suddenly, his body began to change, his heart pounding unusually fast. A terrifying shock spreading through his entire body. He clenched his teeth. Wait, this feeling is, right before Dick Hoa's eyes. A system notification appeared. Achieved infinite monster model. Owner information confirmed Dick Hoa. Synthétique physique. Martial art 9-section chi technique. Wandering cloud fist. Stubborn Qi Gong. Monster model lottery has begun. Just seconds ago he was fine. But Dick Hoa suddenly curled up right in front of the girl in pink, supporting himself on the ground and growling in discomfort. She panicked and shouted, What are you doing if you can't awaken? Then just stop pretending. Dick Hoa forced out each word. You all. Run now. The girl in pink still didn't understand. What did you say, run? Why Dick Hoa struggled to control his body. But it seemed he had reached his limit. His eyes flashed, breath ragged, and a brilliant energy began to surge. He growled each word. Don't run. It won't be in time. Just 1 second later, from Dick Hoa's small body, a massive gorilla-shaped avatar burst out violently, oppressing the surroundings with wild energy. Anyone nearby was thrown far away. Dick Hoa completely lost control of this transformation, screaming as the gorilla avatar opened its mouth wide, releasing a shockwave of impact energy. Every student in the auditorium was blasted away. Unable to stand against the terrifying force, facing this overwhelming power, everyone was panicked. The impact force is too strong. Who awakened this? This momentum is unstoppable. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the top scholars. A female student who had awakened the fire element turned to look back, her eyes clearly showing caution. The ice element scholar was also drawn in. He turned around angrily, thinking to himself, could there really be someone stronger than me? Dick Hoa's system displayed the model, Grade A Frenzy Gorilla, with bloodline abilities including raw contaminated earth energy, thermonuclear burst, nuclear absorption, and the evolved form Flame Lord Gorilla, unlocked at 100% compatibility, currently at 3%. Dick Hoa's body trembled as he struggled to steady himself, muttering, Grade A Gorilla Model, Infinite Monster Model. Dick Hoa stared in amazement at his palm. The spiritual energy flowing through every cell made it glow and emit smoke. Could this be the extraordinary buff the system granted me? His classmates who had always looked down on Dick Hoa were now stunned and speechless. Was that really the useless guy? Someone nearby widened their eyes, saying, just his aura alone knocked everyone around away. Both of them looked at Vuong Dong Dong, the one who usually bullied Dick Hoa, frozen and wide-eyed on the floor. Vuong Dong Dong was also shocked. She had awakened the second stage fire chameleon. The crowd buzzed. What kind of model did he awaken to have such terrifying innate power? Those who often mocked Dick Hoa now bowed deeply in fear, while he scratched his head innocently and said, Ahem. Sorry about the noise. I already told everyone to move away. The awakening period ended, and the school loudspeaker announced an emergency. All students who have awakened must immediately report to the testing building to verify their beast gene and martial arts level. Repeat. All students. The scene shifted to the testing building, equipped with a series of breakthrough gene devices used to identify students' beast genes and martial arts levels. Students were tested one by one, with results displayed publicly. Lai Tam Yuan from Class 8 awakened the third stage wind speed bug bloodline. The crowd immediately buzzed. So lucky, previously average, now skyrocketing to the top of the class. Strong bloodlines are definitely unfair. The next result belonged to a top male student, causing another stir. So Chow is truly #1 in the grade. Not only mastering the 9th stage martial path, but also awakening the 3rd stage Ice Demon Dragon Peak. The top scholar title definitely belongs to him. Another beautiful female student caught attention with a rare ability. Look, Miss Liu is also 9th stage. What did she awaken, damn? It's the rare 4th stage Shadow Phoenix. This is top scholar level awakening. A 4th stage beast in its true form can destroy half a city. Ordinary martial artists can't withstand a single hit, only grandmasters can stand against it. Hoa still stood below observing, resting his chin thoughtfully. Their monster models were divided into Grade 1, Grade 3, and Grade 4. So why was his classified by A rank? Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. Next up, Class 12 to 7. Hoa. Being called out by name made Hoa blush with embarrassment. Did it really have to be so direct? After his explosive performance, Hoa immediately became the center of attention. All eyes filled with admiration. That surge of power was incredible. He was definitely going to be a major player. Time to make friends and latch on to a big shot. A true male idol. With that kind of aura, his level couldn't be low. The pressure mounted as Hoa thought to himself, this world truly worships the strong. Gliding past the crowd chanting his name, Hoa headed straight into the testing room, trying to keep calm and maintain a neutral expression. Outside, the crowd continued cheering, confident that Hoa would bring honor to Class 12 to 7. This was no ordinary talent. So cool. What level bloodline could produce such an imposing aura? Our Anthan was really about to blow up this time. From afar, a figure watched with cold eyes, clearly displeased by the praise Hoa was receiving. He thought silently, so his name is Hoa. He's definitely someone to watch. Moments later, Hoa's info board appeared, but aside from basic details, all other stats showed undefined. The crowd froze at the results, then erupted into chatter. Hoa. Class 12 to 7. Martial Artist Level 3. Beast Bloodline. Undefined. Martial Artist Level 3 haha. My little brother in middle school could beat that. What a joke. The crowd flipped faster than a tortilla, starting to mock and belittle him. Undefined bloodline. Probably nothing special. Exactly. What good bloodline does a level 3 martial artist have? Turns out that earlier display was just a big bluff. Hoa was still just mud that couldn't plaster a wall. Amid the sea of ridicule, Hoa quietly stepped out, his shadow stretching long behind him as he thought. Just as expected, Hoa's expression was far from happy as he muttered. The gorilla model wasn't detected, but the infinite monster model system has been activated. The system board had just provided upgrade instructions. He could complete missions or increase his reputation to earn monster model draws. But right now, his draw count was 0. My model's ranking system is different, only I truly understand it. Hoa whispered. But what does this mean, level 2? He let out a faint, mysterious chuckle. Immediately, Hoa revealed a sinister, scheming expression as he stared intently at his hands, mumbling in extreme excitement. As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw unlimited monster models. So doesn't that make me the Monster King? The next morning at Anthan No. 1 High School, the weather was absolutely beautiful. A very strict-looking teacher, holding a large coffee cup, turned to scold Hoa. What, you want to skip school to study at home and only come back for the college entrance exam? Hoa showed strong determination, clenching his fists. Sir, I really want to improve. The teacher turned back with a displeased look. Hoa continued. I know my knowledge is seriously lacking, and without special training, I absolutely can't keep up with everyone else. The teacher responded with a very serious expression. Hoa, you must understand. The only path to becoming a martial artist is through college. I know you've awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak to pass. You should prepare yourself to retake the exam next year. Don't rush. Faced with the advice to give up, Hoa immediately pleaded, his eyes shining with sincerity. Sir, the more urgent, the faster the progress. Maybe you don't understand. I've awakened a very powerful bloodline. As long as I train hard, I will definitely succeed. Look at my sincere eyes, I'm not lying. Hoa exaggerated a bit, seeing Hoa's earnest plea. The teacher relented, sighing. Your eyes really are sincere. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Remember to come back next year and register for my prep class. The scene shifted to the Anthan Martial Artist Center, where Hoa was walking down a wide street, his mind completely lost in his own thoughts. The house his parents left behind was mortgaged for $600,000, plus over $1 million in accident compensation. So he had a decent amount of capital. Right now, to increase his strength, he had two options. 1. Upgrade his martial artist level. 2. Improve the compatibility of the gorilla model. He thoughtfully recalled the system information. According to infinite monster models, each model starts with only 1% compatibility, but the frenzied gorilla started at 3%. Where did the extra 2% come from? There was only one possibility: the gorilla model absorbed the excess potency from the gene awakening drug, providing an additional 2% compatibility. This proved that gene drugs worldwide could enhance model compatibility. Compared to grinding through martial arts training, The option to invest money for upgrades suited him better. Dick Hoa immediately got excited. I have to hurry and buy gene enhancement drugs. Upon arrival, Dick Hoa swiped his student card at the security gate, and just after swiping, he suddenly froze, eyes wide open, his face full of astonishment. In Dick Hoa's line of sight, everyone around him was enveloped by a strong aura of awakened power, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This place is full of warriors who have awakened their bloodline. After awakening the frenzied gorilla form, Dick Hoa gained a special life field sensing ability, allowing him to detect living signals nearby. He could clearly feel the blood boiling like a furnace inside their bodies, along with the beastly roars echoing in their veins. Dick Hoa immediately became extremely excited, flashing a sinister smile as his eyes gleamed. Warriors. Beasts, I can't suppress my thirst for battle. Haha. The frenzied gorilla is the monster king, the emperor conquering all creatures. He roared. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak now, so I have to hold back the gorilla's royal instincts. When I grow stronger, I'll show this world what a monster king really is. While Dick Hoa was pumped up, someone suddenly poked his shoulder from behind. Hey, kid. Dick Hoa's sinister expression made the attractive girl behind him misunderstand. She took off her glasses and winked playfully. Don't sneak peeks at others like that. Okay, Dick Hoa turned around, completely surprised, realizing the misunderstanding. Dick Hoa awkwardly explained. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl replied casually. I probably just awakened my beast gene and haven't controlled my power yet. Then she asked his purpose. Dick Hoa answered immediately. I came to buy gene medicine but got lost. The girl enthusiastically responded. Buying gene medicine. Do you need it at this stage? Dick Hoa quickly asked. Is there anything I should be aware of? The girl with a smoking hot figure explained frankly. Gene medicine is very expensive and can easily cause resistance, so its effectiveness decreases over time. After hearing this, Dick Hoa looked at her behavior and couldn't help but feel a little cautious. The girl waved her hand casually. To optimize effects, warriors usually wait until their bloodline hits its limit before using it. Dick Hoa blankly asked about the price. Hey, how much is one bottle? The curvy girl held up 4 fingers and replied enthusiastically. At your stage, you can only use basic reinforcement medicine, which costs about 400,000. The figure of 400,000 almost gave Dick Hoa a heart attack, and his mood plummeted into despair. Too expensive. His savings weren't enough to buy even 5 bottles. He shyly asked, Do you know anyone who can help me get a discount? After a moment's thought, the girl leaned forward and handed him a business card. Hoang Lulu, 4th stage trial practitioner. She said, Take it if someone refers you. You'll get a discount. Truly a well-rounded good person. Dick Hoa happily accepted the card and immediately left excitedly. Thank you so much, Miss. Hoang Lele waved goodbye. See you again, boy. Goodbye, kind sister. Dick Hoa acted immediately, his mood extremely tense. All right, the next target is... That target was burning money. He quickly paid at the Marshall Hospital, the bill totaling 1,450,000. Next was the weapon shop, spending an additional 250,000. Just like that, Dick Hoa spent money without hesitation. An insanely wild spending spree. Time flew by. Night fell, and the scene shifted back to Dick Hoa's apartment. Dick Hoa immediately sat down to train, his whole body engulfed in dense spiritual energy, burning fiercely. Despite the intense pain, he gritted his teeth and endured. The system notified that the frenzied gorilla compatibility jumped sharply from 3% to 7%. His overall physique increased significantly, and his martial level rose to 7th stage. After finishing the medicine absorption process, Dick Hoa was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and whispered, The upgrade feels amazing. But he realized the first few bottles increased his physique by 2 points each, while the last one only raised it by 1 point, indicating the path to enhancement would get tougher later on. Lost in excitement, Dick Hoa looked at his hand, hope exploding inside him. Though difficult, a few dozen minutes equals 3 years of hard training. This is just normal physique. If I activate the Emperor's bloodline, I can compete in the top scholar exam too. He shouted with determination. Let's go. Target Secret Realm. Information showed that secret realm gaps were ranked from S to E. The higher the rank, the stronger the beasts inside. The beasts in an S-rank secret realm were uncontrollable disasters. Once they invaded the real world, it would be doomsday. The scene shifted to secret realm number 3. And city. Rank E. Dick Hoa was fully equipped and commented. Fewer people than expected. Maybe because it's been explored too long. An old secret realm. Treasures have been looted clean. Only weak beasts remain for rookies to train. He approached the pass counter. Hello. I reserved a ticket for Secret Realm number 3. The female clerk indifferently tossed him a paper. Death commitment agreement. Here's your ticket. And the procedure was quickly completed. A giant interdimensional gate appeared. Dick Hoa couldn't hide his worry. Trembling. Is this the legendary Secret Realm gap? But immediately, he switched to a cunning mood. A devilish smile appearing part. This is the start of the Monster King. Muahaha. Without hesitation, Dick Hoa gathered his strength and dashed through the gate with extreme excitement. I'm here. The moment he passed through the spatial rift, the three-dimensional world instantly shifted, and Dick Hoa felt as if he had just broken through the atmosphere, entering a completely new dimension. Dick Hoa landed safely, skillfully bracing himself with his hands, executing a demon-like move to absorb the impact. From the secret realm, Dick Hoa could clearly observe the neighboring planets, a scene completely different from Earth, featuring the Shanglan planet, the Umvai planet, and the Taikim planet. Quickly adjusting his gear, Dick Hoa scanned his surroundings and muttered, even after studying textbooks, seeing it with my own eyes is a whole different experience, truly spectacular. While still amazed by the cosmic scene, a red rabbit appeared from behind, squeaking continuously as it sniffed its target. At first, it seemed like a harmless animal, but its face revealed a fierce look like a wild rabbit. With 2 sharp fangs and bristly whiskers, this was a first-tier demon beast. The Blade Fang Rabbit. Taking advantage of Dick Hoa's guard being down, it immediately attacked from behind, baring its 2 sharp fangs and charging with energy. But things weren't that simple. Dick Hoa sensed it, dodged the strike, swiftly grabbed both ears, and pinned the aggressive rabbit to the ground. He snared. Fool. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The system confirmed the activation of the model ability. Life Field. In the darkness, Dick Hoa showed no mercy, crushing the mutant rabbit's head and dispatching the target in a flash. After the rabbit dissolved, it left behind a spirit stone. Dick Hoa picked it up, the Blade Fang Rabbit's mana core. Ordinary quality. Market value around 1,000. Quite efficient compared to the average monthly salary of 3 to 4,000. For common folk, casually raising the spirit stone. He thought, collecting first-tier cores is pointless. The target has to be second-tier demon beasts or higher. Just then, movement appeared behind him. A giant soft-bodied monster twisted up from the ground, 100 times larger than Dick Hoa, opening a mouth full of sharp teeth to attack. This was a second-tier demon beast. The larva corpse. Facing the new beast, Dick Hoa grew even more excited, drawing his sword and smirking provocatively. Exactly what I wanted. What a great deal. At the E-level Secret Realm. Anthun number 3. Dick Hoa began his sweeping assault, confronting the larva corpse. Dick Hoa unleashed a single slash, dispatching it with remarkable efficiency. The corpse worm screeched sharply, green blood splattering everywhere. Dick Hoa held his guard and analyzed the situation, just as the beast hunting manual recorded, compared to the hard armor on its back. The worm's belly was its critical weak point. Reeling from the pain, the monster curled up and charged forward like a massive wheel, aiming to crush Dick Hoa under its weight. Facing the counterattack, Dick Hoa remained calm, channeling his energy through both hands as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Martial way." Boom! A blast of energy shot straight from Dick Hoa's hands into the corpse worm, knocking it far back. He clenched his fists tighter, intensifying his force, but it wasn't enough. The monster opened its mouth wide, launching countless large teeth spinning like saw blades, aiming directly at Dick Hoa to tear him in half. Even Dick Hoa was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief, "It can shoot its teeth." Still, he kept a cool head, using agile footwork to narrowly dodge the razor-sharp saw blades. Then tragedy struck. The expensive designer jacket got grazed, leaving a tear. Feeling provoked, Dick Hoa growled, cursing the monster. "You sugarcane bush. Do you know how much this jacket costs?" This monster wasn't easy to handle. Dick Hoa kept his distance, coldly analyzing. A direct confrontation is too risky. Though my weapon energy is strong, without skill support, I can't unleash full power. The original owner was too lazy. Looks like I have to cheat. Without hesitation, Dick Hoa decided to play his trump card. His eyes flashed as all the energy in his body began to circulate, pushing to the limit. He unleashed his power. Roaring. Blood frenzy vines. Activate. Instantly, his arm transformed into a complete gorilla claw, wrapped in blazing energy. Behind him, the illusion of a giant gorilla appeared, roaring with mighty authority. In the next moment, Dick Hoa dashed forward like a lightning bolt. The monster's green blood splattered everywhere, painting a gruesome rain. The monster was quickly defeated, leaving only a pitiful pool of green blood. Dick Hoa turned back, muttering. Physical strength increased by 21 points. easily handling a level 2 corpse worm. To undo the transformation, I need to disperse the heat energy in my body. I feel like a jet engine. The joy of victory didn't last long as he frowned at his weapon. The newly bought short sword was already corroded by poison. A basic $250,000 gear can't stand up to a level 2 beast. The quality is terrible, I have to report this. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dich Hoa's empty stomach started protesting. The first time hunting magic beasts drained so much energy. He was really hungry and hadn't brought any rations. Just then, a sudden alluring scent hit him, and his keen nose immediately sniffed it out. Following the fragrance, the source of the scent came from a sparkling magic core. He picked it up to examine it. It was a magic core from a bug corpse, and the aroma seemed very enticing, following the motto, "Go big or go home." Dich Hoa didn't hesitate to shove the magic core straight into his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Instantly, a brilliant spiritual energy burst forth, and the system interface popped up. Mad Ape Gorilla Monster Model. Compatibility increased from 7% to 7.3%. Dich Hoa's whole body glowed like he swallowed a flashlight, and he was amazed. It even boosts compatibility. Joy clearly showed on his face as Dich Hoa gritted his teeth excitedly. Spent hundreds of thousands on gene drugs that only raised compatibility by 1%. Now one green magic core boosts it by 0.3%. So 3 or 4 cores equal 1 vial of medicine. That means the white magic cores from the knife rabbit at least raise it by 0.1%. Thinking this over, Dich Hoa felt the sting of the money spent, tears welling up. That sugarcane patch was a heavy loss. Way too costly. After a moment of regret, he steadied himself, 2 fingers pointing to his forehead, glowing brightly, turning anger into motivation. Dich Hoa decided he'd grind hard tonight. Within minutes, centered on Dich Hoa, a fierce wave of energy radiated like radar, sweeping through the entire forest. He shouted, "Activate! Life field!" By noon the next day, Dich Hoa finally left the Level E secret realm. The system announced Mad Ape Gorilla Model. Compatibility, 9%. Overall physique, 15.8. Having conquered the secret realm, he stepped out calmly, thinking, 9% compatibility. The white magic cores are useless now. I can only sell them for cash. Later, Dich Hoa brought his loot to the exchange counter, 20 white magic cores and 4 green ones. The female clerk was amazed. A high school student who's earned this many magic cores. People waiting in line behind him were also intimidated by Dich Hoa's haul. He straightforwardly said, according to regulations, fighters must hand over 1/10 of their harvest. He did the math. 200,000 is almost in my pocket. In city number 4, in front of a swirling blue spatial rift, the entrance to a level D secret realm, a group of fighters gathered, and a man in a blue shirt sitting in a wheelchair spoke up. Team Lamb, this time we're targeting the Blood Jade Flower mission. Right, the man carrying a sword, Lam Ha, turned back and said, last time we identified the basic location, but old Tran was seriously injured by a demon beast, so he can't join this time. A woman crossed her arms worriedly. So our team only has 5 people. The bald man continued. According to the rules, a level D secret realm requires a team of at least 6 members. The system board showed Lam Ha as a level 2 martial artist. He replied, no problem. I've contacted a middleman who introduced a new Taoist, then pointed toward Dich Hoa, who was approaching. Everyone was curious. Are you the level 9 martial artist? Deathla Dich Hoa picked his nose and joked. That's right. He thought to himself, since I'm a student, I don't qualify for the level D secret realm, so I had to fake my identity on the black market, costing $100,000. What bad luck. Lam Ha was a bit concerned about his attitude. Deathla. That name doesn't sound good. Dich Hoa was helpless. No choice. Just read it as is. Lam Ha decided to let it slide. Whatever. It's just a code name. With level 9 martial artist skills, you can't enter the level D secret realm anyway. The team is giving you a chance to observe and learn, but you're not allowed to hold us back. Dich Hoa replied briefly. Fine by me. He silently evaluated. Clear explanation before the mission. Pretty trustworthy. Better than those who only report problems after they happen. Everything was clear, and the whole team got into the vehicle, heading into the secret realm. Let's go. This time, we must find the Blood Jade Flower. Very quickly. The team arrived in another world. A desolate desert, the captain announced. According to the coordinates, the Blood Jade Flower is at the oasis ahead, guarded by a level 2 demon beast. Sitting in the vehicle, Dich Hoa rested his chin on his hand. Last time it was a rainforest. Now it's a desert. Looks like the secret realm connects to many different worlds. As they advanced, the team was suddenly chased by a pack of wolf-like demon beasts. A team member reported, Captain, it's Earth Ghost Rats. They're charging at us. The captain ordered. Hoduk, deal with them. The guy named Hoduk raised his hand. Sharp blades appeared. And he replied, got it. With a powerful strike, the blades infused with spiritual energy flew backward with tremendous force, aiming straight at the demon beasts. The targets were locked on. The flying blades pierced straight into the rats' heads. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, making them screech in pain. The team's off-road vehicle kept moving. From above, the chasing rats exploded one after another as they hit the spiritual energy-coated blades. Hoduk calmly reported from behind. All cleared. Dich Hoa silently analyzed, channeling weapons into throwing blades to detonate targets from a distance, an effective tactic. The vehicle moved a bit further, the highway showing signs of dense jungle ahead, and the sky of this otherworldly realm clearly revealed other planets, a sight impossible to see on Earth. Upon confirming they had reached the oasis, the entire team immediately disembarked, weapons ready, except for Dich Hoa, who followed calmly without a hint of tension. Dich Hoa wondered why they didn't just drive straight to the oasis, but the captain explained the strategy. While leading the way, the monsters inside are extremely sensitive, and the engine noise would alert them. So we'll proceed on foot and assign tasks now. Lamha began delegating tasks. Xiaohe, use shock bombs to lure the targets. Xiaovo and Hoduk, set up traps. Lo Lu, hold them off with your gun. He concluded seriously. I'll take the lead and confront them head on. The captain turned to Dich Hoa. Deathla, you just need to observe from outside. Your task is too light. Dich Hoa just smirked and replied, okay. After finishing the assignments, the team immediately fired a signal flare, officially kicking off the operation plan. A loud explosion rang out as the bomb released pheromones from a high-level monster, acting as bait to trick the beasts in the area into thinking their territory was invaded. Drawing them in, instantly, a level 2 earth dragon appeared, roaring and drooling, lunging forward with the intent to tear everything apart. The target has appeared, be careful. Meanwhile, at the spot where the team had just wiped out a pack of earth ghost rats, with throwing knives still embedded, a tall figure cloaked in black mysteriously appeared. The stranger had 2 distinctive diagonal scars on his arm. He bent down and picked up one of Hoduk's throwing knives. The figure became clearer, a bald old man wearing glasses. He licked the throwing knife with a long tongue, his eyes filled with murderous intent, then let out a savage laugh. The earth dragon, which seemed like a major threat, was swiftly beheaded by Captain Lamha with a single sword strike. The force overwhelming, the level 2 monster collapsed, blue blood gushing out. Xiaohe ran over shouting, Captain Lam, while the others sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Standing before the spoils, Lamha proudly rested his sword on his shoulder and declared, now it's time to harvest the blood jade flowers. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp clawed foot suddenly sliced through the air from behind. Lamha startled and turned around. The whole team panicked and shouted, Captain Lam, watch out. Almost simultaneously, another figure leapt from the side and shot up into the air. It was Dich Hoa, who rushed to support the captain with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Dich Hoa was right above Lamha, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. From above, Dich Hoa unleashed a full-force attack, channeling all his power. His spiritual energy compressed, striking down the demon beast like a lightning bolt, causing a massive explosion with thick smoke and dust. Captain Lamha was utterly shocked. He was clearly just a martial artist, so how could he possess the strength to knock back a level 2 demon beast? Xiaohe was stunned too. That strike was incredibly powerful. Dich Hoa immediately received a shower of praise and admiration from the team members. You're amazing, taking down a level 2 demon beast, they said. Dich Hoa just acted cool, saying, no big deal. Captain Lamha was extremely pleased. Thanks for saving me. From now on, you're an official member of the team. A moment later, Lamha held the mission target in his hand, a deep red fruit, and happily shouted, found it. This is the blood jade flower. Xiaovo poked at it. This time we even looted an earth dragon core. Not a bad haul. Xiaohe wondered, is this round red thing really worth that much? Dich Hoa stood back, thinking quietly. Looks like a giant tomato. Seeing the team's curiosity, Lamha explained, of course, this can increase compatibility with monster models. He cheerfully summarized. The trip went smoothly, defeated the earth dragon, and got the blood jade flower. Just as the team was celebrating their victory, Hoduk suddenly betrayed them, stabbing Lamha in the back. He laughed triumphantly. It's not that simple. Captain Lam. Lamha turned around, eyes filled with pain and shock. The other members were stunned. Captain Lam. What's going on? Lamha gritted his teeth, swinging a fist at Hoduk. but the traitor quickly backed away. Lamha roared, "Hoduk, what are you doing?" Immediately, a tall stranger appeared beside Hoduk, sneering. "What are we doing, obviously? Making some serious money." This was the guy who had picked up the throwing knife earlier. He had teamed up with Hoduk. Lamha recognized the enemy and shouted, "Black Peng, why are you here?" Seeing Xiaovo angry, Yihua asked, "You guys know this bald guy?" Xiaovo gritted his teeth. "Black Peng, the guy who specializes in stealing loot from other teams in the secret realm. Turns out he's been targeting us for a long time." Lamha clutched his wound, his fighting strength weakening. He realized, the blade is poisoned. He glared at Hoduk. "Traitor, how did you know we were here when the exact location is only revealed after entering the secret realm?" Dick Hoa had been silently observing and immediately deduced. Recalling the marks from when he first entered, they were throwing knives. He used them to leave secret signs pointing the way. Exposed, Hoduk revealed his true colors, brandishing his throwing knives with a sinister grin. "You're pretty smart. Defla, aren't you a student about to take the college entrance exam? Instead of studying, you want to meet black and white impermanence." But Dick Hoa showed no fear, calmly replying, "That's right. The college entrance exam is coming up, and the top spot is waiting for me." Hearing such arrogance, Hoduk grew furious and hurled a throwing knife straight at Dick Hoa, roaring, "You arrogant brat." He had seriously underestimated Dick Hoa, who easily caught the knife between two fingers, his sharp gaze retorting, "The real arrogant one is the traitor barking right in front of me." With that, Dick Hoa clenched his fist tightly, spiritual energy erupting like flames. His face darkening. "The stench is unbearable. Time to clean up the trash." Realizing Dick Hoa was no pushover, Black Bear gritted his teeth and commanded, "Interesting. Hoduk, bring me his head." Blue veins bulged on his bald scalp immediately. Obeying Black Bear, Hoduk unleashed all his skills at once, throwing a relentless storm of throwing knives, each blade infused with dense spiritual energy, far more powerful than before. Facing Hoduk's direct assault, the traitor, Dick Hoa quickly lowered his center of gravity, a protective aura bursting into a circle that shattered every incoming knife. He roared, enduring the pressure. As the barrage ended and Dick Hoa dropped his defense, Hoduk vanished. The team urgently warned, "Deathla, watch out. The traitor is hiding." It turned out Hoduk had circled behind, ready to deliver a deadly strike from above, a familiar assassination tactic of his. The team panicked. "Deathla, careful above you." Instantly, Dick Hoa pointed two fingers straight ahead, spiritual energy gathering and radiating outward, his pupils flashing. Perfect timing to test the skill I just mastered. The moment Hoduk appeared, Dick Hoa raised one hand, pointing directly at his opponent's chest. A destructive energy like a thunderbolt struck down, and Hoduk took the full deadly blow. This move shocked Lamha. One strike to finish Hoduk. Is he really just a high school martial arts student? Dick Hoa blew on his fingertips, and Hoduk collapsed immediately after. Black Bear stood opposite, clearly anxious and worried, growling as he questioned, "Gen technique. Which great family's disciple are you?" After all, Dick Hoa stood tall, hands shoved into his pockets with an ultra-cool attitude. "Family clan, I'm from the Godzilla clan. You want to kneel and beg for mercy?" A fierce beast's illusory shadow appeared behind him. Dick Hoa's words drove Black Bear mad with rage. He roared, unleashing his full fighting spirit. "Kid, even if you have the Gen technique, it can't make up for the difference in martial ranks." Black Bear immediately activated his bloodline. His illusory shadow was a giant black bear, bearing a mouthful of sharp, ferocious teeth. Black Bear's face began to distort, turning as fierce as the bear itself. He roared, expanding his power, and his body instantly swelled into a giant. The giant black bear charged straight at Dick Hoa, but the high school guy stood firm, showing not a hint of worry. Black Bear leapt up to attack. Dick Hoa quickly stepped back and pointed his finger, firing a powerful spiritual energy beam from below, aiming straight at the giant bear's ankle. Black Bear howled in pain. My leg." The attack failed, so Black Bear switched tactics. He crouched low and swept his massive arms to trap Dick Hoa, but the young man lightly jumped high, perfectly dodging the strike. The giant black bear immediately gained momentum, stomping the ground and leaping up to pursue. Dick Hoa had to admit his opponent's toughness. A level 2 martial artist for sure. Atomic breath couldn't melt his ankle. The moment Dick Hoa landed, Black Bear's two giant hands slapped down. His face darkened with murderous intent. Black Bear's giant hands clapped together hard, creating a terrifying shockwave in the palm. But the target had vanished. He missed. Dick Hoa had moved behind Black Bear without him noticing, gathering energy for a counterattack. Done already, now it's my turn. A voice echoed from behind, making Black Bear panic instantly. Dick Hoa clenched both fists, his face showing clear irritation. Destructive energy blazed fiercely around him. Anyone facing him now could only wait for death. The energy was quickly compressed to its limit. Dick Hoa closed in immediately, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches on Black Bear's giant body. The giant Black Bear could only passively endure the series of devastating strikes. When the attack ended, Black Bear was severely wounded. His giant form dissolved back to normal, his chest deeply marked by the punches. Dick Hoa's hands smoked, cooling down gradually. At first, the whole team saw Dick Hoa as the weakest high school student in the group. But now, everyone was wide-eyed in admiration, looking at him with completely different eyes. Too strong, despite being beaten badly, Black Bear growled. You injected poison into the Gen technique. Truly despicable. A cruel martial artist like you will surely be punished. I curse you. The direct threat enraged Dick Hoa. His pupils flashed with a terrifying light as he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, Countless people have cursed me. What do you think you are? Leaving the secret realm. The scene shifted to Anthan Central Stadium, where the final day of the college entrance exam had finally begun. The government mobilized planes and banners to celebrate the event. The announcement blared through the speakers. The advanced martial artist selection is about to begin. Wishing all contestants good luck. The handsome male MC was live streaming, the stands packed with excited spectators. This year's format was a martial arts arena, with contestants paired off. Winners would advance to the next round. The competition lasted 3 days. The first 2 days were preliminary rounds, where winners would move on to the final day. In preliminaries, each contestant fought 3 matches, and those who qualified continued in knockout rounds until the top contender was found. After explaining the process, the male MC enthusiastically shouted, We carry the mission of humanity on our shoulders, for ourselves and for others. Fight with all your might. I hereby declare the Anthan selection competition officially started. Immediately, matches exploded simultaneously across multiple arenas. Starting with Arena Number 1, the battles continued with the appearance of female contestants at Arena Number 4. However, some matches ran into trouble. Wait. Arena Number 6 seems to have an issue. One contestant still hasn't shown up. The male MC live streaming looked confused. Let me check again. Both contestants, Vuong Dong Dong and Dick Hoa, are from Anthan School Number 1. Currently, only Vuong Dong Dong is on the arena. According to the rules, contestants absent when the match starts will forfeit. On Arena Number 6, Vuong Dong Dong, who had bullied Dick Hoa before, smugly thought he was scared, daring to slander me at the tournament. I was even planning to humiliate him with Fire Chameleon. But he's quitting so early. In the stands, the crowd grew annoyed. That guy's definitely hiding at home. What a letdown. Cowardly. Doesn't even dare to show up for the match. Probably scared stiff. If he's that weak, he might as well work as a laborer. The waiting time was over. The referee blew the whistle officially and declared loudly, Time's up. Contestant from Anthan High School no. Yi. Dick Hoa. At that crucial moment, the crowd suddenly looked up to the sky. A strange object was appearing. Something was rushing here. An old man with long hair nearby was also amazed. Such momentum. Truly powerful. The sky was torn apart by a strange streak of light, trailing black smoke. The crowd below panicked, unsure if it was an object or a person falling down. The target was clearly identified. It was Dick Hoa, who chose an unusual way to appear, diving headfirst onto the arena like a meteor, terrifying everyone. What kind of power does it take to fly like that? Dick Hoa landed, bringing a pillar of spiritual energy crashing down directly on Vuong Dong Dong's position like a thunder pillar descending to earth. The terrifying force forced her to brace herself to resist. As the dust settled, Vuong Dong Dong looked up, still not understanding what was happening. She muttered, What the hell is this trick? Before she could regain her composure, a solid object rushed in, attacking at lightning speed. That object was the sole of Dick Hoa's shoe. He unleashed a thunder kick, sending Vuong Dong Dong flying far away. A move to settle old scores and also his way of checking in for being late. Dick Hoa shielded his eyes from the sun, exhaling in relief when he saw his opponent down. He muttered, Phew, that was close. Almost had to retake the test next year. Vuong Dong Dong, who had been triumphant seconds ago, now lay motionless on the floor, coughing up blood. The announcement echoed, Dick Hoa wins. He clicked his tongue. Not even warmed up yet, and already won. This lightning-fast victory immediately ignited the stands. This Dick Hoa guy is too strong. One kick to knock out the opponent. Such a cool debut. Could this be the legendary Earthfall kick? The system board updated host Dick Hoa. Overall physique. 255. Bashak Gorilla Model. Compatibility reached 20%. He smirked wickedly. Thanks to the blood jade fruit from Team Lamb, absorption took some time. But the real fun is just beginning. The leaderboard was quickly announced. Dick Hoa's next opponent was confirmed to be Long Thao. The match began. Long Thao from School No. 4 faced Dick Hoa from School No. Yi. With just one single strike, the bulky and much stronger guy than Dick Hoa coughed up blood on the spot. The announcement sounded again. Dick Hoa wins. Next match. Long Island from School No. 4 faced off against Dick Hoa. The same scenario repeated. Still, a single kick ended the opponent. Dick Hoa won. With every victory announced, the stands erupted. Dick Hoa. 1 kick per match. Saw decisive. This is truly the super kick hero. Dick Hoa lightly clenched his fist, with the level of a reincarnated warrior. This was far too simple. The loudspeaker solemnly praised him. Dick Hoa. School No. 1 in City. Undefeated in 3 matches. Officially advancing to the next round, completing 3 consecutive wins swiftly. Dick Hoa calmly walked into the resting area. His overwhelming fighting style immediately attracted countless recruits surrounding him. Hey, Dick Hoa. Consider West Mountain University. Add me on Facebook. Our private school offers generous scholarships. We need strong students like you. Have you decided which school you're aiming for? Facing a flood of tempting offers, Dick Hoa remained cold and indifferent. He already had his own goal. His gaze drifting elsewhere, he turned back, eyes firm, and boldly declared his target before the crowd. Favorite university, sorry. My goal is Hoa Capital University. This declaration instantly flipped the recruiters' attitudes 180 degrees. From eager to scornful and mocking, already arrogant in the finals. When you got slapped, you begged us. If you fail, remember to keep in touch. Dick Hoa was embarrassed. Don't you trust me that much? But he understood. Hoa Capital University was the top martial arts school in Ha Nation, one of the 5 most prestigious holy grounds worldwide. Facing doubt, Dick Hoa only smiled mysteriously. And City. A second tier city. Really only a few top people qualify. Fine. Martial artists speak with strength. Wait until I win the championship. Then see what you say. As the conversation ended, 2 men in suits with serious expressions approached. The one with hair raised a card. Dick Hoa, please cooperate. We need to reassess your martial artist level. Dick Hoa handed the card to the bald man, who was shocked. Martial artist level 9, half a month ago. You were still level 3. Dick Hoa placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Eyes sharp. You think I could improve that fast in just half a month? You're accusing me of cheating, the bald man continued. We found you frequently entering the E-level secret realm. Why risk it right before the exam? Faced with questioning, Dick Hoa immediately switched to actor mode, putting on a pained yet determined expression, saying, Sorry, before my father passed, he told me that to surpass humans, you first have to stop being human. So I fought relentlessly in the secret realm, and during one battle, I unexpectedly broke the gene seal. This unbelievable story made the 2 inspectors turn pale, sweat pouring down, and they stammered, What, you said you broke the gene seal? Instantly, both hurriedly left, muttering, Impossible. We must report this immediately. Dick Hoa watched them go, realizing he had unintentionally become a key surveillance target. Scrolling through social media out of boredom, Dick Hoa saw news clips filled with families cheering on contestants. Son, keep going, daughter. Just give it your all. Old Wang said, Once our son wins first place and comes back, we'll throw a grand celebration. Reclining in his chair, scrolling his phone, a twinge of jealousy rose in Dick Hoa's chest as he muttered. They even organized live interviews with contestants' family and friends. He gazed off into the distance, a hint of sadness crossing his face, pressing his lips together as he thought, Seems like no one is cheering for me at all. What a pitiful kid. But Dick Hoa didn't know. In a hidden corner, someone was quietly watching and cheering him on. Keep it up. Dick Hoa. That was his homeroom teacher, who had allowed him to self-study at home. After a brief rest, Dick Hoa was called again. The announcement blared. First round. And Thang No. 1 high school. Dick Hoa. His lone figure stood in the middle of the arena, waiting for his opponent. This time, his opponent was La Huyen, a student from school. No. San. The moment he appeared, he drew everyone's attention. The crowd whispered, That's La Huyen. Top of school No. San. Martial artist level We. Awakened rare level 2 demon beast bloodline. From a martial family. Looks like his opponent is really unlucky this time. Ignoring La Huyen's arrogance, Dick Hoa just scratched his neck and said casually, You go first. This challenge was like a slap to La Huyen's pride. Huh. Don't you know who I am? Dich Hoa retorted. Whether you know or not doesn't change the final result. Insulted, La Hyan was furious, veins bulging as his spiritual energy exploded wildly. Haha, you're not wrong, but the ultimate winner can only be me. With that, La Huyen focused all his power into his arm. His fist glowed fiercely as he roared and charged forward, saying, "Hope your luck's good. At least don't die right here." At the same time, La Huyen activated his bloodline, his arm transforming into sharp demonic beast claws. Just moments away from touching Dich Hoa's face, but he remained still, unusually calm. Dich Hoa raised his bare hand, gripping La Huyen's mutated beast arm, fingers slipping between the claws, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he growled. Not bad, but still far from that bald guy. Black Bear, using only his bare hand, Dich Hoa squeezed so tightly that La Huyen winced in pain, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring down, trembling as he gasped. "Ah, my hand." Just one squeeze was enough to make La Huyen collapse in pain, completely losing the ability to resist. Seizing the moment, Dich Hoa raised his hand high and delivered the decisive blow, diving down from above like an invisible axe, striking La Huyen's back, a dazzling burst of spiritual energy exploding as he slammed him hard onto the arena floor, cracking the ground beneath. Dich Hoa smiled cruelly after his merciless strike, looking at his opponent and taunting. No better contender. The MC immediately announced the result. High school number 1 student, Dich Hoa, wins. The male MC continued shouting into the microphone. Another finishing blow, defeating the top seed La Huyen. By now, La Huyen was bruised and battered, completely motionless on the arena floor, his face pale and mouth full of dirt. Those who bet on La Huyen angrily shouted. He looked fierce but ended up flat on the ground. Meanwhile, the crowd's attitude toward Dich Hoa was completely reversed. Marveling, the demeanor of a master, calm as the wind and clouds. Such a huge skill gap. So handsome. Live on TV. Dich Hoa pretended to pick his ear, acting arrogantly. The audience buzzed excitedly. Even though he used his hand this time, it still counts as a strike. So strong, worthy of the one-hit superhuman title. At that moment, the stands erupted as everyone cheered in unison. Dich Hoa, we believe in you. Dich Hoa will definitely make it to the finals. No wonder he's the man I'm watching. I'll definitely beat you in the finals. One by one, the injured contestants were taken away, because anyone facing Dich Hoa either ended up crippled, dislocated, or worse, unconscious. In a corner of the arena, another student watched intently, murmuring, "So that's Dich Hoa." This student wasn't arrogant at all. Instead, he analyzed his opponent with respect. No wonder he's the one I value. I'm sure I'll defeat him in the finals. At the same time, in the direct monitoring room of Hoa Do University admissions, Dich Hoa's performance caught the attention of key figures. A man pointed at the screen and ordered, "Within half an hour, I want his full file." His subordinates responded in unison. Understood. Switching to another battle, the MC announced, Group 2 qualifiers are incredibly intense right now, and the top promotion round is about to begin. The two figures capturing all attention were two beautiful, talented female geniuses. The crowd buzzed. The battle between these two stunning beauties featured a curly-haired girl in a stylish short skirt, the queen of high school no. R. Tat Tu Lin. She pointed at her opponent and said, "Miss Liu, I absolutely hate that robotic expression of yours." Tat Tu Lin's formidable rival, known as the Aloof Flower, was a student from high school no. Yi. In response to Tat Tu Lin's taunt, Aloof Flower Lu Thon Truck maintained her icy expression without a word. Meanwhile, the stands erupted with noise. I love watching beautiful girls fight perverts. Shut up. The match officially began as the referee blew a decisive whistle. Lu Thon Truck's silence provoked Tat Tu Lin, who immediately launched a powerful kick, shouting, "Let's see if you can keep that face when I pin you to the ground." Instantly, Lu Thon Truck countered by raising both hands, transforming energy into a circle of spiritual power before her, loudly calling out her skill. Martial art. Lu family secret technique. U Setlek. The swirling spiritual energy immediately impacted Tat Tu Lin's kick, a brilliant light flaring up, completely suppressing the force behind her strike. Tat Tu Lin delivered a high kick, and Lu Thon Truck quickly countered with her hands. Tu Lin continuously shifted her body mid-air, and the two charged at each other, switching from legs to hands. Tat Tu Lin leapt into the air, channeling energy into her palm as she lunged at Lu Thon Truck. Her eyes blazed with killing intent. Seeing her opponent constantly dodge and block, she shouted in frustration, "Take this seriously." But Tu Lin's attack, aimed at an equal opponent, seemed too simple. Just as her palm struck Lu Thontruk's chest, it was suddenly locked by a swirling layer of spiritual energy. Surprised, Tat Tu Lin realized she'd fallen into a trap. Tat Tu Lin turned pale with fear, cursing silently. Damn it. I'm trapped. Her hand was caught in a wave of energy and couldn't be pulled free. Seizing the golden opportunity to lock down her opponent, Lu Thontruk spoke little, focusing all her spiritual energy into her fist, which immediately glowed brightly, causing Tat Tu Lin to panic intensely, the light reflecting clearly her bewildered expression. Watching the thrilling battle, the male MC shouted excitedly, Mystic Emperor Martial Arts. A college entrance exam candidate has mastered Mystic Emperor Martial Arts. This talent no longer needs to prove itself through exams and can be granted direct admission to Hoadu. Refusing to be overwhelmed, Tat Tu Lin instantly summoned her beast form. A fierce tiger's body appeared behind her, roaring wildly and ready to attack. Tat Tu Lin's entire body transformed as well, sprouting sharp claws like a big cat's, unleashing an incredibly terrifying aura. This detail completely surprised the male MC, who commented, "This girl has tamed the third stage king bloodline, the fierce Shadow Tiger King. The king bloodline is notoriously difficult to control, especially the fierce Shadow Tiger. Her potential is truly immeasurable." Taking advantage, Tat Tu Lin sneered, "Show me your Dark Phoenix bloodline then." However, facing that fierce aura, Lu Thontruk responded casually, "This is enough." These words infuriated Tat Tu Lin even more. The girl with two long braids, far from demure as she appeared, went completely berserk and charged forward, attacking. "Is this enough? How dare you say that to me? Do you think anyone under a martial artist can defeat me?" This confrontation was a stark contrast. One fire element, one ice element, one talkative, one reserved, one relentlessly attacking, the other merely responding. They charged at each other, their power exploding like a storm. Tat Tu Lin threw a punch aimed straight at Lu Thontruk's face. However, Lu Thontruk easily dodged the attack. Frustrated, Tat Tu Lin gritted her teeth and didn't stop. She used her hind legs to strike at Lu Thontruk's lower body, her sharp beast claws targeting precisely, releasing intense spiritual energy. Facing Tat Tu Lin's relentless assault, Lu Thontruk began chanting a spell, raising her hands before her chest to form a seal. Her eyes blazed as she shouted, "Primordial Jade Finger." Finishing the incantation, Lu Thontruk pointed a single finger at Tat Tu Lin's sharp claws. Instantly, a glowing circle of spiritual energy enveloped the claws, and the point of contact unleashed a tremendously powerful force. The battle became incredibly thrilling, the terrain shifting violently as Lu Thontruk and Tat Tu Lin collided, creating a whirlwind storm. The male MC shouted into the microphone as their martial skills clashed fiercely, the arena filling with thick dust. In the end, who would stand victorious? Many spectators in the stands couldn't take their eyes off the fight. Everyone was straining to watch the two beauties battle it out, the atmosphere thick with tension. Finally, as the dust began to clear, the first to appear was Tat Tu Lin, standing tall and proud, the wind blowing her twin braids. Though her face showed clear exhaustion, the male MC quickly yelled, "It's Tat Tu Lin." She's still standing strong in the arena. But suddenly, the MC's voice faltered. Wait a moment. At the same time, Tat Tu Lin showed signs of distress. Her eyes rolled back, and her face turned a deep shade of purple. Tat Tu Lin collapsed onto the arena floor like a broken doll. The one standing tall and victorious was Lu Thontruk. The MC was stunned. Tat Tu Lin had collapsed from exhaustion, while Lu Thontruk remained firm and unyielding. Lu Thontruk, a humble yet unmatched 9th stage martial artist, defeated Tat Tu Lin, who also had royal bloodline powers using pure martial skill. The crowd erupted as the announcer proclaimed her victory. Online fans praised her as a once-in-a-century genius, calling her the top scholar of Nthan and marveling at her fearsome 4th stage Dark Phoenix bloodline. Thus, the preliminary contestant selection round concluded, and there are now enough participants to proceed with the quarterfinals draw ceremony. The announcer called out, "Next is Dick Hoa. Antanium, please come up for the draw." He calmly stepped forward and drew a ball like everyone else. This time, Dick Hoa picked the ball, marked A, raised his hand, and confirmed, A. As Dick Hoa received his result, a muscular, friendly male student approached to strike up a conversation, asserting that they would soon be rivals. The other guy smiled brightly and introduced himself as Than Quang from Than Phong Private School. Dick Hoa replied briefly, "Entang Despite the upcoming clash, Than Quang showed no arrogance. He warmly invited Dick Hoa to watch the first warm-up match together. Just then, The announcer declared the start of quarterfinal match 1 Lak Tuk from Thonfong Private School versus So Chao from Inthan 1. The screen showed a student brimming with spiritual energy, wielding a sword with overwhelming force against a trembling, battered opponent. Then Kwang recognized him and explained, Lak Tuk is very strong, a repeat student who has awakened his bloodline, but he's still completely powerless against So Chao. Dich Hoa was briefly surprised by the name Su Chao, recognizing a somewhat familiar face, and then Kwang noticed this and immediately asked, he's from your school, and you don't know him. At that moment, the loudspeaker blared out clearly, in Thon High School, no. Yi. Su Shou wins. At the same time, the principal of Thon Fong Private School was furious to the point of madness, gritting his teeth to hold back. Dammit. Losing in the first round. The deeper the rounds go, the more we can't underestimate the opponents. Dich Hoa turned to Then Kwang to ask about Lak Tuk's strength compared to his, but his new friend just smiled and didn't answer right away. He shyly scratched his head for a moment before confidently declaring, compared to me, I'm the martial arts president of grade 12 at Than Fong. With my tactics, even if those two team up, they're no match. Then Kwang suddenly glanced at Dich Hoa and lowered his voice to say seriously, throughout this entire exam, I think you're the most formidable opponent. He explained that his senses had been sharp since childhood, and he felt that Dich Hoa was like a dormant volcano, hiding a fierce beast deep inside. This guy was definitely not simple. Right after warning Dich Hoa, the first match ended, and he immediately switched to a friendly expression. Let's go. It's our turn now. The two quickly stepped onto the arena, officially facing each other as rivals. The loudspeaker announced, the second match of the top 8 promotion round begins. Then Kwang and Dich Hoa locked eyes, exchanging a subtle smile that showed mutual understanding of each other's strength. Signaling a balanced battle, the loudspeaker introduced, quarterfinal match 2 Then Kwang from Than Fong Private School versus Dich Hoa from Inthan No. Yi. As the signal sounded, the quarterfinals of the Anthan University exam immediately exploded with intensity. This opponent was clearly no pushover. Then Kwang and Dich Hoa charged into a fierce battle, their forces clashing to create an intense energy field that shook the stands. The MC shouted loudly, Dich Hoa and then Kwang, evenly matched on both sides. The audience below clearly felt the overwhelming pressure, all raising their hands to shield their bodies against the force coming from the arena. Then Kwang was struggling to restrain Dich Hoa when he suddenly noticed droplets of blood floating in the air. He realized, a nosebleed, this is the opponent's bloodline power. Then Kwang immediately tensed up, clenching his fists tightly, his face filled with fierce determination as he stared at Dich Hoa. Strange indeed. He could attack through defenses. Dich Hoa also took a defensive stance, analyzing the strategy. Then Kwang used martial energy to create a barrier, blocking even radiation. Martial arts are truly miraculous, Dich Hoa thought to himself, looking at Then Kwang with an interested smile and bright eyes. This giant was truly a monster worth conquering. Instantly, Then Kwang unleashed his power, a terrifying aura bursting from his body. He launched an attack, summoning a giant fire serpent that opened its jaws, spewing a highly damaging blast of energy. Then Kwang roared, let me show you the Then family's traditional martial art. Form Intent Fist. 2 massive glowing punches surged forward with the fierce power of a raging bull, tightly aimed straight at Dich Hoa's front. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Dich Hoa was momentarily stunned. The speed was too fast. He hadn't anticipated this move at all. In the blink of an eye, Then Kwang's powerful fist slammed directly into Dich Hoa's chest. The force was so great he couldn't dodge it and took the full hit. Dich Hoa bent over like a shrimp. The announcer gasped. Strong indeed. This is the first time Dich Hoa has been hit. Taking the full punch, Dich Hoa coughed up blood on the spot, his face immediately turning pale. The MC continued commenting, bleeding now, showing just how deadly Then Kwang's form Intent Fist really is. Despite the heavy blow, Dich Hoa refused to fall. He braced himself with his arms against the floor, struggling to get up, his legs scraping the ground to generate strong resistance. Then Kwang gave his opponent no time to recover. He charged forward, gathering the strength of a fierce beast. His eyes blazed as he focused his spirit energy into his fists. Then Kwang shouted, nowhere to run. A fierce black bear illusion appeared behind him, amplifying his already immense power. Dich Hoa was forced to continue resisting the bear's imposing attack. The spirit energies from both clashed, swirling violently in a fierce vortex. In that moment of resistance, Dich Hoa summoned all his strength to buy time. His mind analyzed the situation. Then Kwang wasn't just using physical attacks but also blending martial energy to deal double damage. His previous opponents had been too weak, leaving him inexperienced in fighting a powerful martial artist, unable to fight head-on. What was stranger was that Then Kwang could bend his attacks. His striking arm suddenly curved around behind Dich Hoa, leaving him completely baffled by this bizarre move. As fast as lightning, Then Kwang moved behind, tightly choking Dich Hoa with his massive body. He spoke as if reading his thoughts. "You guessed half right. I didn't just inject martial energy into my body. I also locked your martial energy, nullifying all your techniques." Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful blow, sending Dich Hoa flying far away. Throughout this fight, Dich Hoa was constantly overwhelmed, enduring attacks that mimicked the strength of countless fierce beasts from Then Kwang, not letting Dich Hoa touch the ground. Then Kwang followed up with a brutal strike. He immediately lunged forward, mimicking a ferocious tiger, charging with razor-sharp jaws ready to attack. Midair. Then Kwang unleashed a decisive punch. Dich Hoa spat blood, the blood splattering high. Then Kwang's attack shattered, Unthan's hopes into pieces. But Then Kwang didn't stop. He continued rushing forward like a hunting eagle, his entire body radiating terrifying energy. He flew in with the triumphant aura of a victor, shouting, "Dich Hoa, you can't beat me." Dich Hoa barely had time to raise both hands in front of his face, hastily defending himself in a passive stance. With no chance to think about counterattacking, a massive pillar of spiritual power crashed down from above, creating a catastrophic explosion upon hitting the arena floor. Rocks and dirt scattered everywhere. Though Then Kwang seemed friendly, his strength was absolutely ruthless. As the dust settled, only Then Kwang's large figure remained, standing with arms crossed, laughing loudly. "Haha, so exhilarating," the loudspeaker announced. Then Kwang unleashed a combo attack that Dich Hoa couldn't withstand. The medical team was ready to enter the arena. Fighters who got hit by that combo usually lost half their lives. The outcome seemed predetermined. Then Kwang Than Fong Private would win. But the MC hadn't declared it yet. A strange sound came from within the dust cloud. Just as Then Kwang thought victory was certain, he looked up toward the source of the noise. Then he leaned back in horror, exclaiming, "Why is this energy so strong?" Right where Dich Hoa had fallen, a massive dark energy suddenly erupted, an ominous pressure exploding violently. From the thick dark smoke, a clawed beast's powerful foot stomped hard onto the arena floor. Dich Hoa was forced to activate his bloodline transformation to face Then Kwang. His entire body was covered in tough gorilla-scale armor, his eyes flashing with terrifying energy as his pressure exploded. He cast a blazing gaze straight at Then Kwang, acknowledging, "You're really strong." The reward being that he's the first to witness this form of mine. The loudspeaker immediately blared high school students, transforming into beast demons would be given special privileges, and Than had gained another pure-blooded genius. And Dich Hoa's hidden strength ran incredibly deep. Then Kwang stood opposite, cold sweat pouring down, stammering in terror. Is this the true form of a beast demon?" Dich Hoa stepped forward leisurely, a powerful blue aura exploding outward, a terrifying pressure pressing down on Then Kwang, making him tremble. His bloodline awakening has reached such a frightening level. The MC announced casually, as all the judges monitored the stats with specialized devices. Suddenly, an old professor frowned in discomfort at the piercing warning signal blaring from his earpiece. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock as the system display showed a radiation level of 9,999,999. The old professor couldn't believe it. "What's going on?" The radiation level has exceeded the measurement limit. Sensing the risk to the competition, the MC promptly announced firmly, "Judges have detected Dich Hoa's beast demon true form. The arena is now sealed with martial energy to prevent nuclear energy leakage." The stands erupted in chatter. "Is this Dich Hoa's bloodline awakening so cool? Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I study at Nachung. I heard it's an anonymous bloodline. It's this strong yet still anonymous." Watching the crowd's mixed reactions, all marveling, Dich Hoa glanced arrogantly, thinking to himself, "Looks like this blue star doesn't have any gorilla creatures after all." Meanwhile, Then Kwang was extremely confused. Fearfully looking at the blood, he just wiped from his nose, muttering, "Bleeding again? The martial energy layer can't block his energy. This fight absolutely can't drag on." Then Kwang immediately unleashed all his power, activating his awakening ability. The illusion of a fierce red-nosed monkey dog appeared behind him, baring its teeth and roaring ferociously. Then Kwang's muscular body tensed, preparing for his final counterattack. The loudspeaker announced again, "Another third-stage king-level bloodline. This competition is gathering too many top fighters, combining the power of the red-nosed monkey and the fiery serpent fist." Then Kwang aimed straight at Dich Hoa, but Dich Hoa remained calm and still, ready to face the opponent's strongest attack head-on. Dich Hoa also enhanced his body, spiritual energy exploding in resistance. He roared, martial skill. Then Kwang charged confidently, hoping to land a finishing blow. Then Kwang hadn't even managed to gather his full strength when the power from Dick Hoa completely overwhelmed him. A terrifying pressure crashing back and slamming right into his face, stopping his charge dead in its tracks, suddenly faltering. Then Kwang stared in horror at his bleeding arm, his face turning pale and bruised. My arm? If I don't quickly counter this force, this entire arm might be shattered. Once boastful, his fighting spirit was clearly fading now. While Then Kwang was still enduring the pain, Dish Hoa closed in with overwhelming momentum, bluntly declaring, "You're excellent. But that won't change the outcome of this fight." The announcer's voice continued with commentary. In this quarterfinal match, a third-tier king-class bloodline appears, facing off against a demon beast bloodline so powerful, it's beyond measure. Arade spectacle. With both contestants unleashing their trump cards, Then Kwang furrowed his brow, eyes deep in analysis. He realized that after awakening, Dish Hoa had become unfathomably strong. His martial skills no longer suppressed. Deep down, Then Kwang knew his only option was to retreat for now. But Dick Hoa gave him no chance. He charged like a fierce beast, wild energy radiating in all directions, claws sharp and ready. He roared, "Hey, big guy, stop dreaming." With that, a storm of blows rained down on Then Kwang's guardian body, the force so overwhelming it knocked the giant off balance, sending him flying backward. Seizing the moment, Then Kwang unleashed a bizarrely flexible punch, spiritual energy surging violently from his fist. Using the elasticity of the move, he clamped down on Dick Hoa's muscular gorilla-like arm like a vice, executing a sudden lock. With a clever move borrowing force, Then Kwang used Dick Hoa's arm as leverage, spinning behind him, preparing his finishing move. He confidently said, "I couldn't bring you down, but my goal was to get behind you." At that very moment, Then Kwang immediately pushed off, leaping high into the air. Just a second later, his giant foot, like a small mountain, crashed down on Dick Hoa's head with terrifying force. Yet Dick Hoa only glanced up briefly, his eyes showing no trace of fear, only a chilling calm. Instantly, Then Kwang slammed down with a crushing stomp from above, as if trying to crush Dick Hoa. The giant foot hit the arena floor, shaking it violently and causing severe damage. After executing the move, Then Kwang landed powerfully, his aura still blazing. But then his eyes widened in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Amidst the fading dust and smoke, Dick Hoa stood tall and unscathed, his eyes blazing brightly, arms crossed over his chest with absolute arrogance. He gently pulled his foot, which had sunk deep into the shattered floor, and Dick Hoa lowered his voice slightly, each word dripping with deadly intimidation. "Next, it's my turn." Instantly, Dick Hoa raised his left hand high, channeling all his power into gathering a massive energy surge. His hand glowed fiercely, draining the surrounding energy like a violent storm. Just as Dick Hoa was about to launch his finishing blow, Then Kwang suddenly dropped to his knees, bowing his head in surrender. This sudden change in attitude left Dick Hoa completely stunned. Without hesitation, Then Kwang repeatedly kowtowed before Dick Hoa, not daring to lift his face. "Brother Ditch, I surrender. Big brother, I'm ready now." Leaving Dick Hoa's mind buzzing with questions, feeling extremely frustrated, Dick Hoa grumbled as if about to lose his mind. "Do you know how annoying it is to sneak attack like that? I didn't even get a chance to make a move. This is infuriating." In the end, Dick Hoa didn't strike, since his opponent had sincerely admitted defeat. He reluctantly lowered his hand, his spiritual energy gradually dissipating as he muttered, "Fine, I'll let it slide." He opened his mouth, releasing a burst of residual nuclear energy from his body, muttering, "Holding an energy like this is seriously uncomfortable." A few seconds later, Dick Hoa returned to his normal state, clutching his head and reminding himself, according to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other side cannot attack. The loudspeaker announced, "Match over. Dick Hoa from Anthan High School number 1 wins." The stands erupted in wild cheers, everyone pumping their fists in the air, shouting, "Brother Ditch is so cool. Brother Ditch is unstoppable. Brother Ditch is the champion." The online community immediately exploded, flooding the internet with memes mocking Then Kwang, comparing his confident pre-match attitude of "I will win" to his post-match apology for not forcing Lord Dick Hoa to use his full power. In contrast, Dick Hoa's battle highlights flooded YouTube. Fans cheered wildly. Fan clubs sprang up instantly. Group 4 was nearly full, and compilation videos of the fight kept urging viewers to follow. The online community firmly declared that this year's top scholar title definitely belonged to Brother Dish. Even Lu Thon Truk and So Chow couldn't compete with him. At the private Thon Fong leadership office, the principal's face turned purple with anger. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Lak Tuk has lost. I bet everything on Then Kwang." How could he lose so miserably? When then Kwang returned sadly. The principal immediately unleashed his anger. How dare you surrender? Do you know how much money the school has invested in you? Ungrateful wretch. If you don't pay back your debt, don't even think about getting into college. Then Kwang remained silent. Gently placing his firm hand on the principal's shoulder, the old man immediately stammered. You. What do you intend to do? Then Kwang looked down coldly and replied, I couldn't withstand that blow. Surrendering was to preserve my foundation. If you don't believe me, try taking the hit yourself. I will repay the school's nurturing debt. But remember, you can't threaten a martial artist stronger than you. Then Kwang's threat terrified the principal, who bit his lip tightly, trembling and stuttering. All right. You make a very good point. Back at the arena, the loudspeaker announced that the 4 strongest candidates had emerged after fierce battles, and Thon No. 1 High School became the biggest winner, claiming 3 of the top 4 spots. Meanwhile, in the leadership area of Thon No. 1, the principal fanned himself proudly, thinking to himself, Old Lu has served long enough, it's time to promote him. At home, Deech Hoa's homeroom teacher exploded with joy as if hitting the jackpot. Deech Hoa is outstanding. The loudspeaker continued, announcing the start of the semifinal draw. Deech Hoa stepped forward, showing little enthusiasm when drawing Lot A. At that moment, a voice rang out. I'm also A. The aloof beauty Lu Thontruk appeared radiant right in front of Deech Hoa. Soon after, the loudspeaker officially announced the first semifinal match, the internal battle of Anthon, No. 1 between Deech Hoa and Lu Thontruk. Forums immediately exploded with comments. Dumb. I've been waiting for this match for so long. The most classic battle in Anthon history. Go Goddess Lu. Ditch Bro will definitely win. Another spectator analyzed. I think Goddess Lu has the advantage. She's mastered 2 Huyen Hong martial arts techniques, which alone can overwhelm Then Kwang. Not to mention her 4th stage Yu Min Turk bloodline hasn't even revealed itself yet. Then Kwang is a 3rd stage king level who forced Deech Hoa to awaken. Deech Hoa's bloodline is probably 4th stage, but how can he compare to Goddess Lu, who is both 4th stage and deeply skilled in martial arts? This analysis makes a lot of sense. I completely agree. As the loudspeaker announced the start of the semifinal, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere throughout the stands felt like it was about to explode. The referee stood between the 2 opponents. Deech Hoa and Lu Thontruk were ready. He shouted loudly, Lu Thontruk, An Thun No, 1 High School. Deech Hoa, An Thun No, 1 High School. The referee immediately lowered his stance, decisively placed his arm in the middle, and shouted, the match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Deech Hoa's body instantly unleashed a fierce surge of power. A terrifying aura radiated in all directions, dust and smoke swirling wildly. The thick dust forced Lu Thontruk to raise her hand to shield her eyes, squinting as she observed Deech Hoa. Before her appeared a dark silhouette, a vortex of aura swirling around, 2 blazing flames atop his head. Deech Hoa showed off his presence right from the start, pushing Lu Thontruk into a defensive position. Lu Thontruk was momentarily startled by the overwhelming power. The light radiating from Deech Hoa shone on her beautiful face. She focused intently, silently thinking, Deech Hoa, I hope you're truly strong enough. After Deech Hoa's display of power, the announcement speaker blared. Deech Hoa versus Lu Thontruk. An extremely intense semi-final match. Deech Hoa immediately released a massive steam cloud covering the arena, leaving the audience stunned. What's going on? I can't see a thing. The male MC was equally excited, pounding the table and speaking loudly into the mic. Lu Thontruk, the genius young woman. How will she handle this dark horse Deech Hoa in this year's competition? Is that Deech Hoa's bloodline ability again? Let's take a closer look. Back to the tense arena. Deech Hoa focused on the opponent's silhouette, a girl with a perfect figure, faintly appearing through the dust and smoke. Deech Hoa analyzed. Lu Thontruk excelled in supernatural martial arts skills. Even with his overwhelming power, it would be hard to cause damage. He didn't underestimate her. This opponent was a martial arts prodigy with extremely high combat stats. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. So he had to go all out from the start, finishing his thoughts. Deech Hoa acted first, soaring up while gathering a massive energy source, launching a direct attack at Lu Thontruk. The light from the strike flashed, revealing a somewhat sly smile, but Lu Thontruk was no pushover. She immediately activated her ability, twisting her hands to form a solid defensive barrier, her gaze intensely focused, silently calculating. If you attack proactively, then I'll defend and look for a counterattack opportunity. Suddenly, Deech Hoa didn't throw a punch but shifted to move at extreme speed. leaving multiple afterimages on the arena floor. Immediately after, Dick Hoa used his gorilla tail to suddenly lash a sneaky strike at Lu Thon-Truk's waist, the powerful blow curling like a wave. She was annoyed and cursed silently. That sly guy. He dares to trick me again. Lu Thon-Truk quickly spun around and stepped back to dodge the attack, feeling extremely bitter inside. She said she would fight with her fists, but he unexpectedly used his steel tail. That damn Dick Hoa was truly shameless. Dick Hoa continued his assault. Unleashing the full power of his gorilla form, he opened his mouth wide and roared, releasing a toxic nuclear energy blast toward his opponent, concentrating an intense aura into his fist. Dick Hoa leapt high into the air, arching his body, preparing to deliver a full-force strike down on Lu Thon-Truk. The battle was streamed live on the forum, and the audience was buzzing with comments. Oh, poor goddess. A deadly battlefield. No room for deceit. Dick Hoa is closing in fiercely. Lu Thon-Truk barely has a chance to escape. She's bracing herself to resist. Both fighters were evenly matched. Dick Hoa swung a powerful strike that grazed past her face, but Lu Thon-Truk managed to step back in time to avoid it. The viewers commented, Dick Hoa's weapon pushed Lu Thon-Truk back. This time, she might escape. At that very moment, Dick Hoa aimed straight for her stomach, delivering a forceful punch that made Lu Thon-Truk curl up to absorb the blow. A dazzling burst of energy exploded, showing just how fierce the attack was. Dick Hoa arched his body and thrust both hands forward, generating a shockwave that blasted Lu Thon-Truk away. Even though she was female, Dick Hoa showed no mercy. The audience commented, no way she's escaping those clawed weapons laced with deadly power. Dick Hoa kept closing in, raising his sharp gorilla claws with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Taunting. It's not that easy. He clenched his fist tightly, grinning with satisfaction, then spun around to unleash a sweeping strike that created a vortex of energy aimed straight at Lu Thon-Truk. Lu Thon-Truk was forced to keep retreating to avoid damage. She had just entered the fight and was already enduring a relentless chain of attacks from Dick Hoa. She was momentarily startled, widening her eyes as she looked at Dick Hoa, a wave of fear rising inside her. His claws have been laced with deadly power. Just as that thought crossed her mind, another attack from Dick Hoa rushed toward her. Lu Thon-Truk quickly pushed off the ground, tucking her body to dodge the sweeping force that just grazed past her. Dick Hoa gave his opponent no time to breathe. Energy exploded violently around him, signaling a powerful attack was about to be unleashed. Thon-Truk stood firm, focusing intently on every move. But just as she looked up, Dick Hoa appeared right in front of her with a sinister smile. His hands clenched tight, gathering 2 spots of energy. He growled, "Don't run anymore." Classmate Lu, without missing a beat, Dick Hoa, like a monster, unleashed a flurry of fierce strikes aimed at Lu Thon-Truk's core. His attack speed so intense, it left only streaks of light, giving her no chance to counterattack. She tried to brace herself, waiting for an opening, glancing at Dick Hoa's murderous intent with silent dread. How can he keep attacking like this without tiring? What a monster's stamina. She thought, I have 2 Xuan Huang martial skills. One is Illusory Shadow Step, focused on defense. The other is Primordial Jade Finger, which leans toward offense. If I can unleash either of these secret Lu family techniques, I can immediately break free from this passive state. Unfortunately, Dick Hoa's assault was too fierce, not giving her a single second. If this continued, she would definitely be pushed out of the arena. Lu Thon-Truk was still mustering all her strength to withstand Dick Hoa's storm of attacks, gritting her teeth and silently deciding, no choice. I have to use it. Suddenly, a feather glowing with a strange purple demonic aura appeared on Dick Hoa's fist. He quickly clenched his hand, feeling confused and concerned about this unusual phenomenon. At the same time, Lu Thon-Truk activated her energy. One of her eyes transformed into the dark pupil of a wild beast, resisting while determined. She whispered, I have to use my last trump card. Soon after, more and more feathers appeared. Dick Hoa clearly sensed the dangerous spiritual power radiating from them and knew he absolutely couldn't underestimate it. Suddenly, Lu Thon-Truk's figure completely transformed. She became a beast form with massive wings sprouting from her back, soaring high like a large bird of prey. Dick Hoa looked up, completely taken aback by this unexpected turn in the battle. Lu Thon-Truk's hidden rare beast profession finally revealed itself, the Shadow Raven bloodline. She spread her wings wide, casting a shadow over the entire arena floor. Lu Thon-Truk appeared majestic in her Shadow Raven form, her perfect body radiating powerful energy. The loudspeaker exploded with announcements. For the first time, Lu Thon-Truk reveals her bloodline. She's been holding back until now. This is when she truly strikes. Lu Thon-Truk glared at Dick Hoa, her hands gathering strength. She whispered seriously, Dick Hoa, be careful. In this state, I can't control the force of my strikes. Facing overwhelming momentum, Dick Hoa remained unfazed. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated. He sneered and replied, "Well done. Because until now, I've only been using 50% of my strength. Now, watch this." Before Dick Hoa could finish, Lu Thontruk immediately used her Dark Crow ability to surround and weaken him. Dick Hoa faltered from the unexpected attack, giving her the chance to circle behind him. She raised her hand, gathering a massive surge of energy, preparing for a finishing blow. But Dick Hoa had already anticipated this move, suddenly spinning around. He clenched his fist tightly and launched a full-force counterattack, his face wide with fierce determination. Disregarding that his opponent was a beautiful woman, the two contestants faced off head-on, their peak powers crashing into each other in a life-or-death strike. The impact shaking the entire arena with terrifying force. The shockwave from the brutal collision spread, affecting the stands as the crowd screamed in chaos. Incredible. The tremor was so intense that no one could keep their eyes open, and the explosion echoed throughout the stadium. As the tremors settled, Lu Thontruk remained in a defensive stance, shielding herself with both hands, seemingly too afraid to look directly at the outcome. Only when she felt the danger had passed did Lu Thontruk cautiously glance up, and her eyes immediately widened, reflecting an utterly horrifying sight. Dick Hoa, standing before her, had completely transformed his body pitch black, limbs grotesquely mutated, radiating nuclear gorilla energy. With thunder and lightning swirling around him, his epidermis had turned into a tough gorilla armor, his eyes shining brightly as they glared straight at Lu Thontruk, while a blazing energy gathered at his mouth. The battle reached a dramatic climax as Dick Hoa stood tall, emitting a powerful energy like thunder and lightning. The announcer shouted, "The semifinals explode with a breathtaking showdown." This overwhelming aura forced the goddess facing him to be cautious. She clearly sensed that this energy wave was extremely dangerous. The announcer continued analyzing, explaining that Dick Hoa's demon beast form was accumulating energy, with hard scales growing on his back emitting nuclear power, causing cracks in the arena floor beneath him. The MC focused on the scales along Dick Hoa's back, noting the spikes rising along his spine that were absorbing a massive energy flow, which then converged toward his mouth. Dick Hoa had fully transformed. His mouth appeared torn open, ready to unleash a destructive energy. Showing no trace of his human form left, he bent forward, releasing energy from his mouth, firing a swirling column of power straight at Lu Thontruk. With a dazzling shockwave radiating all around, the massive energy column charged forward, its speed and force holding Lu Thontruk in place, temporarily paralyzing her shadow raven wings. Unable to dodge, Lu Thontruk could only wrap her wings around her body, curling up, hoping to survive this devastating strike. Deep within the protective feathered wings, worry was clear in Lu Thontruk's spirit-filled eyes. She knew this was the decisive blow. The destructive momentum from the energy column Dick Hoa fired roared forward without any sign of weakening. The terrifying energy column slammed directly into Lu Thontruk, violently colliding with her wings, causing radiation bursts to refract and scatter. She activated the Feather Shadow Counter Attack bloodline. Sacrificing a large amount of feathers, the MC watched the battle closely and immediately shouted, "Not good." Dick Hoa's nuclear breath attack is being refracted by Lu Thontruk's shadow raven feathers. Dick Hoa struck ruthlessly, but Lu Thontruk fought back fiercely. The shockwaves from their clash hit the stands hard, causing many spectators to pale in horror. Suddenly, countless glowing spots appeared in front of the stands, quickly linking into a honeycomb-shaped shield structure, radiating a brilliant golden light. This shield system resisted extremely effectively, completely blocking Dick Hoa's destructive energy field from spreading outward. Dick Hoa's energy collided with the shield, causing continuous massive explosions. This sturdy protection guaranteed absolute safety for all the spectators. The one intervening was Hong Kong, the mayor of An City. He used his powerful inner strength to maintain the shield, ensuring total safety for the match. The mayor fixed his gaze on the arena and confidently declared, "Watch closely. The strongest top scholar in An City's history is about to emerge." The stands erupted with excitement, cheers and applause crashing like waves. The male MC also shouted into the microphone. Fortunately, Mayor Hoang acted just in time to protect the audience. Back in the arena, drops of deep red blood began to fall onto the shattered floor. That liquid was Lu Thontruk's. After taking Dick Hoa's full blow, she looked utterly battered, her wings torn to shreds, and her outfit heavily damaged. Lu Thontruk was completely exhausted, coughing up blood. She looked at Dick Hoa and struggled to say, "Just one strike broke through the Shadow Crow's defense. Can I really beat him?" Whispers from the past echoed, reminding her of her heavy responsibility. "Lu Thontruk, you are the hope for the revival of the Lu family. You absolutely cannot lose." The ancestors are watching over you. She always had to force herself to be strong. But inside, she was still a fragile girl, haunted by her mother's words. Mom poured all her heart into me because of the day our family would rise again. I cannot afford to fail. Lu Thontruk had never been able to make her own decisions. Deep down, she was still weak. Mom, I'm really tired now. The orders still rang in her ears. Not just this battle. You must always win. But Lu Thontruk could only whisper with difficulty, Mom, I'm about to stop breathing. Her eyes shone with helplessness as she looked at the towering opponent in front of her. Her fighting spirit nearly shattered. I'm really so tired. Dick Hoa stood there, radiating overwhelming energy, his aura clearly showing the position of the victor. Lu Thontruk had to admit, Dick Hoa, he's just too strong. She glanced at her battered body, her spirit starting to waver. Facing an opponent like this, maybe losing is just normal. She decided to charge forward, deliberately exposing a fatal weakness, hoping Dick Hoa would notice. If I lose this fight, I won't have any face to return with. Better to end it all right here. Lu Thontruk threw a half-hearted strike at Dick Hoa's chest, hoping he would finish her off. But Dick Hoa just stood still, completely motionless. Lu Thontruk froze. She looked up straight into Dick Hoa's eyes and tremblingly asked, Why? Why didn't you dodge that attack? Dick Hoa looked down coldly and indifferently. Klasmata Lu Thontruk. Has your fighting spirit completely disappeared? Caught seeing through her thoughts, Lu Thontruk was startled and terrified. She widened her eyes and stared at him, unable to believe it. Dick Hoa's eyes turned icy cold and extremely furious. His face darkened. Do you really see me as your opponent? Immediately, the gorilla power burst forth brilliantly, gathering into his fist. He roared each word. I don't want to win the top scholar title in such a cowardly way. Facing Dick Hoa's fury, Lu Thontruk's beautiful face paled, her eyes revealing clear fear and complex emotions. Dick Hoa showed no mercy. Acting decisively like a true beast, he charged forward, swinging a powerful fist straight at Lu Thontruk, who was completely helpless, only managing to raise her hands to shield her face. Dick Hoa's warning strike left Lu Thontruk dazed as he growled sharply. Get a grip on yourself. Dick Hoa pressed closer, unleashing a barrage of blows on the cold beauty, roaring, Are you serious or not? Lu Thontruk was pushed back repeatedly until she couldn't take it anymore and screamed, You bastard. No one has ever treated me like this since I was a child. Covering her head to endure the blows, she dodged while shouting, I was already willing to let you win. So why do you have to push me so hard? The pressure exceeded her limits, and Lu Thontruk exploded with hidden power, a massive energy field radiating in all directions as she roared. You bastard. How dare you be so cruel to a woman? Only then did Dick Hoa stop, his pupils glowing as he smirked. That's right. If you don't want to get hit, then get a grip. It seemed Dick Hoa had successfully triggered his opponent's breakthrough to a peak state. Her shadow phoenix form now shone brighter and stronger than before. Her wings not only restored but larger, radiating lethal aura to the max demonic beast true body. Full power mode. Lu Thontruk cast a sharp glance at Dick Hoa and declared, Dick Hoa, as you wish. I will use this strongest stance to defeat you. Now transformed into her peak form, her wings spread wide, radiating overwhelming pressure that even Dick Hoa had to acknowledge as insanely powerful. Dick Hoa curled his lip in a smile, his eyes flashing with extreme excitement as he witnessed his opponent's transformation, finally revealing the demonic beast true body. Now, this is truly interesting. Dick Hoa quickly activated his full gorilla form, tensing every cell to become a tough armor of scales, his whole body engulfed in deep blue nuclear flames as he smiled with satisfaction. Ready for a real fight, opening his mouth to gather energy, he roared excitedly. If that's the case, I can't hold back either. The worthy opponent has finally appeared. He was ready for the final battle. Dick Hoa stomped hard, shattering the floor as he launched into the air like a cannonball. Sensing the trajectory of Dick Hoa's charge, Lu Thontruk spun around, her sharp eyes instantly calculating a counterattack plan. She absolutely could not sit still and wait to die. Immediately, Lu Thontruk condensed a terrifying vortex of energy, rapidly sucking in the surrounding spiritual power, swelling into a brilliantly glowing dragon-shaped funnel. At the very moment Dick Hoa reached the collision point, the massive dragon funnel had just formed, instantly enveloping his entire body. Dick Hoa, in his gorilla form, charged straight into the eye of the storm, his terrifying strength whipping up a whirlwind of dust. But his gaze remained locked on his target. Lu Thontruk. Thontruk parted her lips slightly, taking a deep breath to prepare for a counterattack. She immediately opened her mouth, unleashing a terrifying energy field, shockwaves bursting violently from her swelling body. Thontruk unleashed her strongest energy, directly confronting the nuclear energy blast from Dik Hoa's gorilla as it charged like a missile. The two forces collided with a horrifying impact, sending violent tremors rippling throughout the entire area. As the sonic wave from Thon Truk's mouth surged forward, Dik Hoa reflexively raised both hands to block the strike. His sharp gaze piercing through his defensive arms, Dik Hoa growled in response. "You think you're the only one who can roar?" Dik Hoa immediately focused energy into the large scales along his spine, nuclear sparks flaring brightly as if about to overload and spill out. Recognizing the familiar move, Thon Truk raised her hand to her forehead, declaring she wouldn't back down, then abandoned her defense to unleash the ultimate technique of the Lu bloodline. Terrifying power erupted from Thon Truk's temples, blinding light obscuring her face, leaving only her figure hovering midair. Energy surging, she shouted, "I will face you head on." Just as Thon Truk finished speaking, the nuclear energy beam from Dik Hoa's gorilla mouth shot straight at her. Zikhua tensed his body, struggling to maintain his strongest energy flow. At the same time, Thon Truk tensed her entire body, gathering a sphere of energy in her hand, focusing her strength as she shouted, "Bloodline psychic power." The sphere in her hand flashed brightly, instantly transforming into countless arrows that rapidly expanded and surged toward the target all at once. The two colossal forces prepared to collide. Dik Hoa's attack was a pillar of energy, while Thon Truk's took the form of a giant hand lunging forward. A piercing warning sound rang out as the two earth-shattering powers clashed. Dik Hoa's atomic radiation faced off against Lu Thon Truk's abyssal bloodthorn, creating a shockwave storm that tore through space. The audience jumped to their feet, a scream echoing. This impact is out of control. Sensing the danger, Mayor Anthon, Huang Kang, couldn't stay still. He immediately summoned his power into his finger and murmured, "Gene technique." 3 massive walls rose from the ground, firmly shielding the stands. But the blast's aftershock was so intense it cracked the earth beneath the walls. A surge of raging energy crashed into the front line, and the sturdy wall shattered into pieces in an instant. After the shockwave passed, the audience was stunned and terrified. This impact was beyond imagination, and they realized the defensive wall was created by the mayor himself. Looking at the remaining fragments of the shield, they imagined just how terrifying the destructive force was if the mayor hadn't intervened. Everyone would have been caught in the crossfire. Hoang Khan stared thoughtfully at the broken front line, silently thinking that the 3 layers of Earth-Vein Divine Wall were hastily erected and unstable. The attack from Dik Hoa and Lu Thon Truk had far exceeded all expectations for this year's trial. Back on the battlefield, Thon Truk's slender hand was now soaked in blood, and she was gasping heavily from exhaustion. She returned to her human form, one arm bruised and nearly crippled. Amidst the dust and smoke, Thon Truk curled up and muttered that her demon beast true body power was completely drained, raising her head with unyielding eyes. Even though the situation was hopeless, she whispered, "I can't give up, I can still fight." Suddenly, Dik Hoa stomped his foot hard on the floor. He instantly appeared before her, back to his normal state without a scratch, in stark contrast to Thon Truk's torn clothes and nearly useless right arm. She was shocked and wondered why. Despite her attack clearly landing, he was unharmed. Looking at Thon Truk's battered state, Dik Hoa lowered his voice to warn her that if she didn't remove the radiation in time, her arm would be disabled. This detail showed he had held back. Thon Truk bit her lip hard, her body trembling violently. She looked up, eyes wide and tears streaming, bitterly retorting, "I didn't want to fight this hard, why do you keep pushing me?" In response, Dik Hoa slowly sat down and silently studied the girl's face without saying a word. After a moment, Dik Hoa grew unusually serious and asked, "Do you really not want to fight? Or are you stubbornly denying your desire to win? Because when you risked everything, I clearly felt that hunger, struck to the core." Thon Truk looked at him blankly, unable to argue, her lips moving but no words coming out. Thon Truk silently admitted he was right. Earlier, she truly wanted to win, which was why she abandoned defense to go all out. She questioned herself, wondering what she was doing. She clearly hated fighting and just wanted to lose quickly. But at that very moment of battle, she felt an intense exhilaration fighting for herself, not for anyone else. Amid her inner struggle, a warm hand from Dik Hoa gently rested on her shoulder. Thon Truk blushed and looked up, a strange feeling stirring toward the one who had just beaten her badly. Dik Hoa transferred energy to her arm to heal it, speaking as he worked. "In battle, you carry too many distractions," leaving Thon Truk stunned. Once finished, her arm was fully restored. Dik Hoa turned his back and coldly said, "That's why you lost." Thon Truk stared at her hand, the wounds and radiation gone. Realizing Dik Hoa wasn't arrogant like the others, he still acknowledged her strength and added, "But you are the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Dik Hoa turned back, flashing a slight smile, and said, "If given the chance, I want to have the purest fight with you. Lu Thun truck. This gesture melted the young girl's heart. Her face flushed deeply, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa stood tall in the arena after a decisive victory. The announcer's voice echoed, "Dust settling," and Dich Hoa remained firm. He raised his hand to the sky, wearing his familiar victorious smile, becoming the center of attention in the stands. The announcer confirmed the semi-final had ended. Dich Hoa of Anthan. Number 1 was the winner. The screen displayed the next opponent. The announcer declared So Chow had also won, and the final battle for the top scholar. The climax of the Anthan entrance exam was about to begin, introducing the Black Horse of Anthan Number 1 High School. Dich Hoa. His opponent also came from Anthan Number 1 High School. Zhou Chao. The live viewer count skyrocketed 69,842,156 people. Then 1,547,486 people. 525,486 people. 6,258 people. Totaling 496,588,741. The Anthan entrance exam officially began, so Chow lowered his stance, gripping his sword defensively. Energy surged as his sharp gaze fixed on Dich Hoa. "Please teach me." In response to the greeting, Dich Hoa smiled dangerously. Energy ready, his eyes narrowed with excitement. "Let's go." So Chow took the initiative, swinging his sword and beginning to execute energy techniques. Gathering power, he immediately leapt into the air, launching a powerful attack from above, a move called 7-Star Stomp. Facing this move, Dich Hoa just stood still, arms crossed, expressionless, letting the full force of So Cha's attack crash into him. Dich Hoa tensed his arms, channeling energy into his body, then suddenly shouted, "Atomic!" Energy exploded like a blazing fire. He yelled, "Fire cannon break fist," then bent down and slammed both fists into the ground, the atomic energy shattering the 7-star step. Shockwaves bursting out to suppress everything. Dich Hoa's destructive power was overwhelming, so Chow staggered, raising his hands to shield himself. He muttered, "He's too lazy to create clones, so he's just brutally sweeping everything away." Realizing his opponent was too strong, So Chow analyzed nervously. Knowing his defense couldn't hold up, no one his age could go toe-to-toe with Dich Hoa. He was a monster. Instantly, he focused his mind, and his hands began to shift. So Chow's gaze changed. He decided that if close combat wasn't an option, he'd switch to long-range tactics. So Shou roared, Bloodline Awakening, immediately activating his true form, a giant divine dragon with a fierce appearance. So Shou's entire body transformed, his hands and head morphing into dragon-like shapes. He quickly gathered energy into his hands, demonstrating his bloodline wisdom power, shouting, "Ice Demon Dragon, Frostvine." Livestream viewers exploded in the comments, amazed that So Chow created an entire mountain of ice. This cold energy was definitely from the Ice Demon Dragon. So Shou looked so cool. The arena instantly turned into a massive ice mountain. So Chow hovered opposite Dich Hoa, the forum buzzing with cheers. "Defeat the great demon King Dich Hoa, go." "Ice brother," the announcer's voice boomed. So Chow's ice force has transformed the arena into an ice mountain. Dich Hoa is sealed inside, completely covered by the giant ice mountain. The stands shook with excitement. So Chow felt uneasy in his body, thinking to himself that suddenly unleashing such powerful ice force was causing significant backlash. The announcer continued, "The ice mountain is beginning to melt." Before So Chow, the giant ice block melted away, revealing Dich Hoa holding a large energy orb in his mouth. Immediately, a terrifying nuclear energy beam shot out like a giant pillar, completely destroying the ice mountain. Surprised by the counterattack, So Chow was horrified. His eyes widened in disbelief, silently shocked. How is this possible? It was broken so easily. A terrifying surge of energy immediately rushed back towards So Chow, who hurriedly swung his arm to raise another ice wall for defense. Another horrific explosion followed, completely covering the entire arena floor with energy and dust. As the dust settled, a giant gorilla foot stomped hard on the floor. Dich Hoa declared, "Your Hanma Long Triforce is useless against me." Dich Hoa had also activated his awakened state and remained completely unharmed. He stood proudly before So Chow and declared, "Looks like I counter you tenfold." So Chow now fully understood just how terrifying Dich Hoa's power truly was. So Shou sighed deeply, falling silent as he realized the gap in strength between them was far too great. Regaining his composure, he looked at Dich Hoa with determined eyes and said, "Dich Hoa, take my final move. This is the ultimate martial limit, originally meant for Lu Thon Truk. I'm going all out. So Chow raised his hand high, channeling all his strength into his sword, unleashing the sword intent of destruction. He tensed his body and screamed, the pressure radiating fiercely. Under the stands, Huang Kan had to admit, this was true sword intent. Despite his youth, he had reached a formidable level of power. Back in the arena, So Chow charged energy into his sword, leapt high, and slashed straight down at Dich Hoa. A deafening explosion shook the entire stadium. Moments later, a few drops of red liquid began to drip onto the arena floor. Dich Hoa raised his thorny hand, blood dripping, and said coldly, wait until you get a better sword. Maybe then you'll have a chance. So Chow's face suddenly turned pale purple. He was stunned, unable to believe he had suffered such a crushing defeat, his lips barely moving without words. Beneath the floor, the great sword shattered into pieces. So Chow was shocked and wondered, my sword? Was it really destroyed just like that? So Chow immediately switched to a careless attitude. He glanced at Dich Hoa and asked gruffly, how much chance do I have? Dich Hoa responded with a mocking smile. Ignoring his opponent's despair, he chuckled, your chance is probably just a little better than a bunch of shrimps. Hearing this, So Chow fully understood the gap. He decisively raised his hand to the sky and declared, I admit defeat. The final match ended. The announcement echoed through the speakers, and Thon entrance exam. Dich Hoa wins. The champion scratched his head awkwardly amid the ruined arena. At the same time, the livestream channel exploded with comments. Dich Hoa is amazing. So Chow is strong, but still not on Dich Hoa's level. Images of Dich Hoa spread rapidly across social media, with 68,743 likes and countless praises, calling this dark horse outstanding. Capital University had a major victory this time. His image even appeared on every billboard. Forums were buzzing. From being last place to becoming the top scholar, Dich Hoa was recognized as the strongest top scholar in the history of the entrance exam. The stands erupted with non-stop cheers, especially from Anthon students, all shouting Dich Hoa's name in unison. At that moment, the MC and Mayor Huang Kan stepped onto the stage. The MC proudly pointed at Dich Hoa and shouted loudly. The MC announced that after 3 days of fierce battles, the 24th top scholar had emerged. None other than Dich Hoa from Anthon First High School. Dich Hoa just scratched his head, thinking he had achieved his goal. The MC immediately handed over the microphone and asked Dich Hoa about his secret to late power growth. Startled, Dich Hoa thought to himself, even a late bloomer like me gets such a fancy title. Quickly regaining his composure, Dich Hoa took the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, first, I want to thank my teacher, who never gave up on me and always encouraged me, helping me regain my will during the toughest times. Elsewhere, the homeroom teacher hugged the TV, tears streaming down his face, blaming himself for not recognizing Dich Hoa's potential sooner and feeling unworthy of the praise. Nervously, Dich Hoa continued, I also want to, but before he finished, he noticed the principal in the teacher's area, signaling frantically. Startled, he thought, the principal. The principal made hand signals, one hand showing 2, the other 0, silently urging Dich Hoa to promote Anthon First High School, promising a hot reward of 2 million in scholarship money. Seeing the reward signal, Dich Hoa's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the microphone, thanked the school, thanked the beloved principal, and praised his wise leadership. Raising his hand to the sky with passionate spirit, he declared, finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own effort and intelligence, there would be no glory today. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared, congratulating the user for achieving the top scholar title, with a reward of 1 random ability draw. Seeing the notification, Dich Hoa's eyes widened, his pupils shining brightly. Excited, he thought to himself, the top scholar title even comes with a system achievement. The scene shifts to the corridor of the stadium, fresh off winning the top scholar title. Dich Hoa was sprinting like crazy, with a swarm of reporters hot on his heels, shouting non-stop, Dich Hoa, are you feeling the pressure? How did you improve so fast? Are you planning to enter Hoa Do? Dich Hoa just buried his head and sped up, trying to escape the crowd. He shouted, stop chasing me. I really have to pee. Ignoring his complaints, a reporter still managed to catch up, shoving a microphone in his face and firing questions. Do you like Lu Thon Truk? Tai Thu Ling, then Quan, or So Chow? Dich Hoa firmly shut his mouth. His face darkening, he immediately dodged and ran off, muttering that he didn't have time to waste. The reporters couldn't keep up and just yelled after him. Dich Hoa, wait, just one last question. The scene cuts to a quiet basketball arena. Out of breath from running, Dich Hoa finally shook off the reporters and stopped, clenching his fists in satisfaction. The monster template wasn't the only one. He could also extract more from the system. He was lost in bliss. Suddenly, a shadow appeared nearby and spoke. Dich Hoa. Congratulations on winning the top scholar. Startled, Dich Hoa spun around, panicked, thinking, another reporter. However, the person wasn't a reporter but a polite man who removed his hat, carrying a briefcase. He smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. I'm from Hoa Do." The man's expression quickly turned serious as he looked straight at Dich Hoa and said, "Now, let's talk about your gene lock issue." Dich Hoa was a bit confused and didn't answer immediately, wondering silently. Gene lock, what is that? He instantly became alert. His abilities came from the monster template and had nothing to do with gene lock. Who was this guy? And how did he know his secret? Zhang Dich Hoa remained silent. The man calmly put his hat back on and asked, "You heard the term gene lock from your father?" "Right," Dich Hoa replied. "Yes." Silently confirming the original owner's memory, the man pulled out a sealed file from his black briefcase and asked, "Aren't you curious why an ordinary taxi driver like your father knows such a specialized term?" Hearing this, Dich Hoa glanced sideways, starting to suspect that his father's identity might be that of a hidden master. The man handed the still-sealed file to Dich Hoa and explained, "Because of your special case, Hoa Do has decided to declassify this file." Dich Hoa hurriedly grabbed the file and flipped through it immediately. Stunned. This is. The document clearly states that Prometheus, the leading genetic research institute in Lam Star, after an incident, became wanted worldwide, with key staff forced into hiding, and the Gene Lock project was their top priority. Dich Hoa immediately understood the issue, smirking to himself, thinking that they suspected his father was a senior researcher at Prometheus, and that he himself was a secret experimental product. Zhang Dich Hoa remained silent. The man reassured him, saying the country wouldn't make things difficult, and he was only here to help him understand the situation. Dich Hoa quickly replied, "Big brother, I'm even calmer than you. Believe it or not," the man emphasized. "Moreover, you are a key subject. The country will protect you." Hearing this, Dich Hoa's expression softened. Although the man from Hoa Do hadn't finished explaining yet, Dich Hoa started to feel self-important, thinking, what a hassle, fame only brings trouble. Haha. This society is so pragmatic. And he laughed loudly in the stadium. He glanced at the man and said softly, "Then I'll take my leave." Dich Hoa clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, but behind that was a hungry look, thinking, finally, he's gone. This time it's a big deal, not just getting into Hoa Do, but also a 2 million plus 800,000 scholarship. And most importantly, getting to withdraw the new sample. Just thinking about it makes me tingle. Dich Hoa immediately summoned the system. He couldn't wait any longer. A swirling vortex of energy appeared, spinning wildly in front of Dich Hoa, resembling a miniature secret realm gate. He stood there, eyes glued to the vortex, as if hypnotized by the mystical light, unconsciously exclaiming, "Oa!" The system displayed a control panel with a rotating energy circle inside, emitting a mysterious glow. Instantly, a giant supergiant transformation hovered, overwhelming Dich Hoa's small frame. It had a bizarre shape, like a giant human skull skeleton wrapped in thick, swirling smoke. The system showed supergiant transformation sample, mouth level, 60-meter giantization ability, high heat vapor, primordial human evolution form, 1% compatibility. Dich Hoa pursed his lips, thinking, supergiant transformation. Suddenly, he realized something, eyes wide open if the abilities of different models could overlap. What would happen if the giant titan model combined with the Demon King gorilla model? A clear image appeared, a giant gorilla titan, both tall and powerful with a long tail. That form excited him. I'm going to be the true Monster King. The scene shifted to a dark room. A large man was on the phone when the person on the other end asked, "Brother Huo Long, do you mean you won't take the mission anymore?" He calmly replied, "Yes. Cancel all schedules." The other side respectfully said, "Understood, sire." On the nearby table, there was a deep dent, a clear mark from a strong hit. The man then pressed his massive index finger hard against the table. His rough face showed clear anger. His brows furrowed tightly, his mood extremely irritated, as if trying to hold something back. Another call came through, reporting, "Unfortunately, we couldn't find your younger brother's body in the secret realm." The informant continued, "But at the last signal, we detected traces of radiation." He received this news while watching the final match of Yihuo. The man fell silent, muttering, "Brother, I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why didn't you listen? Mother told me to take care of you." The TV announced the results, the N City final. Yihuo won. He showed clear interest. Stepping closer, reaching out as if to pat Yi Huo's head through the screen. A rare genius indeed. Hua City will definitely compete for him, but unfortunately, they won't wait for him to enroll. Back at Yi Huo's home, someone delivered a package. Yi Huo was training martial arts and hurriedly went to receive it, muttering, "Who sends stuff right when I'm about to enter the secret realm to test the new sample?" He opened the letter. It read, "Yi Huo, according to investigations, a new level C secret realm will open at Feng Hong Village at 3 this afternoon. I plan to explore it. Do you want to come along? Signed, Suzhou." After reading, Yi Huo grimaced and scoffed. No way. People still use handwritten letters these days, or is he some kind of time traveler? Scene shifts to Hongshu Mountain and City, a majestic and beautiful place. A large crowd of martial artists had gathered here, all in battle-ready stances. When Yi Huo arrived, he paled too crowded. At least 1,000 people. A new secret realm is truly enticing. As soon as he appeared, Suzhou immediately recognized him and came over to greet. Yi Huo. Yi Huo politely responded. "Oh, Suzhou." Suzhou smiled brightly. "You've gotten stronger." Huh, Yi Huo forced a smile, thinking to himself, "This guy's really sensitive. I use my prize money to buy gene medicine, raising compatibility to 35%. Low-level samples really work fast." Yi Huo took the initiative to start a conversation, asking Suzhou which arena he planned to compete in, so Chao closed his eyes and answered briefly, "Hoado. Dich Hoa," then said, "So from now on, we're fellow disciples." But he also keenly noticed that, so Chao's mood today was somehow off. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, opening a spatial gate. Everyone looked up and shouted loudly. The secret realm is about to open. From the tear, bizarre monsters with only heads and sharp teeth began to swarm out. Immediately after, a giant 3-headed vulture appeared, spreading its wings wide and diving down to attack the crowd. A martial artist shouted, "The secret realm is open, brothers. Take down that demon beast and seize the entrance." Instantly, a wave of martial artists surged forward, unleashing their moves simultaneously, gathering energy to attack the monster with overwhelming momentum. The 3-headed vulture was surrounded by countless strikes. Its 3 heads panicked. "Retreat. Too many martial artists, we can't." But it was trapped. In the blink of an eye, the bird was battered to pieces, leaving only a few feathers behind. Inside the Hongshu Mountain secret realm was a strange, pristine forest, with trees shaped unusually. The crowd of martial artists quickly flooded into the secret realm. Dich Hoa blended into the flow, moving with a calm and unhurried demeanor. A strong Pungenstench hit Dich Hoa's nose, immediately putting him on alert. He muttered, "The smell of blood is too strong." He instantly recognized this as a sign of a beast tide. The demon beasts had clearly ambushed here early on. The battle order rang out: prioritize wiping out the demon beasts and stop the beast tide. The skull-headed aberrations, wrapped in dark magic, charged forward to attack. The martial artists who just entered braced their energy and surged forward with fierce determination to fight to the death. The battle was lightning fast. Within seconds of fighting, a martial artist neatly severed the head of a giant demon beast. The teams coordinated smoothly, quickly taking down monsters that were larger and stronger. So Chao also charged ahead, swinging his sword with a sharp, focused gaze. Activating Bloodvine wisdom power, he unleashed a powerful sword strike, summoning a barrage of sharp ice shards that pierced straight into 2 charging monsters. Suddenly, a demon beast lunged from a blind spot, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and ready to bite. So Chao from behind. At the critical moment between life and death, a shout rang out. The atomic explosion fist. A blinding energy beam pierced through the monster, causing it to explode into a shower of blood in midair. Body fragments scattered everywhere, forcing So Chao to hurriedly raise his hand to shield his face. The one who struck was none other than Dich Hoa, who had just saved So Chao's life by a hair's breadth, pulling So Chao away from the grasp of death. Dich Hoa warned him to watch his back. So Chao turned around, eyes full of gratitude, thanking him. The battlefield was quickly cleared, leaving only monster corpses and scattered blood. Dich Hoa calmly remarked that the monsters in this secret realm had no combat skills. So Chao glanced at the battlefield behind Dich Hoa. The scene sent chills down his spine. Dich Hoa had slain so many monsters, yet remained so composed. The monsters defeated by Dich Hoa dissolved completely, leaving only faint traces. So Chao was horrified. Dich Hoa used wide-range radiation, silent and directly attacking at the cellular level. Wherever Dich Hoa stepped, nuclear energy radiating from him turned every living creature to ashes. At this moment, Dich Hoa was like a walking death, spreading absolute destruction across the battlefield. Other martial artists were stunned, whispering about how fast he cleared the map. Did he have high-level support? No. That was top scholar Dick Hoa. Still a beginner martial artist, but killing monsters like flies. Even 10 students combined this year couldn't compare. Dick Hoa immediately became the center of attention. Other martial artists began deliberately herding monsters toward the top scholar so he could clean them up. Soon after, news of victory arrived from the front lines. The Beast Tribe leader had been defeated, and the entire pack began retreating. We have won. The battle ended. So Chao was drenched in sweat, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, he survived the first wave. Out of more than 1,000 martial artists who entered, only about 800 remained, not counting the wounded. Dick Hoa struggled to carry several large monster cores and complained, "Zhou Chao, how am I supposed to carry all this?" So Chao was also shocked by his greed, wondering why he collected so many monster cores. So Chao kindly handed him a ring. "This is a space ring. Put them in here for now." Dick Hoa laughed joyfully. A space ring was worth 10,000 gold coins. It seemed So Chao was truly a hidden tycoon. At that moment, an announcement sounded. Elder Vo Sam had arrived. Both Dick Hoa and So Chao turned to look toward the source of the sound. A few people quickly reported to Vo Sam. Luckily, Dick Hoa eliminated the group leaders, or else we would have been exhausted from the beast tide. Everyone around looked at Vo Sam with admiration. Vo Sam, tall and heavily tattooed, took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I'm Vo Sam, valedictorian of Anton University and captain of the Silver Wolf Martial Troop." He strode straight to Dick Hoa, extending his hand. "I've heard about your performance. Are you interested in joining Silver Wolf? It won't affect your studies and comes with many perks. I'm ready to recommend you as an S-rank member." With Vo Sam personally inviting him, this was a golden opportunity. The Silver Wolf Troop was very powerful, and even students from Hoado struggled to gain S-rank membership. At that moment, a girl riding a black tire approached, dressed provocatively but radiating a strong aura. She spoke up. "Vo Sam, quick to act. Huh? So you came here to snatch him away?" She turned to Dick Hoa and seriously invited him. "Join the Chengda Martial Troop. Though smaller than Silver Wolf, I guarantee you'll receive 15% of the troop's monthly cultivation resources." The crowd buzzed again. The girl continued. "I've also reviewed the data. It seems competing for the valedictorian isn't easy at all, facing enthusiastic offers from two strong troops." Dick Hoa remained indifferent. He looked away and said, "Sorry, I don't plan to join any troop for now." He shook Vo Sam's hand. Vo Sam politely replied, "No problem. Consider it friendship. Contact Silver Wolf anytime you need." The girl also promised Chengda was always ready. Dick Hoa added, "You're good too." But when Vo Sam asked about his hand, Dick Hoa brushed it off. "Don't mind it." So Chao stepped forward and told Dick Hoa, "The beast tide has retreated. Now, we explore on our own. This forest is huge, so we should climb higher to get a full view first." Dick Hoa simply replied, "Okay." Without hesitation, they both took off, soaring high. So Chao was amazed at Dick Hoa's speed. He couldn't keep up. It was too fast. Soon, they landed on the tallest red-leaf treetops in the forest. So Chao's eyes widened in horror as he looked ahead, stammering, "What the hell is that?" Through the thick fog, gigantic black shadows, dozens of times taller than the trees, were slowly advancing toward them. The valedictorian and runner-up of Anthon stood there, tiny and speechless. Their bodies were enormous, estimated to be over 3,000 feet tall, truly unimaginable. Contrary to Suzhou's worries, Dick Hoa was extremely excited. The higher the difficulty, the more interested he became. He laughed loudly and declared that in just a few years, they would not only conquer this place but also uncover the root truth of the secret realm. Dick Hoa's expression made Suzhou admit that when facing powerful entities, he himself felt fear. While Dick Hoa had absolute confidence that he would win, Suzhou compared himself and realized he was inferior to Dick Hoa, both in martial arts and willpower. While Dick Hoa was burning with fighting spirit, silently vowing that the demon cores of these giant monsters would soon be his, Dick Hoa immediately became serious, activating sonic waves from his temples to scan the entire secret realm. He suddenly discovered his life force detected a white void area to the southeast, right at the lake, where there's something unusual. There's definitely an opportunity. The bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. He instantly shifted, his battle aura flaring up. Dick Hoa pointed and ordered, "Suzhou, southeast. That lake, let's check it out immediately." Both temporarily ignored the giant monsters, and the surrounding scene suddenly became strangely quiet. Dick Hoa and Suzhou entered the forest, and he suddenly recognized a familiar person ahead, happily calling out, "Sister Vula." She was the one who helped Dick Hoa buy gene medicine in the early days. She immediately greeted, "So this is top scholar Dick Ho. Didn't expect you to be so strong. Vu Lei's teammates gathered around, saying, "You know the top scholar, hurry and introduce yourself." He looked so impressive earlier. Dihoa quickly approached and asked, "Sister Vula, have you been here long?" Vula enthusiastically replied, "We just arrived. 2 teammates skilled at swimming are scouting the lake now." At the edge of the lake, a man popped his head out of the water, panting heavily. The man grabbed the grass bank and shouted excitedly, we're rich, Vula hurriedly asked. "Tell us more," the teammate happily announced. "There's a relic underwater, we're going to be rich." Vula was equally excited. "Really, that's great, we're really going to get rich." Seeing Vula so excited, she forgot herself. Dihoa turned to quietly ask Suzhou, "What kind of relic makes them so happy?" Suzhou explained. "It's the ruins of an ancient civilization inside the secret realm. I heard modern martial arts and gene technology all originated from them." Suddenly, Vu Lei's teammate narrowed his eyes warily. "There's someone else here." Vu Duang thought someone was eavesdropping and immediately drew his sword to attack, wondering who these 2 were. But Vu Le quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait, that's Dihoa and So Chao, the champion and runner-up of Anthan. Their strength is formidable. Let's let them join us." Dihoa then put his arm around So Chao's shoulder, looking dangerous. "That's right. Don't be tense. We can help you explore the ruins." Vu Duang immediately asked about the loot division. "So how do we split the spoils?" Dihoa waved his hand. "We're just reinforcements. We take what we earn." Vu Duang gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine. You guys can join for now. But no funny business." He thought to himself, "The future champion and runner-up are big shots. Better not offend them." Right after, the whole team dove into the lake. With Vu Duang leading, since he knew the location of the ruins well, the water led to a dark cave, and the group walked along the path as Vu Duang announced, "Through this cave is the ruins." Surfacing, Vu Duang looked around puzzled. "Strange. Where's Levi? He should be guarding here," the bald teammate guessed. Maybe he found the treasure and went ahead. Even though his job was to guard this cave, Vu Duang immediately used the walkie-talkie to contact. "Hello, Levi. Can you hear me?" Silence fell as everyone held their breath listening. At this moment, Vu Lei anxiously asked, "Did anyone see any signs of the demon beasts in the cave?" Vu Duang replied, "None at all. The demon beast traps haven't been triggered." The girl on Vu Lei's team suddenly panicked. "This is dangerous. Levi is missing. Should we keep going?" Facing his team's fear, Vu Duang became resolute. "We have to explore. If the treasure is right in front of you and you're too scared to take it, you'll be a low-tier martial artist your whole life. If you're scared of dying, leave. If you want to get rich, stay." At that attitude, Vu Duang's 3 teammates fell silent, torn between fear and greed. Vu Duang decided, if no one wants to back out, then let's move on. So the group continued deeper into the cave, with Dihoa and So Chao quietly following close behind. After a while, Vu Duang shone his flashlight on the ground and spotted some fairly fresh footprints. Dihoa noticed it too, narrowing his eyes as he began analyzing the situation and sensing many suspicious points. Dihoa and So Chao exchanged glances, both realizing something was off. The timing didn't add up at all. Vu Lei said they had only been here for 15 minutes, but already found such a complicated path. Dihoa and So Chao stood behind watching, silently thinking, "This guy moves like he already has a map." So Chao squinted. Sure, this was a trap. But just seconds later, Dihoa smiled mysteriously and muttered, "I've got a trump card too." After a while, Vu Duang led the team to an area where many vines dangled from the cave ceiling. Looking up, Dihoa noticed thick moss wrapped tightly around many human bones. Vu Duang commented, "The magical energy is depleted. No wonder we don't see any magical beasts." Right behind him, Vu Lei glanced around, then whispered, "Vu Duang, where's the relic?" Before Vu Duang could answer, the other girl on the team gasped. Trembling as she pointed up at the cave ceiling, she saw Levi's intact corpse wrapped tightly in moss. The body dried out from drained life force. Both girls screamed. "Levi is dead." Vu Lei's face turned pale. She stood frozen, staring at her teammate's body, never expecting such a tragedy right before her eyes. At that moment, Vu Duang still only cared about the treasure. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head, and shouted, "Where's the relic? Why can't I see it?" Suddenly, a lump appeared on Vu Duang's head. His body convulsed, face turning purple as he stammered, "How did Levi die?" "The vines. I think I'm infected too." Before he finished, his head exploded. Countless terrifying tentacles sprouted from his neck, stabbing straight into the cave ceiling. Vula immediately shouted a warning, "Run fast." But her teammates were still stunned, shockingly calling out, "Vu, Vu Duang. Instantly, a blazing atomic energy burst erupted, sweeping across the scene. The beam pierced through the tentacle-covered head, completely destroying Vu Duang's body. Dick Hoa had intervened to stop the transformation. He analyzed. This magical beast is very intelligent. It parasitizes a person as bait to lure us into its lair. With the plan exposed, the magical beast appeared on the cave ceiling, countless giant tentacles immediately lunging toward Dick Hoa. At the same time, a large boulder crashed down, sealing the exit. Everyone panicked. The beast blocked our retreat. It wants to kill us all, so Chow quickly identified it, seriously warning. This is the Ghost Demon Vine, a level 2 Monarch class magical beast. Vu Lei was terrified, cold sweat pouring down, stammering. Level 2 Monarch class. That power is beyond what our first level martial artists can handle. Regardless of rank, Dick Hoa proudly unleashed his energy, growling, "No matter the level, watch me crush it." A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from the entrance, sending rocks flying everywhere, dust and smoke filling the air. A burly man appeared, the one who had been tracking Dick Hoa. He radiated murderous intent and declared, "Dick Hoa, I'm here to take your life." Everyone recognized him with fear. Blood Wolf Yan, an 8th stage martial artist. The man stepped closer. Dick Hoa turned calmly and asked, "Another one targeting me?" The man explained, "I heard someone used radiation to fight the beast tide, so I knew it was you. Just follow the radiation trail, and you'll find them. I held my breath watching you, yet you still noticed me. I blocked your path with stones, faked my death, and you still saw through it. You're definitely the one who killed Hoak Dia." Despite the man's dedication, Dick Hoa looked puzzled and asked, Who are you? Do I know you?" Annoyed by Dick Hoa's attitude, the 8th stage man flew into a rage, roaring, "Don't play dumb, die." He immediately gathered energy and launched a punch straight at Dick Hoa. The attack was blocked by the tentacles of the demon ghost vine. Blood Wolf Yan was furious, and quickly assumed, "You dared lure me into a trap and use a demon beast against me." The man roared with hatred, nearly losing his mind, as he accused, "Dammit, was this your plan too?" Dick Hoa. Blood Wolf Yan struggled to fend off the demon ghost vine. Tormented as the neurotoxin began to take effect, Dick Hoa just stood there watching, thinking, "This guy's got a really complicated mind." The vines wrapped tightly, but the 8th stage man exploded with energy, shaking them off. "My target is Dick Hoa, not these annoying vines." The fighting power of the 8th stage martial artist was overwhelming. The cave shook violently. Vula shouted in panic, "This isn't good, the cave's about to collapse." Right behind Vula, Dick Hoa's decisive voice rang out, "Everyone, get out of the way." She turned around in surprise. In his gorilla form, Dick Hoa tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and a massive nuclear energy sphere quickly gathered. Dick Hoa crouched down, focusing all his strength to blast the dense energy straight up at the cave ceiling. The blast shattered a large section of the cave roof, rubble fell, and water from the lake immediately rushed in. Dick Hoa had created an escape route. Dick Hoa quickly pointed to the exit, urging, "Sister Vula, everyone, go ahead quickly." Blood Wolf Yen had just finished dealing with the vines, and seeing Vulei's group trying to escape, he growled and gathered his strength to punch straight at Dick Hoa, telling him there's no way out. Sword Intense Soul Wound. Su Chao suddenly swung his sword, creating a streak of frost that stopped the attack from the 8th-stage martial artist. Su Chao raised his sword, still emitting cold smoke, looking dignified as he stared directly at Blood Wolf Yen, declaring, "As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on Dick Hoa." Even with Su Chao's intervention, the 8th-stage fighter just sneered with contempt. "Kid, I'm an 8th-stage martial artist. A little ice like this won't stop me." Dick Hoa immediately charged forward, losing patience. "Hey, old man, enough talk. Where are you looking?" He threw a powerful punch aimed straight at Blood Wolf Yen's face. The man looked up just as the fist was inches away. Completely unable to react, Dick Hoa's punch crushed his opponent, sending him flying deep into the ground, the impact exploding with blinding light. Dick Hoa quickly turned to Su Chao, urging him, "Go now. This guy's too strong. You're no match for him." He faced Blood Wolf Yen again, speaking seriously, "Let me handle him." The 8th-stage fighter staggered after taking the blow. Vu Lei's group swam through the escape route and safely reached the shore, while below, the demon vine was wildly stirring the lake's bottom. Seeing Su Chao surface, Vu Lei immediately ran over, anxiously asking, "Where's Dick Hoa?" Su Chao sadly didn't answer. He silently turned his head, staring toward the cave submerged deep beneath the water. Deep inside the cave, Dick Hoa unleashed waves of nuclear shockwaves, straining every muscle as he decided to activate the newly updated Titan form. Since his teammates had safely escaped, as he transformed, the giant Titan hand instantly squeezed the 8-stage fighter. Bloodwolf Yen lost consciousness immediately and was dropped like a lifeless scarecrow by Dich Hoa. In the blink of an eye, the big man floated face up on the water, his body bruised purple and covered with severe injuries from the attack. On the shore, the whole group was shaken by the aftershock. Su Chao seemed to catch a glimpse of the giant figure underwater, squinting as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The Titan form vanished instantly, leaving only a large silhouette faintly visible in the thick mist. While everyone on shore remained completely bewildered by the strange event, after a while, Dich Hoa swam to shore, propping himself up on the grass completely naked. Su Chao hurried over, and Dich Hoa awkwardly said, "Su Shou, can I borrow a set of clothes?" After getting dressed, Dich Hoa was immediately questioned. Su Shou asked right away, "What was that explosion about?" Exhausted, Dich Hoa made up a story, saying that the martial artist guy used a plasma bomb to self-destruct, along with the ghost demon vine. Su Chao was shocked. Plasma bombs are forbidden items. How did he get one? Plus, the power seemed even stronger than that. Su Chao remained skeptical and repeated, "There seemed to be a giant figure in the smoke." Fearing exposure, Dich Hoa hurriedly denied it, saying no, it was definitely just an illusion. Dich Hoa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he fooled her. If the secret of the prototype monster leaked, it would be a huge problem. He regretted going too hard and crushing that guy without looting his gear. But the important thing was he got the Ghost Demon Vine's demon core. Everything was temporarily settled. The Vula group waved goodbye. "Dich Hoa, we're heading out first. Sorry for letting you go for free and then bothering you to save our lives. We'll compensate you once we're out." Dich Hoa politely replied, "Don't be so formal. Consider it paying back the favor from last time. If you compensate me, I'll feel bad." Only Dich Hoa and Su Chao remained. They glanced at each other with meaningful looks, then muttered in unison, "Now it's time to have some fun hunting monsters." 3 days passed, and Dich Hoa and Su Chao finally finished clearing the Hongthu Sun's secret realm. The two of them jumped out of the space gate together. They gently landed on the ground right at the entrance. Just as they were regaining their composure, both looked up in shock. Unable to believe the scene before them, the once desolate area from 3 days ago had now turned into a bustling town. With large transport planes flying overhead, both were stunned. In just a few days, a town was built. The infrastructure building power of Ha Nation was truly terrifying. Dich Hoa rushed straight to the exchange counter, slamming a bag of demon cores onto the table. The female clerk quickly warned, "Sir, please be gentle. If the items get damaged, you'll suffer losses." Dich Hoa scratched his head and apologized. "I brought a bit too much. Worried I wouldn't finish the check in time." The professional female clerk reassured him, "Don't worry. We're experts at appraisal." Dich Hoa breathed a sigh of relief and began removing Su Chao's space ring, muttering 2 words. "All right then." Immediately, a series of giant demon core sacks identical to the first one were taken out. He started counting 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, Dich Hoa let out a sigh of relief as the pile of demon cores stacked up like a mountain, while the female exchange clerk turned pale, predicting she wouldn't get home on time today. The female clerk stared in amazement, eyeing each sack nervously, fearing Dich Hoa hadn't taken everything yet. And trembling, she asked, "Sir, have you taken it all out?" Dich Hoa looked straight at the girl, forcing a pressured smile with sharp eyes. "It's done. But you all need to hurry up. We still have plenty of spirit herbs left." Inside the trading room, a crowd gathered, buzzing loudly with chatter. The crowd surrounded the appraisal table, marveling at the number of spirit herbs. Dich Hoa brought back 300-year-old 7-star leaves, 6 harmony blend, all ingredients for refining Qi pills. This batch was worth at least 30 million. This guy wasn't just lucky, he was definitely someone you didn't want to cross. Dich Hoa stood back and observed silently, thinking to himself that the white and blue demon cores were useless to him now. It was best to exchange everything for cash. He smiled mysteriously, muttering, "The 5 blue demon cores from 3rd-tier demon beasts, and especially the golden-veined demon core of the 2nd-tier ghost demon viper, are the real treasures." Amumalatir. His phone notified him of a deposit of 21,507,000 yuan. Dich Hoa slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled away calmly. Planning his next move, demon cores were done. Now to find a buyer for the spirit herbs. Suddenly, a luxury Rolls-Royce pulled up right in front of him. Curious, Dich Hoa glanced around, wondering whose car was waiting. An older man stepped out, laughing heartily. "Hello, Dich Hoa. I'm Li Xiaotian, owner of the Pinghua Pharmacy. I heard you have spirit herbs from Red Tree Mountain. I'll pay 1% above market price." Dick Hoa smirked, thinking to himself that his personal info leaked way too fast, definitely from the old guys at the appraisal center, but he didn't care. Having buyers come to him made things easier, so he nodded immediately. The deal was done. Li Xiaotian got back in his car and left, reminding, next time you have spirit herbs, remember to come to me. Dick Hoa. He looked at the notification beep beep bank card credited with 7,450,000,000 yuan. He muttered, even with this much money, it's still not as good as a 10% boost in strength. Personal martial power is the real truth. Low-grade gene medicines and demon cores on the market are useless. He sighed, complaining that his own sample was even pickier than its owner. High-grade resources like blood jade fruit or premium gene medicine were completely out of his reach. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Dick Hoa looked up with eyes full of excitement. There's still another way. He recalled that during the exam, he completely dominated Lu Thon Truk thanks to the gorilla template. But in martial skills, he was far behind the specialists. So the urgent task was to find powerful martial techniques. Immediately, he poured all his energy, rushing like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, "Old Dang, I'm here to pay my respects." The scene shifted to the principal's office at Anthan School, where a steaming cup of tea had just been poured. Dick Hoa was already seated at the tea table, pampered by the principal who personally massaged his shoulders. Unexpectedly, he still remembered his old school. Dick Hoa smiled and said, "Sir, don't be so formal." The principal continued praising him. "You are the top scholar, a shining example for all of Anthan. This champion came here to seek more sponsorship." But Dick Hoa still took out a large ginseng wine bottle. "Sir, this is a medicinal wine from Bin Hoa, just a token of respect for my elder." The principal's eyes lit up at the sight of the bottle, clearly craving it. He praised, "Dick Hoa, you truly are a good student who respects his teachers." After presenting the gift, Dick Hoa immediately expressed his goal. He needed to learn advanced martial skills and wanted the principal's recommendation. The principal replied, "Since you haven't enrolled yet, you can only seek out the martial clans." His eyes never left the gift bottle, wondering why he was in such a hurry despite passing Hoa Du. Following the familiar script, Dick Hoa began acting, his eyes sparkling with emotion as he emphasized his passionate desire. "Principal, I really want to accelerate my progress." The principal had no choice but to nod, realizing he was cornered. "All right, I agree to recommend you. Education must be flexible after all." Dick Hoa leaned in close, whispering praise to the principal. "Sir, you speak so wisely. Your flexibility is a great blessing for education." The principal smiled with satisfaction, praising back, "You're truly a man of the times. Too kind. Too kind." Ha ha ha. The next day, Dick Hoa was in the shower, water soaking his muscular body, when he received a call. On the other end was the principal with news. "Dick Hoa, everything is settled. You're good to go." Dick Hoa immediately thanked him and asked which martial clan it was. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What, the Lu family in Anthan is willing to teach me their secret techniques?" The scene shifted to the outskirts of Anthan, where a man was riding a motorcycle at a terrifying speed, carrying a blonde girl. Both were dressed stylishly, looking extremely cool. The girl's hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The girl seemed scared, shouting to the rider, "Big brother, you're driving too fast. It's scary." The slick-haired guy turned around arrogantly. "It's even scarier than that." Just as they were enjoying the ride, Dick Hoa's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey, babe, when you're speeding, you have to focus. Reckless driving makes your loved ones at home cry." The young couple startled and turned around. The driver, interrupted, was furious, yelling loudly, "You crazy fool. You scared me. You dare race me on that broken bike." As soon as he finished, he gripped the throttle tightly and revved the engine to speed up. Ignoring Dick Hoa's warning, the couple sped wildly down the road, hurling insults. "You're not worthy to ride with me." The girl in the back shouted excitedly, "Bro, you're so cool." A total heartthrob, Dick Hoa shot them a disdainful look, irritation rising. He glanced after them, thinking, how dare they talk to this big brother like that? Suddenly, a massive burst of energy exploded. The couple in front jumped, hearts pounding, legs shaking, as if their souls had flown away. Who says a regular bike can't keep up with a motorcycle? Our Dick Hoa harnessed nuclear energy, pedaling past the couple effortlessly. He even called out, "Scram, you pesky flies." The driver could only stare wide-eyed, trembling all over. Just like that, Dick Hoa rode his bike like a rocket, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, disappearing without a trace within seconds. The couple broke out in cold sweat, shocked to have crossed paths with Nthan's strongest martial artist. The driver stammered, "A bike novades. Can be this fast, eyes wide." The girl behind was equally terrified. "Too fast. That speed's like a plane." Only 5 minutes later, they arrived. Dick Hoa stopped his bike and looked up, standing alone before the gate of a massive mansion, silently admiring. This is definitely a martial clan. He was now standing tall in front of a gigantic villa, or perhaps this was a family with a notoriously wealthy background. Dick Hoa activated his ability to scan the area, murmuring, "Even the protective field hides some terrifying energy flows." Just then, someone came out from inside to open the door and welcome Dick Hoa. It was Luthan Truk, who waved at him with a friendly but slightly shy expression, not daring to smile. "You're here, Dick Hoa." Seeing this, Dick Hoa smiled softly, teasing. "Not happy to see me?" Thon Truk quickly denied it. Cheeks flushed. No, that's not it." Dick Hoa pressed on. "So you're really happy to see me?" "Right," Thon Truk said nothing, lowered her head, and turned to lead the way. "Mom told me to come get you. Let's go meet her now." So Dick Hoa immediately stepped after Thon Truk to meet the person he needed to see. As he stepped through, the grand hall's majestic doors swung open, showcasing immense wealth just by themselves. Thon Truk looked up and called out loudly, "Mom, Dick Hoa is here." From the top of the grand staircase, a woman wearing high heels leisurely descended. The woman had wavy platinum hair, full lips, and a captivating beauty. She spoke, "Welcome, Ziquan." This mature and elegant woman was Tan Lam, the current head of the Liu family. Seeing her daughter bring Dick Hoa over, Tan Lam smiled warmly and stepped closer, instantly drawing all eyes with her stunning beauty. The moment Dick Hoa saw Thon Truk's mother, his face flushed like a boiling kettle. His whole body felt hot, and his breath came out sharply through his nostrils. This was truly overwhelming, and a thought involuntarily popped into his mind. "Prime Minister, I have realized the truth." Flashing back to the time after the exam at the Liu family ended, Thon Truk returned home after her failure. Facing her mother, who always had high expectations for her, both fell into silence for a long time, neither speaking a word. Thon Truk's eyes were filled with sadness as she decided to speak first. "Mom, Her face showed deep sorrow, as if about to cry. However, contrary to Thon Truk's fears, her mother gently crossed her arms, appearing calm, and said, "Thang Truk, you don't need to worry." On the TV screen, replaying the match, Thon Truk's mother openly expressed her thoughts. "I watched your match against Dikwa live. You performed very well. Zikwa's ability, even in the Hoa Du exam, was considered a dark horse. You have no reason to blame yourself." Thon Truk was surprised that her mother acknowledged her and didn't pressure her at all. She was stunned and speechless, just standing there slumped before her mother, still tormenting herself over her own weakness. At that moment, her mother stood up straight and seriously spoke to Thon Truk about future plans for the Liu family. "Your younger brother's abilities are limited. He cannot inherit the Liu family. In your generation, only you are strong enough to shoulder this responsibility." Then she stepped closer to Thon Truk, gently caressing the beautiful face she had given birth to, and softly said, "But you are a girl. And on top of that, you have this kind of beauty." She continued to reveal the harsh reality of the Liu family. The father and son passed away early. The clan currently has no master to back them up. The Liu family's power is declining, forced to shrink within the small An city. If a major family forces an arranged marriage with her daughter, we have no right to resist. That means the Liu family will be taken over, and the century-old legacy must be handed over to others. Therefore, Mother wants you to stay together. What do you think? Thon Truk was completely stunned by this proposal. She had never anticipated it. Her cheeks flushed red, and her heart raced wildly. Then, Tan Lam seriously analyzed Dick Hoa, assessing that he had outstanding talent, a clean family background, limitless potential, and was not a malicious person. She suggested her daughter not rush to decide but try living together first to understand each other. Back in the present, Dick Hoa was meeting with Tan Lam, the beautiful and noble mother of Thon Truk. She warmly welcomed him to the Liu family. Dick Hoa immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Auntie, I brought a small gift." He was thoughtful enough to prepare a gift, clearly with his own intentions. Tan Lam didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. "I heard from Principal Nat Trung that you want to learn advanced martial arts." "Right," Dick Hoa obediently replied. "Yes, ma'am." She immediately ordered her daughter, Thine Truk, "Take him with you." Dick Hoa was extremely surprised by this quick agreement. He glanced subtly, his mind full of questions. Why did she agree so easily? Tan Lam kept a calm expression and stepped closer to Dick Hoa, seemingly deliberately creating a private moment. Thon Truk will take you to the Liu family's martial arts archive, where secret techniques are kept. You only have 1 day to comprehend them. Her eyes suddenly sharpened as she looked seriously into his. Deep inside the martial arts archive are 3 sets of Huyan Huang martial techniques. Whether you can grasp them depends entirely on your own ability. Receiving approval from the Liu family head, Dich Hoa immediately clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. Yes. Dich Hoa, thanks the Liu family. Tan Lam glanced at Dich Hoa, her mind harboring deep calculations. Thank the Liu family. Not just me. Tan Lam. It seemed he had quietly made a promise. Very good. Dich Hoa. The Liu family's future will force you to fulfill this commitment. She smiled with satisfaction as she observed Dich Hoa, thinking silently that this kid was very smart and growing more pleasing by the moment. Dich Hoa spoke casually, but he felt Tan Lam's gaze was strange. Even Liu Thon Truk noticed her mother's attitude but didn't dare to ask. After a moment, Liu Thon Truk led Dich Hoa to the martial arts vault. The entrance was a dark tunnel. She walked slowly ahead, guiding the way. While Dich Hoa followed behind her slender figure, Dich Hoa suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "Classmate, Thon Truk, why do I feel like you always avoid my gaze?" This question hit a nerve. Thon Truk was startled, dared not turn back, and quickly denied it. "I don't." Dich Hoa played a trick, suddenly closing the distance to Liu Thon Truk with a sly smile. "Is that so caught so close?" Thon Truk's face immediately flushed red. Embarrassed and speechless, she hurriedly stepped back to create a safe distance and shouted, "What the heck are you doing getting so close?" Dich Hoa laughed loudly, clearly enjoying himself. After a while, Liu Thon Truk brought Dich Hoa to a massive secret door. It was an extremely thick stone gate, and both of them looked up at it. Liu Thon Truk turned to explain. This stone gate is made from alchemy stone, a rare gem mine from the secret realm. It's strong enough to neutralize attacks from mystic martial artists without damage. Dich Hoa immediately perked up. "Let me try punching it." Thane Truk replied calmly. "Go ahead and try." Her expression was a bit strange as she thought to herself, "This guy is really unusual. He should be amazed by the magic of this stone." As soon as she gave permission, Dich Hoa gathered his energy. Atomic energy began to concentrate in his palm, emitting a familiar blue glow. He clenched his fist tightly, ready to unleash a full power strike. Having witnessed Dich Hoa's terrifying power in the arena, Thon Truk's eyes widened in fear as soon as he made his move. That blue glow again. The scary memory rushed back. She quickly looked away and shut her eyes, unable to watch. When the energy reached its peak, Dich Hoa threw a punch straight at the sturdy gate. The force from the impact exploded outward, shaking the entire tunnel. It seemed like it would be a world-shaking blow, powerful enough to collapse the whole vault. But at the moment his fist touched the stone door, all the energy suddenly vanished, and the air fell into an awkward silence. At this moment, Liu Thon Truk was the most satisfied. She finally had a chance to mock Dich Hoa. She covered her mouth, giggling, while Dich Hoa stood there, confused with no reaction. Strange. He clearly felt his punch hit a vast ocean. With over 90% of the force absorbed, Thon Truk behind him couldn't stop laughing. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to choose your martial art," she thought to herself. "Dich Hoa, you finally had your embarrassing moment." The heavy stone door was opened, revealing a vast secret chamber filled with countless martial arts documents. Thon Truk began to explain that the martial techniques here included body movement, defense, conditioning, and swordsmanship. Anyone wanting to learn a specific type just needed to use their personal card to unlock access. Dich Hoa interrupted, asking, "Where are the Xuanhuang martial techniques?" She led him to a modern card scanning device and explained that those techniques were stored in the deepest small stone chamber, which also required card scanning to enter. She seriously warned Dich Hoa that the Xuanhuang martial techniques couldn't be mastered in a single day. At most, he could only learn a superficial layer. She thought that his mother unlocking this access might not be good for him, and offered to help him choose some lower-level techniques that would be more suitable. Dich Hoa teased her again, moving close and asking, "Are you worried about me?" She blushed in frustration and silently decided not to talk to him anymore. Dich Hoa continued, "Don't worry. I know my limits. If I'm going to learn, I want the strongest. If I don't dare to try the Xuanhuang techniques right in front of me, I might as well go home." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "This door is made of black alchemy stone." Liu Thon Truk entered the password while explaining that the Xuanhuang martial techniques chamber had to be strictly secured. This type of black alchemy stone was extremely rare and valuable. The crucial gate opened, and Dich Hoa stepped inside. Their shadows stretched long across the floor. Thon Truk continued to explain that to gather enough black alchemy stone to build this wall, the Liu family had to start from the era of Great Ancestor. Inside the room were many huge safes, painted gold on the outside and reinforced with extreme care. making them incredibly sturdy. Each safe was clearly engraved with 4 characters. Flesh Prison Demon. Lu Truk took the initiative to explain the mechanism. Learning the Xuanhuang martial techniques wasn't about reading, but about feeling the martial energy passed down by the creator. If one couldn't sense it or if attributes clashed, cultivation was impossible. In short, the Xuanhuang martial techniques were living entities, not the person choosing the technique, but the technique choosing the person. Hearing this, Ziqua grew even more excited. He laughed confidently. Perfect. Flesh Prison Demon. I am the chosen son of this martial technique. A Flesh Prison Demon safe was immediately unlocked. Dikoa's shadow reflected something even more intimidating than what was inside. He stood with legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes shining brightly in anticipation. His triumphant expression suddenly vanished, replaced by surprise. He muttered, "Wait a minute. The Xuanhuang martial techniques aren't books." But it was a statue. Towering before him was a grotesque demon monster statue, sitting atop a pile of corpses, its foot pressing down on the heads of its victims. This scene shook Dikoa to his core. He was completely unprepared for it. The moment the safe opened, Dikoa's consciousness was immediately pulled into an illusion. He was confused to realize behind him stood a statue shaped like Kuan Yin. But with a demon's face and missing an arm, Dikoa turned to look at the statue with caution. Is this the martial insight they mentioned? Could it be that I've entered the world of martial fate? The Haiyan Huang martial arts aren't just books, they're sculptures. Lu Truk's voice rang out with an explanation. It's not just sculptures, it could be paintings or tools. Anything can become a vessel for martial Dao. That's the wonder of the Grandmaster. Startled, Dikoa immediately broke free from the illusion. At that moment, she looked him straight in the eye and said seriously, "Only a Grandmaster rank has the ability to condense their martial Dao and bind it into an item, using it as a method to pass down to future generations." Lu Truk turned away coldly, leaving behind a single message. "Everything now depends on you." Dikoa called after her, confused. "Depends on me? You haven't even explained how to comprehend it yet." Thon Truk glanced back with mysterious eyes and replied, "Martial insight if fate allows. You'll understand it naturally." This vague explanation only deepened Dikoa's confusion. He stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, Dikoa shifted into a resigned state, collapsing onto the floor and muttering, "As long as there's fate, right, then I'll just take a nap and see if fate shows up." In the monitoring room, Lu Truk witnessed this and was speechless. She thought irritably, "Dikoa, only you would dare act like this." Dikoa began analyzing the situation. This world of martial fate seemed like a mental space. All martial techniques, even nuclear strikes, were useless. He felt as weak as an ordinary person. At that moment, the system notified it had detected the host in a special space and immediately reinforced his spirit to prevent him from going insane. Dikoa breathed a sigh of relief, luckily. The system was still supporting him. Suddenly, on the broken arm of the statue, a figure identical to it appeared. The man laughed loudly, saying, "My martial arts will only be passed to a true man. Otherwise, I'd rather let it be lost forever." Dikoa turned around, completely astonished. The man sat high above, his eyes blazing red with challenge as he looked down. "Kid, prove to me your manly spirit." Dikoa was startled now, his mouth agape in shock, because this person looked exactly like the sculpted statue outside. A bolt of lightning tore through the space as he declared the challenge. "When the thunderstorm begins, the 100 demons will appear. Your mission is to protect this place, preventing the evil spirits from defiling the statue. Succeed, and I will teach you the martial art. Fail, and your spirit will be gnawed to madness, forever losing your right to the martial path. If you're weak, leave immediately." Immediately after, a single drop of water fell from above with a soft drip. The drop landed right on Dikoa's nose. He tilted his head back, smiled faintly, and wondered, "Is it raining already?" Suddenly, countless other drops poured down all at once. Dikoa realized the challenge had officially begun. The sound of rain in the illusory space grew heavier. Dikoa tightened his grip on the sword that had just appeared in his hand, trying to channel energy into it. From the shadows, countless bizarre entities with glowing red eyes began to surge out, crowding and rushing toward Dikoa. But he stood firm and unshaken. Dikoa's face remained absolutely cold as he focused on observing the enemies. Quickly adjusting his mental state, the slimy black shadows launched their first attack. Dikoa immediately took a defensive stance, his sword blazing brightly, ready to fight. He swung a smooth sword strike, cleaving the first 2 demons charging at him with a decisive and powerful motion. Instantly, he spun and slashed again, the sword's gleam carrying a terrifying force. His face still as cold as ice. Under the heavy rain, Dikoa completely controlled the battlefield. He stood firm, tilting his head back with a proud smile, silently concluding that, indeed, the challenge couldn't expect a martial artist to fight the 100 demons empty-handed. There had to be hidden tools. The demonic energy seemed endless. The 2 sword strikes had caused no significant damage. They merged into giant arms to attack. Dick Hoa leapt up to dodge amid the storm and thunder. Dick Hoa moved like a dancer. The center of the battle, swinging his sword continuously. Wherever his blade went, enemies were torn apart. He fought with excitement and skill. The man above smirked as he watched, silently judging. These 100 demons carry my aura. A low-level martial artist daring to leave the safe zone is suicide. Another useless one in this training trial. Future martial artists are truly disappointing. Dick Hoa was still wildly swinging his sword, continuously fighting amidst the swarm of black demons. The harder he slashed, the more they charged in, the man muttered. Every time I have to personally pick up the bodies of the defeated. Suddenly, a demon took advantage of an opening, opening its mouth wide and lunging with both hands to attack from behind Dick Hoa. But the top graduate on Thon was not easy to deal with, and the demon immediately missed its grab, visibly angry at the failed attack. Just moments ago, the man had mocked Dick Hoa as useless, but now he stared wide-eyed in shock. Who? Why can't these 100 demons touch him? Dick Hoa also sensed something unusual, drenched in the rain. He raised his hand to look and muttered. It seems that in the spiritual world, the system automatically activated protection, making me immune to all attacks. Realizing his advantage, Dick Hoa burst into a triumphant laugh. This was like a tiger growing wings. He shouted proudly. This is the invincible golden body state. Ah! In the eyes of that man, Dick Hoa was slaughtering the 100 demons, fighting more and more wildly. That ferocity mirrored the man's own personality. Realizing he had judged too quickly, the man tilted his head and furrowed his brow in confusion. TSK. This kid, why isn't he affected by martial luck? How is he doing this? As if hearing his thoughts, Dick Hoa smirked and looked up, teasing. Nothing special, just from hard study and training. The 100 demons realized Dick Hoa was tough and immediately backed away in fear. The man said, the statue's true body must speak. Or say this, since you have mastered the 100 demons, I will keep my promise to pass on the legacy, but we still have to see if you have the guts to accept it. Standing in the rain, Dick Hoa understood he had just passed the first trial. His eyes quietly looked ahead. The demon statue suddenly shattered, revealing an ancient well surrounded by statue fragments, from which a strange glowing energy radiated. Dick Hoa stepped to the well's edge as the man's voice echoed again. This well contains all the essence of the evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life. The flesh body demon suppression technique is also inside. If you can refine it. Before he finished speaking, Dick Hoa immediately jumped straight into the well, his fearless nature showing. This decisive action made him exclaim in admiration, his face full of complexity. Good. Very good. A junior with such a strong personality. This is the first time I've seen this. He reminisced about his prime. I was once a hero conquering secret S-rank realms, succeeding thanks to the flesh prison demon technique. But I also died because of the flesh prison demon. When I grew weak and my blood energy declined, the suppressed evil spirits began to rebel, causing me to lose my way and slaughter my own family. To prevent the tragedy from repeating, I had no choice but to end my own life. Before dying, I infused this statue with vengeful souls, grudges, and martial energy. 100 years have passed, and the evil energy in the martial energy space has dissipated a lot. But most martial artists still can't endure it. If you can control the demons, you will surpass yourself on the path of the flesh prison demon. In the monitoring room, Luthan Truk and her mother were also present, watching every move of Dick Hoa. Suddenly, something changed. Luthan Truk startled and looked up, her face showing clear worry for him. The screen showed Dick Hoa convulsing on the ground, his whole body surrounded by a strange aura. Thon Truk was confused. Mom, what's happening? The mother and daughter stood silently, intently watching Dick Hoa's condition on the large observation screen. Luthan Truk was extremely worried, her eyes glued to the screen, anxious for him. Clearly, when he first fell asleep, Dick Hoa was smiling confidently, but now he's suddenly convulsing. Unlike his daughter, Tan Lam remained unusually calm, leisurely smoking before explaining. This third martial technique was accidentally obtained by your grandfather. He once tried to cultivate it, but even as a grandmaster, his martial energy was expelled, causing internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has mastered it. Thon Truk seemed to hear this secret for the first time, her expression full of surprise. Tan Lam's gaze sharpened as she emphasized, extraordinary power always comes with an extraordinary price. Hearing this, Thang Truk's expression changed, becoming unusually serious. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Hoa chose to accept this technique, so he must endure it. Meanwhile, Hoa, the center of attention, just woke up from a refreshing sleep. He stretched vigorously and yawned deeply in satisfaction. This scene caught the eyes of the mother and daughter. Seeing his sleepy state, Thontruk laughed and turned to her mother. "Mom, I don't think Hoa's training is as impressive as you said." Tan Lam, seeing his dazed look, could only remain silent. In the secret chamber, Hoa respectfully bowed to the statue that had granted him power. An unseen aura flowed from it as he voiced his gratitude. Watching from behind the statue, the spirit of an ancient master felt pleased this young genius might finally uncover the truth of the secret realm and fulfill the mission their predecessors had failed to complete. However, behind that respectful appearance, Hoa smiled slyly, thinking to himself, "Senior, you're mistaken, I'm just hacking the system." Finishing his thought, he activated his body, and a powerful aura burst forth. Hoa clearly felt the flesh prison demon technique, his body like a prison. Although his attribute stats didn't increase, this martial skill doubled his combat power. At that moment, the secret chamber door burst open, and mother and daughter Thontruk hurried inside. Tan Lam was holding up her skirt. Air noble demeanor vanished, replaced by urgency. "Hoa, have you mastered it?" Thontruk rushed in after her. Seeing the two beauties, Hoa grinned smugly and arrogantly replied, "Yes, I've succeeded in mastering it." Tan Lam, panting heavily from running, her chest heaving wildly, gasped in astonishment. How is that possible, even with Thontruk's talent? It takes a whole week inside the martial fate space without sleep just to get a basic grasp of the illustrious martial skill. Hoa, how long did it take you? An hour. Maybe. Could it be that just one nap was enough to learn this skill? Standing beside her, Thontruk's eyes were thoughtful and admiring as she looked at Hoa. She silently thought, "Others call me a genius, but the real genius is the one standing right here." Hearing the rapid-fire questions, Hoa showed a proud expression, flicked his head, and smirked. It seemed like they didn't believe him. "Fine, I'll show you." Without another word, Hoa immediately tensed his body, and a terrifying aura burst out, enveloping him completely and radiating powerful energy. This is the killing intent I absorbed from the martial fate world. It's like a buff in a game, enhancing martial skills and making attacks more destructive. Then he threw a punch to demonstrate, clenching his fist tightly as a brilliant light flared up, surging with power. The force truly skyrocketed. Thontruk was mesmerized, her eyes wide, drawn in by that overwhelming power. She whispered to herself, "This feeling is terrifying." She even seemed to faintly hear the screams of demons. Perhaps this was the killing intent Hoa mentioned. Witnessing this scene, Tan Lam was completely captivated on the spot. She looked at him with admiration, her voice sweet. "Hoa, you really are something." She placed both hands on her cheeks, resembling a young woman rejuvenated by his strength. Seeing the attitude of his future mother-in-law, Hoa was thrilled inside but thought to himself, "Madam, your daughter is still here. Please keep it moderate. I don't want to be called the son-in-law just yet." At that moment, Thontruk curiously stepped closer. "Hoa, you've mastered one martial art technique. Do you want to try the other two? You still have 1 day left to learn." Seeing her daughter seemingly enchanted, Tan Lam could only cover her face and sigh silently. "My dear daughter, are you really foolish or just pretending? You say you don't want it, but you've already handed over the entire family fortune to him. Even if I invest or treat him like a golden son-in-law, I can't just give away the whole Liu family estate like this." But Hoa straightforwardly declined. "No need. Thontruk, one magnificent martial art technique is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn anymore." He then turned to Tan Lam. "Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and I have some family matters to handle." Hearing this, she nodded in agreement and then ordered her daughter, "All right, Thontruk, take Hoa home. I heard you came here by public bike. Do you know how to pick a bike from the garage? It'll be more convenient." Upon hearing this, Hoa suddenly remembered the encounter with two rowdy kids earlier. A bike. "Huh, I saw a guy's motorcycle earlier that looked really cool, stylish, and beautiful." He immediately asked, "Auntie, are there motorcycles here?" Tan Lam enthusiastically replied, "Of course, Hoa. Do you like motorcycles, just like my son's taste? All right, I'll give you the best one he's been keeping." Meanwhile, in the Liu family courtyard, a rich young man was strolling. He was the son Tan Lam just mentioned. He muttered, "I heard Mom is looking for a son-in-law. Let's see who he is. She's the once-in-a-century genius beauty of City. Not just anyone is worthy." Ironically, This guy was the one Dick Hoa had just raced against. He was still annoyed about earlier. That brat on the public bike was so annoying. Scared my new girlfriend away. Don't let me see him again. Just as he mentioned Cao Cao, Cao Cao appeared. Dick Hoa rode the fancy motorcycle, speeding past, leaving the young man stunned and his heart skipping a beat. He grimaced, watching Dick Hoa's back. Wasn't that the guy on the public bike? And he's riding my motorcycle? Night had fallen. Dick Hoa returned to his apartment. The expensive motorcycle just gifted to him, parked neatly right outside the door. On the table, he prepared a special appetizer. The demon core served in a bowl, next to a plate of wasabi as if ready to eat sushi. Last time, swallowing the demon core whole. The taste was really awful. Then he picked up his chopsticks, grinning mischievously as he grabbed a piece. This time, adding a bit of soul seasoning was necessary to enhance the flavor. Dick Hoa picked up the demon core, dipped it in wasabi, then put it in his mouth, mimicking the action of eating sushi. First, he tried this green orb. After he spoke, the system panel appeared before him. Subject Dick Hoa Composite Physique 23. Ba. Berserk Gorilla Form, 20% compatibility. Supergiant Human Form 85% compatibility. Available points 0. Power coursed through his body as he noted the improvements. My attributes have grown and can still rise. He thought, in the Hongthu Sun secret realm, my supergiant human form reached 164 feet. Yet even that was tiny compared to the mysterious beings there. Dick Hoa operated the system panel, muttering that the goal must be bigger, deciding to invest all points into the Berserk Gorilla form. Next, he took out a golden demon core from a second-stage demon vine to prepare for absorption. His body immediately reacted violently. A powerful aura burst forth. Dick Hoa felt out of control, surrendering to the raging power surging within. The system instantly displayed a notification. Berserk Gorilla form has absorbed an abnormal plant gene sequence, activating a special mutation. Does the host want to stop this process? Reading the notification, Dick Hoa's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated a mutation. A mutation. On his bare body, the muscle masses were noticeably bulkier. Dick Hoa bowed his head to analyze. Mutation will change attributes. If it's beneficial, that's great. But if harmful, this is a regression. He furrowed his brow. Weighing the risks, he decided to take the gamble, shouting loudly, "Whatever. Go big or go home." Upgrading from a bike to a motorcycle. Immediately, the system announced unexpectedly, "Congratulations. Host. Unlocked S-rank isotope model." Instantly, the image of a giant, spiky gorilla wrapped in dazzling light appeared right before Dick Hoa's eyes. Dick Hoa stood stunned, mouth agape and eyes wide, completely losing his composure as he let out a shout. The system continued to display. When the Berserk Gorilla form reaches 100% compatibility, there is a 2% chance to ascend to the Stellar Emperor Gorilla. That is the legendary evolutionary rank, Stellar Emperor Gorilla. Just hearing the name alone reveals terrifying power. Dick Hoa laughed gleefully, tightening his grip as he silently calculated. But the condition was that the current model had to reach 100%. Looks like he needed to speed up leveling. A sudden loud explosion rang out from outside, cutting through Dick Hoa's thoughts and startling him into alarm. He immediately became alert, turning to look outside, squinting toward the blast, and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Could this be a surprise terrorist attack?" Outside, police cars and riot squads appeared en masse, shattering the quiet of the late night. A commanding voice shouted, "Seal off all exits. Don't let them escape. Search thoroughly. Don't miss a single corner." The commotion outside caught Dick Hoa's attention. Just then, a knock sounded at the front door. He turned cautiously, wondering who could be looking for him at this hour. Dick Hoa looked toward the door, his mind full of worry. His client's personality was naturally solitary. No friends would come to visit. He hadn't ordered any food either. So who on earth was at the door? The knocking continued at the front door. But suddenly a figure appeared at the window behind Dick Hoa. It was a woman dressed in a tight nanosuit, showing off her body's curves. She moved smoothly, and Dick Hoa glanced at her, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "Miss." In a cold tone, the girl replied, "Ah, looks like little brother isn't ordinary." She teased further, "I was going to hide this and erase your memory. But you found out, so I guess you'll have to taste some pain. Don't try to run." Dick Hoa just gave a disdainful glance in response. Dick Hoa turned away, muttering to himself, "Whatever. I still have savings. I'll just buy another house." The woman behind him looked puzzled. "What nonsense are you rambling about?" Without warning, he spun around, mimicking Bruce Lee's style, pointing and growling. "Listen carefully. You're about to kick the bucket." Scene shifts to the street, where a lone man faces off against a whole squad of police. A commanding officer charged forward, and the two immediately clashed. Unleashing intense energy, the strange man fought off the entire squad alone without fear. A cop shouted, "He's showing a weakness," the commander ordered. "Grab him." The man began to back up. Keeping his distance, he looked exhausted, blood dripping from a wounded eye. Yet he grinned wickedly and remained defiant, seemingly communicating. "Dyung am I. At all costs, get the golden gene out safely. Chungia will stay here to draw fire." Chungia braced himself, unleashing a blinding burst of energy as he shouted, "Haha. If you're tough, come at me. I'm ready to trade lives with you guys. It's worth it," he yelled loudly. Forbidden magic. Burning blood at the same time. From Dick Hoa's apartment, a figure was blasted out like a cannonball, hurtling straight down to the street. Just as Chungia finished speaking and before he could act, he was startled by a strange object crashing down right beside him. He dodged quickly, stammering in fear. "There's more enemies." The impact shattered the ground and rocks around them. When the dust settled, Dyung Mai appeared, battered all over. She pushed herself up with her hands. Chungia gasped and shouted, "Dyung Mai, where's your ivory white armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken? I risked my life holding off the enemy, and you crawl back like a lump of coal." Dyung Mai suddenly widened her eyes, showing clear worry, and whispered into her microphone, "Chunya, the item is well hidden. Let's retreat immediately." Right after, a huge explosion erupted behind them, making both of them flinch and shield themselves. A nearby manhole cover shifted slightly, revealing that they had used the explosion to slip underground and escape. The scene shifts to an abandoned apartment complex, silent with no one in sight. Dyung Mai and Chunya arrived, panting heavily. Ing Mai spoke up. "Finally lost the cops tailing us." Chunya looked at her armor in admiration. "No wonder it's nanogear after such a huge shock. It's already repaired itself." Unexpectedly, Dish Hoa also found his way here. Footsteps approached slowly, accompanied by a dangerous voice. "Resting? Huh. You still haven't explained why you barged into my house without permission." Dick Hoa appeared like a ghost, hunting them down relentlessly. His eyes locked on his target, his signature smile clear. "Keep going. You guys realized the problem and randomly picked a lucky neighbor. But you hit the jackpot with me. This aura in the dark only adds pressure. Consider it a reward. I'll gladly play with you." Sensing Dish Hoa's malicious intent, Chunya hurriedly widened his eyes and shouted, "How did you find us?" Dick Hoa slowly stretched a wide grin to his ears and said, "I detected the residual nuclear radiation on Dyung Mai, so finding you was easy." He didn't answer further, lowering his voice. "If we're fighting, don't waste words." Immediately, the hero roared, channeling new power into his right arm, and decisively lunged to attack Chunya. Dish Hoa's strike was extremely vicious as he declared, "I'll use you to test the power of the flesh demon descendant." Chunya recoiled in terror under the overwhelming pressure. Chunya immediately braced himself for confrontation, crossing his hands in front of him to defend, while fear gripped his heart. Silently thinking, "Zero, zero," Dish Hoa showed no mercy at all, unleashing a devastating attack straight at Chunya's body. The punch was so powerful that even though Chunya raised his hands to block, it pierced through his defense and struck his body directly, shaking the entire area violently with severe impact. With just one test strike, Chunya was completely unable to resist. He was in so much pain that his mouth gaped open, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly not ready to stop. Dick Hoa immediately clenched his left fist tighter, gathering a new surge of energy, his cold face preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Chunya. Chunya was nearly defeated after the first hit, but Dick Hoa showed no mercy and threw a second punch, sending Chunya's body crashing into the wall. The explosion of energy left him battered while Dick Hoa maintained his attacking stance. Watching his teammate about to be knocked out, Dyung Mai was completely stunned. Although her nano armor had recovered, her confidence shattered. She looked up at Dick Hoa, stammering in fear. "Oh my god. This skill is terrifying. Who exactly is your master?" Chunya was now motionless, completely collapsed, while Dick Hoa stood calmly before Dyung Mai, waving his hand with a smirk. "Haha. I am the heir of Gorilla." Hearing this, Dyung Mai froze, thinking to herself, "Gorilla? Never heard of it. Who would have thought this small city hid such a master?" Suddenly, Chunya's voice roared with determination. "Kid, don't get cocky just yet." This turn of events startled Dick Hoa, who immediately turned his head to look back. Then came the monstrous roar. Chunya was not someone easily defeated. He tensed up and activated his profession power, transforming into a giant mutated rhinoceros. with the phantom image of a raging rhino behind him. He shouted, "I'm a 6th-rank martial artist. Not some amateur like you to be underestimated." Chungia was forced to play his final trump card. Chunia stomped the giant rhino foot hard on the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. He charged toward Dich Hoa, his body fully mutated, countless rhino horns sprouting from his head down his back, his whole body wrapped in energy. Fiercely rushing to attack, Dich Hoa stood still, without any defense, waiting for the attack. Witnessing his opponent unleash his strongest form, he only grew more excited. He pulled an eager smile, cracking his knuckles loudly. Haha, now this is worth fighting. His eyes flashed as he stared straight at Chunya. At the same time, Dunye Mai rushed up from behind, activating the invisibility mode of her nano armor so Dich Hoa wouldn't detect her. Attacking stealthily, she felt smug inside. Kid, you didn't expect my armor to be invisible, did you? The real assassin is me. Dich Hoa remained silent, but already knew everything, showing no fear. Instead, Dich Hoa just tilted his head slightly, extended one hand, and fired a nuclear energy beam backward, coldly saying, "Mauve acide." With just one reflex strike, he instantly incinerated and destroyed Dunamai's nano armor. Immediately, Dunamai was blasted away, her body crashing hard into the wall behind her. The impact was so strong that dirt and rocks scattered everywhere, obscuring her figure. This was an incredibly brutal attack, and Dunamai was now seriously wounded. Chunya witnessed the whole scene and roared angrily, "Dunamai, you useless trash. You even failed at a sneak attack. I still have to handle this myself." Clenching his fists tightly, he charged toward Dich Hoa again. His massive rhino-like face growled with frustration as he poured all his energy into finishing Dich Hoa off. But our hero wasn't someone to be taken lightly. He just raised an eyebrow and gave a sly, provocative smile. "Come on then." Dich Hoa immediately threw a punch, meeting Chunya's attack head-on. The two clashed violently, releasing a massive aura that created suffocating pressure. Dich Hoa was a bit surprised by his opponent's strength. At first, he had thought this would be an easy fight. Dich Hoa was stunned as he sensed the opponent's defense layer, exclaiming in shock at the sudden spike in defense to this level. Noticing Dich Hoa's change in expression, Trungia grew even more excited, baring his teeth in a terrifying grin. "Little demon, my Iron Shell Demon's true form can't even be pierced by tank shells. What will you use to break this armor?" Instantly, Trungia's largest rhino horn charged past Dich Hoa's face. He quickly leaned back to resist, trying to dodge the damage. As he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion echoed. Trungia surged forward, attacking Dich Hoa with a flurry of punches, roaring, "Go to hell." In the abandoned house where Trungia and Ingmai were hiding, one corner of the building was heavily damaged. After the relentless assault, everything fell silent. Trungia paused, staring into the dust cloud where Dich Hoa stood. "Little demon, no matter how fierce you are, before my Iron Shell Demon Beast, you're just trash." Trungia waited to see Dich Hoa's miserable state, but he was bewildered to find him looking around cluelessly. Where did you go?" He strained his eyes to search for Dich Hoa more carefully, still utterly shocked because the previous flurry of punches was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, right before Trungia's eyes stood a towering titan figure, its body like a mountain, covered in heavy armor. Dich Hoa slowly rose, hands resting on his knees, and even that movement made the ground tremble. Trungia was horrified beyond words, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" He couldn't believe it, mouth agape in terror. Trungia shouted in confusion, "Is this a demon beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid transformed into this?" The giant hand of Titan Dich Hoa suddenly opened and lunged at Trungia with terrifying speed, a roar shaking the air. Trungia could only stare blankly. Turning his head upward, boom, Dich Hoa's giant hand slammed straight into the ground, causing a devastating shockwave and explosive force. But Trungia swiftly leapt high to avoid it. Trungia landed in a different direction, but Dich Hoa immediately shifted his hand's direction and slammed down a second time. His body started to falter, legs trembling. Another powerful strike shook the entire area, a brilliant flash bursting as Dich Hoa's rugged arm collided and drove deep into the earth. At the same time, Dich Hoa's other hand gathered glowing nuclear energy, swinging high to strike down. The massive head hidden in the shadows looked extremely terrifying. Dich Hoa returned exactly what Trungia had done, aiming straight at his position and unleashing a flurry of punches, the weight of his titan body, making each blow earth-shattering. Dich Hoa's system panel appeared. Subject Dich Hoa. Status: Superhuman Transformation. Composite Physique 23. 8. Soaring to 294. His face looming large, distorted by monster interference, revealing only his terrifyingly bright eyes glowing with nuclear energy. In another corner, the nano-armor layer of Ngamai finally finished regenerating. She struggled to stand, clutching her body after the hit. Witnessing the entire process of Dich Hoa turning into a titan, no one dared to face that massive form. Ngamai realized she had provoked the wrong person. She unconsciously muttered in extreme worry. "I'm so stupid. Why did I mess with this monster?" She quickly regained her composure and calculated an escape plan. Observing the situation, Ngamai thought, if this continues, Trung Engia will be beaten to death. I can't run. I have no choice but to risk everything. Spotting the perfect position to ambush Dich Hoa, Ngamai swiftly flew onto a rooftop, pulled out a glowing wire, and began calculating her attack strategy. Without hesitation, from the high rooftop, Ngamai dove down. Her nano-coated body flew at extreme speed, holding the strange wire in her mouth. Aiming straight at Dich Hoa, the wire immediately extended. Dich Hoa, sluggish in titan form, allowed Ngamai to easily circle around, tightly wrapping the titan's neck. Then she shouted, "This is a molecular wire extracted from the battle garment, nano-strong enough to cut through high-grade alloys. Even though you've grown huge thanks to gene technology, the human body's weak points haven't changed." That tiny wire neatly severed Dich Hoa's head, which fell to the ground, leaving the massive body standing still. At the same moment, Ngamai landed on the ground majestically. Standing before the titan with an icy expression, the giant head of Titan Dich Hoa fell right in front of Ngamai. She turned, yanked the molecular wire back, and the titan's body began to wither, its energy dissipating. Thinking it was all over, Ngamai breathed a sigh of relief. Wondering, did I succeed? It feels like a 1,000-pound burden has been lifted. Just as she thought about going back, the titan head's mouth suddenly opened wide, releasing a familiar nuclear energy beam, this time as large as the giant mouth itself, shining brightly and blasting straight at Ngamai, causing her to recoil in shock. The sky darkened. Ngamai was so terrified that cold sweat poured down like a shower, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her lips moving, but no words coming out. Monster. Monster. A nuclear energy beam shot out from Dich Hoa's mouth, destroying a building before rushing straight toward Ngamai. Her fate seemed sealed, with only a blinding, endless blue flashing in her mind. After the horrific explosion, only thick smoke and dust remained. The space plunged into darkness, with just faint crackling sparks flickering. Slowly stepping out from Titan's mouth, Dich Hoa confirmed he had eliminated 2 threats. Returning to his human form, his body still emitting faint wisps of smoke after the battle, he coldly approached Trung Ngia's mangled body, surprised to see he was still alive. Coughing a few times, "Kuku." Dich Hoa put his hands on his hips and bent down to look at him for a long moment. Dich Hoa's gaze held no pity as he lowered his voice coldly. "Now it's your turn." Hearing the voice, Trung Ngia gasped weakly, struggling to lift his battered head. "You, monster." He tried to speak even as death loomed, fresh blood continuously flowing from his head, but in his eyes, Dich Hoa was the embodiment of terror. In the darkness, only his eyes gleamed with a frightening light. A killer must be ready to be killed. Very fair. Trung Ngia knew he was doomed, bowing his head to await the final judgment. Just then, in the distance, flashing red and blue police lights pierced the night, shattering the darkness with blaring sirens. Seemingly resigned to his fate, Trung Ngia closed his eyes. "Haha. If I must I'll take you with me. Mai, the one you just killed, hid something called the golden gene in your room. Now it's yours." Finishing his words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his twisted face contorted like a demon's, roaring gleefully one last time. "You'll face relentless pursuit. Run. I'll be waiting for you in hell." The provocation irritated Dich Hoa. Even now, he dared to talk big. Without a word, he delivered a finishing kick. "Run. You damn chatterbox." Trung Ngia couldn't say another word as his body was flung away and collapsed. Dich Hoa noticed the police arriving. He glanced toward the distance, smirking as he muttered, "The cops are here, gotta handle the scene quickly." Amid the ruined building, a massive hole appeared, clearly caused by someone. Dich Hoa felt annoyed and said, "This time I went a bit too far." Scene shifts to Dich Hoa's apartment. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down on the bed and immediately grabbed his phone to text, asking about Aunt Tan's situation and how the police investigation was going. Aunt Tan quickly replied, "Everything's fine, but Dich Hoa has been unstable lately. You should keep a low profile until the Hoa Do enrollment day." Dich Hoa hurriedly responded, "Don't worry, Aunt. I've always been a good kid." The aunt unconsciously believed him. Good. With the trouble seemingly resolved, Yichhoa stood up and sighed in relief, tossing his phone onto the bed. Luckily, Aunt Tan helped out earlier. Otherwise, if the police had traced the signature nuclear spray, he'd be doomed. Sure enough, Ngamai had hidden the gene vial in Yichhoa's room. He held it in his hand. Puzzled, is this the golden gene those two guys mentioned? Examining it closely, the vial bore a special logo of a large winged beast. He muttered, from the Prometheus files of Hoadu. This symbol belongs to the Thunder Shooting Bird Biotechnology Corporation. Thinking about the two men earlier, Yichhoa realized their intention in hiding this item in his room, so those two stole this and got chased while escaping. Recalling Trung Nia's sinister expression, Yichhoa quickly calculated, he's trying to frame me. Then, he looked at the hole in the wall caused by nuclear energy and felt uneasy. Moreover, this gene vial was too special. He considered, I'll have to move. Tonight, I'll stay at a hotel temporarily. Scene shifts to a B-level secret realm. The Swan Lake core region. A beautiful oasis with a curved coastline, rolling mountains, and majestic vegetation. Many martial artists were slaying monsters on land. A woman standing on a beast's corpse asked, how's the harvest? The man next to her was extracting spirit stones from the monster. The man below replied, not bad. Got a little. Suddenly, a strange noisy code. The woman quickly turned around. Alarmed. Captain, something's wrong, look over there. The man holding the spirit stones was equally shocked. A giant demon beast appeared from above, as the sky turned blood red. From the thick black clouds, it advanced toward them. The entire oasis darkened, leaving the martial artists stunned. Looking closely, countless demon beasts arrived simultaneously. They were mutated hybrids of many ferocious species, with indistinct facial features and grotesque shapes, charging at the group. Not only that, from the earth, sky, and ground, countless bizarre monsters emerged, swarming like an apocalyptic disaster. Leading the pack of mutated beasts was a giant reptilian creature with sharp teeth and numerous glowing eyes on its head. Farther away, on its back was a large throne, with a small figure sitting proudly. The sky was blood red. Dark clouds rolled in, and lightning flashed like a celestial trap. Looking closer, it was a monkey-like creature sitting on the throne, like a monster king. Its body titangent-like. The throne was piled with skulls, trophies from warriors. This monster was the Blood Bronze Black Garden Overlord. Seeing the monster army charging, the warriors fled. The bald man ran while shouting, hurry, call the army. A high-level demon beast overlord is leading the Great Beast Tide, and City couldn't hold on and had to call in the Martial Sect and Great Martial Sect for support. The captain turned pale, dropped his spirit stone, and yelled, damn it, high-level demon beasts rarely leave their territory. Why is this happening? The gorilla sitting on the throne looked bored, propping itself up with one arm, its eyes lazily gazing downward. Suddenly, its expression changed, its eyes widened, pupils narrowed, glowing with a terrifying light. At that moment, Blackgarden's mount opened its mouth, 100 feet long and full of sharp teeth. From its tongue, a powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the entire oasis. Immediately after, countless sharp rocks broke off from the mountain. Falling to attack the warriors, they fled desperately. A man hurriedly ran, holding a radio to report to headquarters. Alert! The Demon Beast Overlord has appeared at the Tier B secret realm, Swan Lake. The beast tide is spreading. After reporting, the man with a large shield seemed to sense death. His eyes widened in terror, and he screamed, requesting backup, requesting. Before he could finish, a massive rock slammed down, crushing him, leaving only his arm and radio. Headquarters signal rang out. Message received about the Overlord invasion. Is anyone there? Please respond, hello, hello. As if answering, the Blood Bronze Black Garden Overlord stood up straight, crossed its arms, spread its legs, showing its royal authority, and began to intimidate with the overwhelming power of a ruler. Its face showed clear excitement. It grinned ear to ear, eyes glowing red as it shouted orders to the troops. Full speed ahead, hunt down the warriors, spare no one. The demon beasts swarmed the secret realm's gate, scrambling to break out and enter in city. The monsters poured out like a tidal wave, protected by Blackgarden's giant mounts, while the Monkey King stood high above, waving and giving orders. Outside in city, the citizens noticed the sky suddenly darken and anxiously looked up. Immediately, headquarters issued a warning. A large-scale beast tide from the Tier B secret realm, Swan Lake, is about to strike. The citizens grew increasingly anxious, bracing themselves for disaster as the loudspeakers continued to echo throughout the city. It was estimated that in 20 minutes, the beast tide would break through the defenses and storm into city. The entire military had been deployed to the front lines. In a short time, the army quickly assembled. Special forces marched onto the streets, ready to fight the mutated beasts. The loudspeaker rang out again. I am the Grand Martial Artist of City, calling all martial artists within the city to reinforce the front. All fighters, assemble immediately. Cut to City train station, where crowds shouted, and the announcer reminded everyone to maintain order and avoid pushing and shoving. The train entrance was packed with people lining up to escape. In City, a man held his baby high so the boy could breathe. Adding to the chaotic scene, the announcer continued. The beast tide is approaching. Currently, only children and students are prioritized to board the train. Children are the future. If City falls, we must get these young lives out safely. Cut to the mayor's office, where a man and a woman were still working. The man lowered his head in frustration and asked, I've requested help. Which cities are ready to send troops? The woman looked up and replied, Mayor, not only in City, but many places across the country are under attack by the beast tide. They're barely managing to survive themselves. Holding a stack of documents, the woman continued, cities not yet attacked by the beast tide have declared the construction of fortifications, preparing for disasters that could strike at any moment. Hearing this, the mayor's face showed clear helplessness. He looked at his secretary and asked, What about Hoa? We've already sent a request for aid. Right. Even just one Grandmaster level fighter would help. The mayor's mood grew complicated as he sank down into his chair. With an emotionless expression, he said, But Kwangsan City, Ho Dao's neighbor, has discovered an S-rank secret realm. All Imperial fighters must head there to prevent a catastrophe. He squinted, looking up with irritation. There's no time to waste. The battle to defend City has officially begun. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Cut to the decisive moment. Inside the training yard, Dick Hoa was still diligently sparring with So Chow. Both completely unaware that City was facing a disaster, Dick Hoa was excitedly launching attacks at So Chow, both absorbed in their training. His face clearly showed enjoyment. Even though it was just practice, Dick Hoa's strength made it hard for So Chow to defend. He stepped back, struggling to stay on his feet, then looked up at Dick Hoa. In front of So Chow, Dick Hoa nodded lightly, flashed a long smile, then seriously said, Not bad. If you can withstand one of my strikes, that counts as having some skill. One strike from Dick Hoa truly terrified So Chow. He wiped his sweat and asked, When did you learn the Swan Huang martial art? Dick Hoa stretched and yawned, replying, Just been training for a month. Barely decent. On the other hand, you haven't trained for a month. How come you got so much weaker? So Chow chuckled awkwardly and said, It's not that I got weaker. You just got insanely stronger. A chilling alarm sounded from afar. Both of them startled and looked up, their faces showing clear vigilance, knowing something was definitely wrong. So Shou muttered, Is something happening in City? It's a warning about the beast invasion. So Chaw's phone immediately issued a notification. He held it up for both to hear. Reserve University, martial artists in City are prioritized for evacuation. Immediately proceed to City Airport to board flights B512 or B753, or head to the high-speed rail station to take train A23 for emergency retreat. So Shou's voice turned grave. It's a secret order to retreat. Dick Hoa smirked and asked, Are you really planning to run away? So Chaw's expression clearly showed displeasure as he jabbed at Dick Hoa. You want to stay behind too? With your personality, you should be the first to flee. But Dick Hoa turned away, flashing his trademark arrogant smile, the most famous in City. The more he heard about the strange beasts, the more excited he got. He cracked his knuckles loudly and replied, Nonsense. Why didn't I realize you talk so much like a woman before? If you've decided not to leave, then just one word: fight. Behind him, So Chow also seriously prepared his battle mindset. Scene shifts to the sprawling mansion of the Liu family. Liu Thon-Truk hurriedly ran over, pleading to her mother. Mother, I want to reinforce and resist the beast invasion. Unlike her daughter, Tan Lam remained unusually calm and asked, How sure are you of returning alive? There are about 30,000 martial artists in the city, including those in hiding, plus support fighters, totaling less than 50,000. This small force facing the massive beast invasion is like a small boat before a tsunami. One hit and it's shattered. Tan Lam seemed well aware of the giant gorilla beast and warned her daughter, and the overlord-level demonic beasts. They're absolutely not something City can face. Even grandmasters can barely hold them off. Tine Truck, your life doesn't belong only to you, but to the entire family. Hearing her mother's analysis, Liu Thon-Truk fell completely silent. She couldn't argue, though she still wanted to fight. Then, Liu Thon-Truk turned and walked away, no longer arguing, but her expression remained full of determination. A martial clan that can't stand against demon beasts has no reason to exist. Tonlam sat quietly, saying nothing more. Thantruck's mood was clearly unsettled. She went outside, slammed the door shut, showing her extreme anger. After his daughter left, Tanlam took a drag from his cigarette and called out, "Aunt Hong, let's leave in city." Right behind him, Aunt Hong, the clan's housekeeper, appeared. She nodded and politely asked, "What about that young man named Dich Hoa?" Mentioning Dick Hoa stirred complicated feelings in Tan Lam. He looked up, still thinking about him, then send him a message and see what choice he makes. Scene shifts to the secret realm of Swan Lake. Many martial artists had gathered here, all fearless and ready to fight to protect their homeland. Someone asked, "Old Tran, you're 60. Why come here? Shouldn't you be taking your granddaughter to hide?" Old Tran snapped back. "Damn it." Old Truong's crippled but still came. "My limbs work fine, so why wouldn't I come?" Old Truong laughed heartily, hands on his hips. "Ha ha. Who'd have thought after 30 years, we'd fight side by side again against the beast tide?" Beside him, Old Tran replied with a firm smile. "Yeah, 30 years. You lost that leg back then. So, still planning to move to Golden Capital with your son," he teased. "A country bumpkin like you might get laughed at there." Old Truong chuckled. "Nah, I'll stay in An City. Play chess with losers like you. Born here, buried here." With that said, the elders and the group of martial artists behind them all took to the air to meet the enemy. In front of them were hordes of strange beasts under the command of the Monkey King and its mounts. At the gate of the secret realm of Swan Lake, tanks and soldiers were arrayed, ready to fire at any monster that showed its head. The government issued orders: "We are the last line of defense for An City. Guard strictly, don't let a single demon beast into the city." The entire army responded in unison. "Understood." The mayor of An City stepped forward, standing proudly as he stared at the secret realm gate, declaring boldly, 60% of the army and high-level martial artists have entered as the vanguard. The sole mission is to scout the beast tide, test the overlord's strength, and survive to bring back the news. Just as he finished speaking, the mayor suddenly saw a scene that stunned him. In front of him was a martial artist covered in blood, his entire body torn and crawling out, eyes pleading, whispering for help. Medical staff rushed over as the martial artist's body collapsed. He seemed beyond saving. The mayor anxiously ran up, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry with the rescue." But the soldier still tried to speak. Mayor. Using his last bit of strength, he shakily held up a USB and struggled to say, "This contains all the battle results. The Vanguard team." Mayor. The mayor quickly grabbed it, panicked, and asked immediately, "Where are the others?" The martial artist lifted his head and said something that left the mayor speechless. "They're all dead." That brief statement plunged the mayor into despair. The surviving martial artist burst into tears streaming down. The tide of beasts crushed them all. No bodies were brought back. Horror still lingered in his eyes about the Monkey King. "We must be wary of the black blood orb. It deceived us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand could have survived." Suddenly, from the secret gate, a massive stone, shaped like an insect cocoon, hurtled out at a terrifying speed, flying straight toward the mayor like a cannonball. It smashed through a nearby building, shattering multiple layers of concrete. People screamed, "Danger!" The stone broke into many pieces, falling precisely onto the preset landmines. As if it had been calculated beforehand, the mayor immediately realized their intention. Could it be that its target was the defensive mines beneath the building? Just as he finished thinking, a series of chained explosions erupted. The monsters hadn't appeared yet, but the bombs were already going off. Everything was engulfed in flames. The mayor roared. "Its goal is to trigger the earth mines and destroy the fortress under construction." A long line of tanks immediately unleashed fierce artillery fire. The mayor continued to command, "Damn it. It's an attack from the secret gate tank company. Fire straight into the gate's crevice." "Don't hesitate." The tank company formed ranks, facing the murderous aura from the secret gate head-on. Mayor Ongdung stood proudly at the front line, observing. After a long observation, the mayor realized the enemy's tactic. They weren't rushing out in force but using long-range strikes to wear down our troops. Even the beasts know how to use military strategy. Ondung's face hardened with cold hatred. He gritted his teeth, staring toward the secret gate, snarling, "Damn it, you bastards." Immediately, the secret gate spewed countless sharp stones like a rainstorm. The mayor quickly warned the entire army. Second wave of attack. The number of stone hammers has surged dramatically. Massive boulders crashed down, causing severe damage to the tanks and soldiers. Our troops hadn't even counterattacked before the opening strike shattered their formation, and the battlefield quickly descended into chaos. A soldier was trying to aim his rifle when suddenly, a grotesque shadow silently appeared right behind him. He turned around and realized it was a demon beast, emerging from a stone cocoon, a winged, mutated monster advancing toward him. He trembled and shouted, "Watch out. Enemy ambush." No sooner had he warned than the demon beast lunged, biting the soldier's head. Death came suddenly, and it had claimed its first victim immediately after. It led its pack to attack the defensive troops. Rifle bullets barely scratched them, and more winged demon beasts kept emerging from the stone cocoons. Mayor Andung waved his hand decisively and issued orders. The stone mace is the demon beast launch chamber. They're targeting the rear lines. Block them all, don't let any fall through. Inside the secret realm, a giant mount beast stepped forward, followed by a massive horde of demon beasts. The Monkey King stood atop it, exuding a terrifying calm. His face showed clear satisfaction as he smiled gleefully and commanded, "Enough. Humanity is exhausted. Soldiers, flatten this land for me." As soon as the Monkey King gave the order, all the demon beasts charged out simultaneously, crazily obeying, bursting through the secret realm's gate and shaking the entire area into chaos. The beast horde surged through the gate. Tanks immediately opened heavy fire, but the white monkey leading them was unharmed. Artillery rounds were like salt in the ocean against their overwhelming numbers. In just moments, the sturdy tanks were destroyed by the white monkey's lead, exploding into pieces. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise, Dick Hoa watched Anthon teetering on the brink of collapse, murmuring, "I wonder what will become of Anthon after today." He looked down at the city and silently vowed, "Even though I've only been here for a few months through time travel, I've grown attached to this place. I can't let those beasts destroy it. So I have to act." Without hesitation, Dick Hoa activated his Godzilla form, donning battle armor, then leapt straight down from the building like an arrow, his tail gracefully balancing him as he flashed his trademark smile. Scene shifts to another part of the battlefield. A group of young martial artists fought low-level demon beasts. One shouted, "Laka, you're amazing, you've taken down 5 already." The other laughed loudly as he struck, "Just another day." Tai Thulin stood atop the corpse of a bizarre beast, turning to mock La Huyen, "Killing a few low-level monsters and bragging your title as #1 in Tam Trung. And city might be exaggerated." La Huyen immediately felt irritated. "Tai Thuling, you?" Just then, a figure who had just finished a nearby battle approached. It was So Chao. Seeing him holding a spirit stone, everyone was amazed. "So Chao, did you single-handedly kill a third-tier demon beast?" he calmly replied. "Didn't expect to run into you all here. Why didn't you evacuate?" Without waiting for their response, So Chao raised his head with determined eyes. "Our ancestors were warriors fighting out there. As Junior, we can't just run away alone." As So Chao finished speaking, La Huyen, standing opposite, suddenly turned pale, sweating profusely, pointing forward and shouting loudly, "Watch out." Everyone turned around in horror to see a massive tank being hurled straight towards So Chao, almost crushing him in an instant. By this time, the demon beasts had fully emerged from their stone cocoons, flooding the streets of An City. Back with So Chao's group, the martial artist accompanying La Huyen immediately took off running, while La Huyen shouted in panic, "Damn it!" Who threw the tank? So Chao remained calm, not even glancing back. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Just as the giant tank reached striking distance, So Chao swung his sword in a smooth arc. The sharp blade instantly cleaved the tank in half. So Chao's strength had clearly improved dramatically. The massive war machine shattered into 2 pieces, crashing to the ground amid a cloud of dust and debris. Nearby, Tai Thulin witnessed the scene, his face turning pale as he stammered to La Huyen, "Looks like it's him." The first territory lord had escaped the secret realm, breaking through the front lines straight into the rear. Just as So Chao sliced the tank, a giant white-furred ape appeared, roaring as it charged. Amid the chaos, So Chao kept his cool and immediately reassured, "Stay calm. This isn't the territory lord. Its size and aura are completely different." No sooner had he spoken than the giant fist of the white ape swung toward all 3 of them. The punch's speed was incredibly fast, not matching its massive size. Facing this powerful attack, So Chao's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Instantly, a familiar energy tore through the air, striking the white-furred beast's body. The blue light pierced through the demon beast's head. The monkey took a painful hit, staggering before crashing hard to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it, still unable to process what had just happened. Despite that, its giant hand instinctively swung up, attacking the energy blast that had just shot toward it. But at that moment, the proud figure of Dich Hoa stood above it, one hand gathering energy, easily blocking the massive claws rushing forward. Dich Hoa smiled cruelly. glaring at the monkey, and declared with delight, "Now it's time to clean your mouth." Hearing such bold words, the monster blinked in confusion, not understanding Dishhoa's intent, only growling in response. One hand of Dishhoa grabbed the monkey's sharp fang, squeezing tightly to use it as a solid anchor point. Facing the monster's foul-smelling mouth without fear, he boldly spread its jaws wide with all four limbs. Looking inside, he said, "Disgusting. How many people have you eaten?" "Only Dishhoa has this kind of style." As he finished speaking, from Dishhoa's smiling mouth, a nuclear energy began to gather. Glowing brightly, his dangerous silhouette appeared as he frantically charged the energy, saying, "You need a thorough cleaning." Using both legs to hold the monkey's upper jaw firmly, he bent down and blasted a fierce energy beam from his mouth deep into the monster's organs, a strike combining power, cruelty, and sheer terror. Nearby, Su Chao and the other two watched the scene trembling. La Wien quickly said, "Let's take advantage of the beast's internal conflict and retreat fast." He didn't recognize Dishhoa. But Su Sha stopped him, saying, "Don't panic. That's Dishhoa." La Wien stammered, Dishhoa. The one rinsing the beast's mouth is Dishhoa, right before Su Shao's eyes. The white monkey was reduced to just its outer skin and fur. Dishhoa stood atop its charred remains amid the smoke and dust. Looking up, Su Chao confirmed, "That's right. With him here, Thon might survive this disaster." Dishhoa turned around, flashing a bizarre grin and nodding with satisfaction. "Su Shou, this place is yours. I'm going to help elsewhere. Feel free to use your full strength." He was clearly extremely excited. Without another word, Dishhoa used nuclear energy to launch himself high into the air. His skill executed with mastery and power, making him look like a true monster. Once in midair, Dishhoa looked down at the chaotic scene of Anthon fires and explosions everywhere, screams of people and beasts, and the city's sky was pitch black despite it being daytime. He closed his eyes, focused intensely, and activated a magnetic field that scanned the entire city to find the strongest beasts. He calculated where the densest concentration of beasts was, and found it. The scene shifted to another area, where a giant mammoth emerged from a cocoon, its body covered in sharp tusks, and it charged heavily to attack the soldiers below. The soldiers continuously fired at the massive one-eyed creature, but their firepower was almost useless. Even after emptying entire magazines, the terrifying monster remained unharmed. A frustrated soldier threw his gun to the ground and shouted orders. "Switch weapons. Guns are useless. Quickly use bayonets." Immediately, the soldiers obeyed, drawing swords from their gear. Despite knowing the overwhelming difference in strength, they could be wiped out in seconds, yet they still charged fiercely. The mammoth grew even more frenzied, trampling forward, swinging its massive tusks violently. The soldiers all rushed to confront it head-on. In just a moment, many bodies were impaled on the spiked tusks. The beast easily slaughtered dozens of soldiers, causing heavy losses. It proudly raised its blood-stained tusks high. It stomped its giant foot hard on the ground, creating a large pool of blood. Countless soldiers were crushed beneath it. Witnessing the horrific scene, the remaining soldiers shouted, "Captain, retreat. We can't hold them. We're just regular troops. No match for this." However, the captain was still holding his sword, fighting a smaller beast. He turned back and urged, "Keep fighting." Without hesitation, he swung his sword and beheaded the small beast. This captain was powerful, but compared to the mammoth, he was nothing. Knowing he might die, he refused to run. The captain suppressed his fear and declared firmly, "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we must hold the line until the martial artist reinforcements arrive." Just as he finished speaking, a dark phantom suddenly appeared, radiating a strong killing intent. Two soldiers sensed it and looked around, puzzled. What the hell is that? Could the martial artist have arrived? Looking back at the mammoth, its entire body was tightly bound by the phantom, like flexible ropes. At the same time, the soldiers' bodies impaled on its tusks were freed and fell to the ground. As the mammoth was tightly restrained, a Godzilla-like beam pierced straight through its brain. The monster opened its eyes wide in pain, confused about where the attack came from. The terrifying energy shattered its brain, spraying blood everywhere. Instantly, the massive body of the elephant collapsed to the ground, causing a powerful tremor. Just one strike took down the giant beast, its strength unbelievably terrifying. The small beasts, witnessing their mammoth leader fall, were all terrified. They screeched piercingly, clearly showing fear of the one who struck. Dishhoa charged straight into the pack of beasts, roaring. Nuclear battle form. Activate frenzied energy, radiated out as his mutated arm, covered in sharp claws, swung fiercely. He smiled broadly like a walking bomb, exuding unimaginable pressure. Immediately after, a horrifying explosion erupted on the spot, flinging the tiny beasts away and causing severe damage. The destructive power was no less than a nuclear bomb. Switching scenes to another battlefield, and Thon was now engulfed in bombs and smoke. Here, the demon beasts suddenly fled en masse from the martial artists, their pounding footsteps shaking the ground. A young man looked confused. The beasts are retreating. No, they're regrouping and moving to another location. Nearby, a female martial artist received urgent news and quickly informed the captain. Top scholar of Thon, Dihua, has joined the fight. Beasts everywhere are gathering to surround him. The captain immediately turned around, full of astonishment. Understanding the situation, the captain looked toward the fleeing beasts and said anxiously, "No, we can't let Dick Hoa be killed by the pack. We have to help. He's still in Thon's hope." Without hesitation, he and the female martial artist rushed toward Dick Hoa, their expressions extremely worried, but their fighting spirit fierce. While running, he shouted, "Let's go, snipers. Shoot the beasts, protect the top scholar." Switching to Dick Hoa's location, a giant white-furred monkey had one side of its head blasted open by nuclear energy. It screamed in excruciating pain. Dick Hoa was focusing on the largest beast. Around him lay numerous shredded small beast corpses, many body parts corroded and rotting, scattered everywhere. Right at the center, Dick Hoa unleashed a sweeping nuclear energy wave, destroying the beasts charging at him. However, the pack showed no fear. They all surged forward, determined to kill him as if programmed. At the same time, many martial artists also rushed in, trying to kill the smaller monsters to support him. The captain led the charge, roaring, "Be careful, a high-level domain lord is targeting Dick Hoa, protect him now." Throughout in city, explosions and gunfire echoed, turning the place into a living hell, screams reverberating everywhere. The warriors placed all their faith in Dick Hoa, shouting, "Want to kill the top scholar of City? Step over my body first, kill him, we have our savior now. Humanity will prevail. Beasts, go to hell, keep pushing. Wipe out those monsters. Don't let the kids laugh at us old folks." The scene shifted to the base near the secret realm gate, where a hybrid beast, part rhinoceros and part buffalo, charged furiously forward at the speed of a semi-truck. This massive, enraged beast rammed straight into the fortress wall, a sturdy barrier built by the mayor of City himself. The mayor was putting all his effort into defending, having created the greatest fortress wall ever to protect all the citizens. Hoang Khan hovered high above, focusing all his power to maintain the divine wall. He knew well that to wipe out the beast tide, the overlord had to be eliminated first. Suddenly, below, an extremely agile beast leapt in a zigzag pattern, climbing the smooth wall in an attempt to attack the mayor. The massive, hairy beast lunged forward, jaws wide with sharp fangs aimed directly at the mayor. But Hoang Khan didn't even glance at the incoming attack. The mayor slowly clasped his hands together, a beam of light spreading from his mouth to his palms, gathering into a brilliant source of energy. The moment the beast closed in, the mayor just pushed his hand lightly, and the energy blast instantly blew off the attacker's head. Immediately, Hoang Khan sensed a terrifying pressure wave. He quickly turned his head, eyes sharp and alert. Right beside the mayor was a giant monster, the mount of the Monkey King, its sharp tongue pressed close to Hoang Khan, making him look like a grain of sand before its massive jaws. The mayor looked up at the strange form of the monster, horror washing over him as he quietly recognized its rank mountain-crushing shark, a lord-level 4th stage king bug. Identifying his opponent, the mayor's eyes shifted to full defense mode as he muttered, "The Mount of Blood Valley Black Abyss. The trump card has entered the battlefield. Black Abyss won't stay idle anymore." Hoang Khan quickly regained his composure and slowly landed on the fortress wall he had built, seemingly ready with a plan to counter. Instantly, the mayor took a running start and forcefully activated his gene skill, Mountain Wave, unleashing a powerful shockwave bursting from his palm. The ground immediately cracked into chunks, undulating like waves, carrying even tall buildings with them, aiming to stop the beast crawling out of the secret gate. Kin Ngak Tram's son just nodded, observing quietly. Instantly, the beast's eyes narrowed, countless eyes on its rugged body glowing all at once. It realized its opponent was also Earth, type like itself. Under King Nak Tramsun's will, the epicenter of the stone tsunami began to contract, gathering into a massive stone sphere, pulling back the surrounding rocky mountains, reducing the volume of the mayor's attack. But Kin Ngak Tramsun didn't notice that the mayor had hidden in the rubble, silently closing in. He thought to himself, "You think I'm using Earth-type attacks just for show?" Just as Kin Ngak Tramsun sensed the threat, it hurriedly condensed its stone armor for defense. But it was too late. The purpose of the previous strike was to get close. Huang Kan immediately activated the mystical Phoenix martial technique, mountain-piercing strike. The mayor unleashed a deadly punch. A majestic spiral shockwave instantly exploded with fierce intensity. The force pierced through the mineral eyelids harder than diamond on King Ngok Tromsan, blowing out its eyeball. Its furious roar echoed throughout the city. The eye destroyed by the mayor's overwhelmingly powerful move caused it extreme pain. It opened its mouth to roar, trembling all over, trying to suppress its opponent in return. The destructive power of this roar was even more terrifying than 100 fighters combined. Glass on buildings shattered simultaneously. One roar alone held devastating force. At the same time, terrifying explosions erupted all over the city. The ground shook violently, plunging everything into utter chaos. The earth itself seemed to respond to King Ngok Tromsan's fury. Within hundreds of meters, countless sharp stone spikes suddenly shot up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a giant forest of jagged stone was erected. At that moment, Mayor Hong Kan faced the giant beast rider, staring straight at it as he silently thought. Luckily, I had already gathered intel on King Ngok Tromsan beforehand and evacuated the fighters in time. Otherwise, the casualties would have been countless. Ending his thought, the mayor of the city unleashed his full power, energy exploding as he charged forward to attack. If your whole body enters the city, I'd be cautious. But if you just stick your head out, you're nothing but fresh prey waiting to be devoured. The mayor's entire body transformed, sprouting countless arms, each performing powerful energy moves, his whole body enveloped in a fierce, fiery energy. Immediately after, from his small frame, Huang Kan unleashed a surge of electric energy at the giant crocodile, dealing massive area damage as powerful lightning bolts surrounded its long snout, forcing it to endure intense pain. The countless eyes of the abyssal croc opened wide as it tried to brace its entire body to withstand the assault. Mayor Thon instantly tensed up, blocking the retaliatory strikes launched by the beast with sharp spikes. Finally, the giant head of the beast emerged almost completely from the secret gate, its snout covered in sharp spikes. Resembling a massive, ferocious sea urchin. Facing such a tough opponent, Mayor Thon showed some caution, truly worthy of being an Earth-class monarch. Able to grow stone maces right on his body, but lurking stealthily behind the mayor was blood copper blackstone, holding back its breath, hiding behind a stone mace. Eyes fixed on Huang Kan remained highly alert. But suddenly he sensed a murderous aura right behind him, an overwhelming energy he couldn't counter. He spun around, pale-faced, silently thinking, an ambush. Just as the thought flashed, the giant furry hand of the Monkey King slammed down on Huang Kan's head. Even an experienced martial artist like him couldn't dodge. The overlord revealed itself. Blood copper blackstone expanded its imposing aura. Thoroughly satisfied after leaving the secret gate, it looked down on Huang Kan like a pesky fly, sneering. Tiny human, what are you doing to my mount? Struggling in the giant hand, Huang Kan finally saw its true form clearly. Panic surged inside him. It was blood copper blackstone, hiding within the stone mace. Its fierce, dangerous eyes glared at Huang Kan as it growled contemptuously. Now I'll crush your head, so you'll know how insignificant humans are before me. With that, the Monkey King leapt forward, squeezing Huang Kan tightly, slamming him into the ground with a terrifying impact that kicked up a cloud of dust. The mayor's body facing absolute force, Huang Kan struggled to get up after the collision and immediately manipulated the terrain, turning the surrounding earth and rocks into sharp spikes. The Monkey King pulled back his hand, his fist still smoking as he roared straight into Huang Kan's face. Even though you blinked and dodged the finishing blow, I confirm, this city no longer has any strong warriors. It's time for me to slaughter. Thanks to the timely activation of the layer of earth and rocks, Huang Kan blocked the attack, but his right arm was crippled. The old man flew up, his body exhausted, his eyes watching the Monkey King with cautious wariness. He glanced past the beastman face of Black Yuan, his eyes etched with deep hatred. Huang Kan immediately raised his hand high, countless sharp stone crystals appearing, converging and moving along the energy flow he just summoned. In an instant, Huang Kan condensed those rocks into a gigantic stone dragon, which roared and prepared to charge down at the Monkey King. Facing this overwhelming power, the Monkey King just grinned, baring his teeth, completely dismissive. Humans, resistance is useless, only prolonging death. You weak mortals must be crushed, he arrogantly declared. This beast-tide has no natural enemy. This is just a game that sows despair among humanity. I'm eager to see the terrified face of your strongest all-el. He laughed heartily. The stone dragon lunged forward, its huge mouth snapping straight at the Monkey King with terrifying pressure. But the overlord didn't even bother to dodge. He arrogantly took the full hit without flinching. This act showed absolute arrogance. His fur and muscles didn't suffer a single scratch. The Monkey King stood still, calmly like a tyrant, commenting, "Good speed, but the power is too weak." Hoang Khan realized the attack was ineffective and immediately triggered an underground shockwave, shaking the road and the entire city, everything swaying before the Monkey King. But this move was still not enough. The Monkey King tensed his body, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Power is decent, but speed is too slow." This Monkey King moves at a terrifying speed, gliding past mountains of rocks, surging like a tsunami, dodging fierce attacks. The mayor's entire effort couldn't touch him. In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King closed in on Hoang Khan, opening his saliva-filled mouth and roaring, "Kneel. I don't like lowly creatures staring straight at me." But the mayor showed no fear, glaring at him with intense annoyance. Hoang Khan suddenly widened his eyes, instantly recognizing the Monkey King's next move. Just as he finished his prediction, the Monkey King's attack slammed in, a punch that sent Hoang Khan flying straight to the ground, creating a bright streak that plunged deep like an explosion. The Monkey King's huge, bloodshot eyes glanced down, checking if Hoang Khan could still stand. Hoang Khan lay in the deep crater. The ground cracked wide, but he slowly stood up, looking up with fierce eyes at the Monkey King, his hateful expression only fueling the Overlord's rage. It roared through its disgusting, slimy mouth, growling, "Who? Why don't you know fear?" Hoang Khan didn't answer. He slammed his hand hard on the ground, sending out a wave of energy, a massive pressure spreading out. "Forbidden blood ritual. Seal the ley lines," he said before continuing, "Demon beast. You think you're clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant beast." The energy pushed out from his injured hand as he struggled to raise it high, unleashing his power to the limit. Golden energy strands flew in, tightening around the Monkey King, suspending him in midair. Only then did the Monkey King realize he was trapped in a vortex of spiritual energy. He tried to reach out from the tightening aura, roaring, "You deliberately led me into your formation." The formation grew stronger, and the Monkey King felt like he was drowning in a storm. The violent energy spun into a whirlwind, tossing him around, eroding him at the center of the formation as he screamed in pain, held tight, unable to move. The Monkey King was startled to see Hoang Khan right before him. Furious, he shrieked, "This is your trump card. Trying to seal me, how naive. Tiny human." The Monkey King opened his mouth wide, mocking Hoang Khan's strength. Even restrained, he was excited. "You can't lock me up forever. Once your formation weakens, I'll tear everything here apart." In response to his gloating, Hoang Khan sneered, "Who? This isn't a trump card. It's a song." Without another word, Hoang Khan unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a muscular chest and a huge, horrifying scar on his right chest, bigger than a hand. Suddenly, he shouted, "The song of humanity. The song of courage." Hoang Khan bent down and stabbed straight into his own heart. Fresh blood immediately spurted out, but he forced himself to hold back, showing no sign of pain. The Monkey King, witnessing this strange act, trembled and asked, What do you intend to do?" The pain made Hoang Khan cough up blood, but he still endured and fought back. "From the start of the battle, I buried Nthan's only nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake, with the detonator embedded in my heart. As long as my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode." This information was terrifying. The Monkey King lost his composure and started thrashing wildly. "Damn it. Are you threatening me? Who bets their life like that? Do you think I'm scared?" Mayor Hoang Khan, the man who lived for Nthan, was now exhausted and gasping for breath. "From the beginning, I never intended to survive, because I am the mayor of Nthan. I am Hoang Khan." In his final moments, Hoang Khan recalled the day he took office. The pride and encouragement from the people that was his greatest happiness. "I am Hoang Khan, willing to give everything for Nthan, even my life." Back in the present, Hoang Khan let go of all attachments. His last mission was to destroy the Overlord to protect Nthan. He closed his eyes and asked himself, "Have I done it now?" After speaking, the detonation signal was sent. A burst of light erupted from beneath the lake, striking the Monkey King directly, meaning Hoang Khan would be caught in the blast as well. His heart stopped beating. Hoang Khan accepted mutual destruction. This was the only way to protect Nthan, right where the Monkey King and Mayor Hoang Khan fought to the death. A massive explosion erupted. Blinding light swallowed the entire safe zone, and fiery debris from the bomb scattered everywhere. The nuclear bomb caused a terrifying shockwave. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose, spreading fierce flames that burned everything. The entire battlefield was engulfed in fire and smoke, leaving nothing behind. As the mayor of Nthan sacrificed himself, A soldier read the final order in a tragic moment. Emergency message. Soldiers and martial artists must immediately evacuate from Swan Lake Gate. Nuclear bomb about to detonate. Repeat. Urgent evacuation. After reading the message, the soldier's gaze turned toward the smoky epicenter. Hot tears fell uncontrollably. Fully aware of that noble sacrifice, all the soldiers stood at attention, facing the blast site, choking back tears at Mayor Hong Kong's heroic departure. In another area, the group from Suzhou, Tai Thiolin, Lao Wiyan, and the remaining martial artists solemnly bowed their heads at the moment the bomb exploded. The massive mushroom cloud rose like a solemn monument. The martial artists who managed to evacuate stood at attention, showing their respect during this grand funeral. The mayor's nuclear explosion left a deep crater, inside which flickered red embers like hellfire. While everything around had been completely leveled, in the middle of the desolate crater lay the bare skeleton of the Monkey King. The flames had burned everything, leaving behind a charred, blackened skeleton. Suddenly, a glowing, spiky fire spirit orb appeared nearby, pulsating continuously and emitting a strange, immortal energy. The orb slowly floated toward the Monkey King's skeleton, its energy growing stronger as it poured directly into the dry bones. A surge of life force flowing in like a spark rekindling life. Things weren't over yet. The Monkey King's bony arm began showing signs of an unusual recovery. Tendrils of flesh like vines started growing, wrapping around the skeleton. His entire body was regenerating, the red flesh covering the withered arm, while his face began reconstructing veins and skin. Moments later, the Monkey King's eye was fully restored. It opened wide, officially coming back to life. Thanks to the energy from the orb, now returned to his chest, the Monkey King revived. Though his body was still a fragile layer of regenerating flesh, he quickly stood up, his voice hoarse and proud. Unexpected, almost capsizing the ship in the hands of inferior humans. Filled with intense hatred, he roared, "I will tear this city apart," torturing every single person in the cruelest way. The Monkey King was now bare-skinned, his raw flesh making him look like a grotesque, repulsive monster. The giant monkey slowly stood up, clutching his stomach, dragging his battered body away, muttering, "Back to the Sin Abyss first. Once I restore my blood and energy, I'll return to flatten this place." At that moment, a shout rang out. "Where do you think you're going?" The Monkey King startled and turned around. His secret retreat was discovered when he saw who had arrived. He immediately gaped in shock. It was Dick Hoa, clad in Godzilla battle armor, waiting for the Monkey King's revival to personally wipe him out. Black Sphere's eyes widened in panic as he recognized him. This human. I remember now. He's one of the greatest obstacles of the Beast Tide. A terrifying human genius, facing the being who nearly destroyed an city. Dick Hoa suppressed his anger, his pupils glowing brightly as he glared. "Finally found you. But unfortunately, I'm one step too late." Without a word, wasted, Dick Hoa clenched his fist glowing with nuclear energy and charged at full speed, seizing the moment while the Monkey King was still weak. He unleashed the superclass Atomic Fury Fist straight at his hateful face. The power of the strike was terrifying. All of Dick Hoa's pent-up strength aimed to pay for the tragedy of An City. The punch created a fierce shockwave, and Dick Hoa was determined to finish off his enemy with this one move. However, a completely unexpected turn of events occurred, leaving even Dick Hoa stunned. Despite taking the full force of Dick Hoa's punch, the Monkey King remained unharmed. It even had enough strength to counterattack. Foolish genius. Not hiding in the rear, but coming here to give up your life yourself. Its giant hands closed in on Dick Hoa before he knew it, a hungry look on its face. "This is the best chance to crush you." But Dick Hoa showed no fear. He lightly pulled the two bloodlines under his eyes to activate his form, then taunted, "If you run, my nuclear bomb might not even hit. So now, I invite you to take another one." Realizing Dick Hoa's intention, the Monkey King was instantly overwhelmed and visibly terrified. What it sensed was too horrifying. It cursed. "What the hell is this? Is this really a human?" In the blink of an eye, Dick Hoa activated his supergiant transformation. Jagged muscle blocks twisted around his massive body, and the mutated Titan form emerged from the smoke, causing violent tremors that affected a wide area. Without hesitation, Dick Hoa immediately activated the second nuclear bomb. A glowing sphere appeared on the Titan's chest, continuously pushing explosive energy throughout the giant body. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The second blast originated from Dick Hoa's position, shaking all of An City. The violent shockwave spread out, dragging thick white smoke everywhere. Martial artists from afar also felt the terrifying destructive power. They looked toward the explosion in surprise, whispering among themselves, "Look, why is there another bomb going off? What's going on? Could this be Mayor Hong Kong's backup plan? No wonder he's so legendary." taking the full force of Dick Hoa's second blast. The Monkey King's body was utterly devastated. It couldn't stand, reduced to a charred heap amid the thick smoke. Once again, the Monkey King's eyes showed extreme fear. What it had just witnessed was even more horrifying than the previous explosion. Its tooth-filled mouth could only twitch. Monster. Standing before Black Circle was Dick Hoa's complete form, sharp teeth, a tough Godzilla-like scale armor covering him, and inside, a giant titan head with blazing eyes. Now, the once famous overlord was nothing more than a tiny stone, lying crushed beneath Dick Hoa's feet, falling into the spare. The Monkey King roared in excruciating pain. Why do you resemble a demon beast more than I do? Even a demon beast lord doesn't have this kind of aura. He simply couldn't accept the truth. Dick Hoa just glanced down with contempt, his tone calm as he replied simply, "I'm not like a bald monkey like you." Finishing his words, Dick Hoa's giant foot lifted, aiming straight at the Monkey King. The overlord jerked violently, his body trembling uncontrollably before the Reaper. Boom! The giant foot slammed down, crushing the Monkey King and causing a fierce shockwave, dust billowing thickly everywhere. Blood Copper Black Orb took the full brunt of the stomp, getting flung away, rolling uncontrollably like an ownerless ball. Diep Hoa roared provocatively, "Don't run, little monkey," as his palm gathered surging energy, preparing for the next punch. Mountain Fist Black Meditation. Suddenly, the monkey dared to turn and face Diep Hoa, gathering strength in his battered body, clenching his fist tightly, launching a counterattack, yelling, "Damn it." Don't underestimate the overlord. The two fists collided instantly, generating an intense energy shockwave. The epicenter glowed and radiated a terrifying aura. Clearly, if not for Hong Kong's bomb wearing down the Monkey King, Diep Hoa would have struggled to defeat him quickly. The Monkey King only held on for a moment. Diep Hoa's punch overwhelmed him, flinging him hard to the ground and creating a deeper crater. Diep Hoa's arm was stained with blood, severely injured after the clash. He relaxed his body, thinking, as expected from a demon beast, overlord, even badly wounded, his strikes are still powerful. But right now, compared to me, he's just a monkey. In just moments, Diep Hoa's arm fully regenerated. He clenched his fist tightly, tensing up. "In my Godzilla giant form, my composite physique exceeds 30 points, yet I still can't overpower you, and you even managed to injure me. But that's not enough." The monkey lay battered and sprawled on the ground but still showed signs of life. He lifted his head in horror. "The wounds I inflicted healed so fast." Immediately, he showed extreme fear. "This is bad. I absolutely can't compete with this genius." The Monkey King seemed to go mad, screaming non-stop before turning and running away with his tail curled, exposing his cowardly, defeated state. "Can't win. Can't win. Can't win." He ran off a good distance. The one who conspired to destroy N City, how could he let it escape? Behind the panicked monkey fleeing toward the secret realm, Diep Hoa stood tall, his mouth already gathering a nuclear energy sphere. Hidden within the giant Godzilla form, Diep Hoa was filled with disdain for this filthy creature. "A beast like you could never be worthy of the life of Mayor Hong Kong." Without hesitation, Diep Hoa unleashed a blast of nuclear energy from his mouth, aiming straight at the small figure of the Monkey King. The destructive power engulfed the target, leaving no escape for this hybrid abomination. The Monkey King's body instantly shattered under the nuclear light, torn apart and completely fragmented. In its final moment, it screamed madly, "Human genius. How hateful." After delivering the devastating blow, thinking the Monkey King had disintegrated, Diep Hoa stood motionless in his giant form, scanning the area. The monkey had burrowed underground. Finding death, Diep Hoa raised his hand to his temple, activating shockwave abilities to scan the prey's location. Playing dead meant fear. It was terrified of being found and seriously injured. This was the perfect chance to finish it off. It seemed the Overlord rank could conceal its aura. He looked up, his eyes distant and heavy with regret. Diep Hoa blamed himself, thinking, if I had found it sooner, Mayor Hong Kong wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. He stomped the Godzilla foot hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack and form a honeycomb pattern. He roared a warning. "You're badly wounded. Your hiding ability must be weakened. Even the faintest sign of life, and I'll catch you." The monkey, knowing it couldn't fight, burrowed deep underground, leaving a trail like a fish cutting through water. Diep Hoa immediately detected this underground movement. "Found you, you damn monkey." He instantly opened his mouth wide, blasting a powerful nuclear breath straight into the earth. The energy erupted fiercely and blindingly. This time, Diep Hoa was determined to kill the Monkey King no matter what. The nuclear breath swept along the underground wave path, blasting the Monkey King into the air and exposing its cowardly body trying to escape. Now it was nothing more than a withered skeleton, forced by Deep Hoa to surface. The monkey gaped its jaw full of broken bones and screamed in frustration. Damn it. Just a little more. I could have sensed the entrance to the Sin Abyss if that damn mayor hadn't tricked me. But as soon as the Monkey King finished speaking, Diep Hoa gave it no chance. He swung his giant fist straight into its body. The monkey only had time to see the punch before flinching in terror. The powerful strike from Godzilla's body was unstoppable for the Monkey King in his weakened state. He was blasted away like a rocket, flying far before crashing into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. At that moment, inside Godzilla's mouth, Deep Hoa paused, revealing his titan face as he growled at the Monkey King. This is the price you pay for humiliating Mayor Hong Kong. I'll make sure you suffer worse than death. Yet, he still wasn't dead. The Monkey King was now just a frail figure like a pile of dry wood, clutching a magic core, the only thing keeping his shattered life going. He lifted his head and whispered, "Don't come any closer." You chavered. Then he raised the magic core high, its energy core glowing brightly in his bony hand, pouring all his last hope into it. He screamed, "I'll drain this magic core's energy to drag you down to hell." The power from the magic core was truly immense. His arm, once just bones, quickly filled out again, covered in fur. It seemed like he had recovered, though, only that arm. In the darkness, his eyes blazed fiercely, gathering all his strength. The monkey leapt up, raising his fist on the arm that had regained just 10% of its power, aiming straight at Diep Hoa as he roared. Diep Hoa refused to back down. Using his giant hand, he caught the Monkey King's blow, clenching his massive fist. He charged forward to counterattack. The Monkey King threw his entire body into the strike. Their fists collided head-on, unleashing an incredibly powerful energy that shook the entire area. No one expected the Monkey King's strike to be so brutal. Diep Hoa's giant arm was smashed to pieces. The shockwave rebounded against his body, shattering bones and joints, corroding the flesh outside. Diep Hoa was in excruciating pain but struggled to stay standing. One arm was completely destroyed by the Monkey King, fresh blood splattering into the air in a large spray. From afar, you could see the Monkey King's body fall after pouring all his strength out. He had exhausted the magic core's energy and was now just a dry skeleton falling freely, looking utterly pitiful, groaning in pain. Even Deep Hoa inside Godzilla was injured. Coughing up blood, he looked at the stubborn state of the monkey and sneered. Haha, after that reckless strike, you're truly cornered now. Finishing his words, Diep Hoa opened his mouth wide, nuclear energy glowing blue across the sky. At the center was the Monkey King's falling body. Diep Hoa was ready to give him his final gift, sending him to his ancestors forever. Suddenly, a bizarre singing voice echoed. La la la. This melody made Diep Hoa wince in pain. He couldn't bear it and clutched his head, already suffering from internal injuries and coughing up blood. He was further shaken by the piercing noise. He shouted, "My head hurts so much." His thoughts chaotic. Was this a mental attack? Diep Hoa turned his head, his face showing deep suspicion. Was there another expert appearing? As he looked down at his feet, tens of thousands, even millions of human arms were jostling and rising from the ground. The chaotic scene was bizarre. The limbs writhed continuously and emitted a deafening, ear-piercing sound. Nearby, countless hands joined together, lifting the Monkey King's body and moving it toward the secret realm's gate in an attempt to escape. Diep Hoa watched the corpse being carried away and roared, "Don't even think about running." But when he looked back, his own joints were covered with countless pale hands, crazily clinging on and blocking his movements. He couldn't make a move. Diep Hoa was utterly stunned by this sight. The joints of the supergiant man sprouted grotesque flesh. Diep Hoa gritted his teeth and looked closely. Countless small hands were locking his joints tightly, preventing any motion. But Deep Hoa, the one wielding the overwhelming Godzilla energy, just sneered fiercely. I don't think a little trick like this can imprison me." Instantly, Deep Hoa's entire body burst into destructive blue flames. The fire spread rapidly, carrying a terrifying spike in temperature. The fragile hands clinging to his joints were immediately burned away, curling up under the intense heat. The sea of fire blazed, incinerating the strange objects, and the ear-piercing noise fell silent. Everything was engulfed in the blue flames. Diep Hoa roared excitedly, "Feel the burn of 1,000 degrees." At the same time, the wretched Monkey King was escorted by those grotesque hands. Approaching the secret realm's gate, he strained to turn his head back, pain mixed with a hint of relief, whispering, "Almost there. Almost at the entrance." Just as hope flickered, the Monkey King lifted his ugly face and froze in terror. Diep Hoa's giant titan form was blazing fiercely. He was self-immolating, using the flames to charge straight at him. determined to block every escape route. The air was thick with the smell of burning flesh. Thinking he had found a way out, the Monkey King panicked when he saw Diep Hoa crazily charging forward. He lost control and screamed, "Hurry! That giant is chasing us. He's burning all over. Run. Run fast." But suddenly, the escorting hands froze in place, holding a strange pose, as if welcoming a powerful force about to appear. Along with that came savage singing and laughter. La 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 la. Ho ho. A female face emerged, 2 hands covering the eyes like a mask, the mouth formed by countless small hands, which were producing that terrifying noise. Standing amid a sea of fire, Diep Hoa stared at the strange object, completely bewildered, wondering, what kind of monster is that? Could it be another high-level demon beast? The horrifying hands gathered again, this time twisting into countless giant tongues, creating brain-destroying sound waves. Diep Hoa shuddered. Such terrifying power, also a dominator level. If the true form descended, I'd probably be on my knees from the first second. Since the grotesque face appeared, it hadn't acted violently like the Monkey King. The battlefield situation was temporarily a bit more stable. Countless hands intertwined, forming the face of a woman with long black hair, looking like a ghost, while 2 other hands still covered the eyes. Suddenly, the 2 hands covering the eyes opened wide, revealing glowing pupils, blazing with fiery irises. The face instantly twisted. It opened the mouth made of hands. Inside was a radiant spirit orb, shooting out a piercing sonic wave straight at Diep Hoa. Diep Hoa's head throbbed like a hammer blow. He braced himself. Clearly, he had blocked the supergiant's hearing, but that strange scream still pierced straight into his brain. Inside the giant Godzilla suit, he screamed in pain, exhausted from the ear-splitting noise. His whole body drained, eyes turning vacant. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Diep Hoa's voice was strained with frustration. "You slaughtered so many people, and you think you can just leave in city that easily?" Diep Hoa seemed to go mad, tensing his entire body and screaming. He had never been pushed into such a desperate situation before. Don't even dream it. The decision was made. Diep Hoa focused all his nuclear energy, compressing it into the Titan's body, forming hand seals with both hands. The entire skeleton of the giant Titan was compressed with nuclear energy. It boiled fiercely, emitting countless streams of smoke and electric sparks. After finishing charging the nuclear energy into the Super Titan, Diep Hoa prepared his plan to escape from this body. He moved at top speed to get ready. All calculations were complete. Diep Hoa flashed his familiar sly grin and made a provocative gesture. "This is a specialty from my hometown. A nuclear bomb. Hope you like it." "You bastard." The giant Titan's body now blazed brightly, overflowing with unstable nuclear energy, about to explode. It charged straight toward the secret realm's gate. The mobile bomb aimed directly at the grotesque face, waiting with mouth agape. There was no escape or dodge. The nuclear light began to flare. Another terrifying explosion erupted. After the mayor's bomb, now it was Diep Hoa's nuclear bomb. Once again, a massive mushroom cloud rose over in city. Fighters battling far away saw the shaking scene and thought Hong Kong had planted mines. Look, the secret realm's gap just exploded. The demon beasts started to panic. Could Mayor Hong Kong have succeeded? Everyone focused their spirit, determined not to waste his sacrifice. And city was saved, perhaps because the blood dynamic Black Core's body was finally destroyed by the bomb. The demon beasts flooding into In City from the secret realm's gap began to dwindle. It seemed the other world had stopped invading In City, and city's fighters immediately organized a sweep to clear out the remaining demon beasts in the city. The purge lasted a full day and night until no beasts were found, and the exhausted fighters finally stopped. The battle to defend In City was ultimately victorious, though the cost was nearly 80% of the fighters and soldiers fallen. At the Swan Lake explosion site, the aftershocks of the 2 nuclear bombs left a deep valley. Diep Hoa, having escaped the Titan's body just before the blast, was completely drained of energy and lay unconscious on the ground. After a while, Diep Hoa weakly opened his eyes. "It's all over," he thought. The battlefield was now empty except for him. Diep Hoa slowly sat up, wondering, how long have I been asleep? Even though I used up all the nuclear energy to detonate the supergiant, this area is flooded with radiation. I guess it's like running out of battery and recharging on the spot. He looked around and silently summarized. This battle was tough. Mayor Hong Kong used his body to lure the blood dynamic Black Core to the blast point, severely injuring it. That's how I could use the radioactive terrain to detonate the Titan and finally destroy it before that woman's head could save the Black Core. Although my infinite monster form is very powerful, it still seems not strong enough to face a supreme-level demon beast head-on. This victory was mostly due to timing, terrain advantage, and a bit of luck. Diep Hoa clearly understands that with time, he will stand at the top of Ha Kingdom, but the violent secret realm won't let him grow. The next form is a mystery and might not be top tier. Merging the Spirit Emperor Demon Mara is the fastest path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. With a clear goal, he speeds up collecting plant attribute demon cores while mastering the Xuan Huang martial arts. The infinite monster form lets him cheat in the martial luck space. And even the extraordinary martial artist system can't be ignored. Although Xuan Huang martial arts develops slower than the form abilities, its potential is immense. After all, this is the cultivation system of a high martial world. Diep Hoa believes his transmigration here surely has a special mission. A month pass, and in city commemorates Hoang Khan's sacrifice with a grand bronze statue placed in the city square. Diep Hoa quietly attends, sitting on a chair as he watches the news broadcast about the devastating damage in city suffered after the beast tide. The report reveals that 18 cities in Ha Kingdom were attacked by the beast tide, with 12 falling. Notably, Quan Sun City has an S-rank secret realm appearing, shrouded in gray mist. The Great Ha Dragon organization immediately dispatches 30 Xuanvu martial artists and 5 sect masters, led by Grandmaster Dukan Min, to investigate. This beast tide invasion is extremely unusual, with even an S-rank secret realm appearing. The strongest powerhouses are stationed on the outskirts, and the martial artists' breakthroughs look grim. Dukan Min personally enters Kwansan City, but 8 hours later, only Vice Hong Sin, severely injured, escapes with 2 surviving sect masters. Since then, Quan Sun City becomes the world's 11th forbidden zone, with 1.8 million confirmed dead. This news pains Diep Hoa deeply. He realizes humanity's survival situation is extremely urgent. Even the Zhen Kingdom level is at risk. He clenches his fist and says, "No, I can't wait any longer." Scene shifts to the Liu family villa, where Diep Hoa immediately makes a call. "Aunt Tan, I want to ask you for a favor." Tan Lam, tired and relaxed on the sofa, calmly asks Diep Hoa, "You want to learn the remaining 2 Xuan Huang martial arts sets from the Liu family?" "Right." Diep Hoa sighs silently, realizing that's how Aunt Tan sees him. He laughs it off. "No, it's something else. I want to ask you to buy high-quality plant attribute demon cores, ideally Lord level, blue or purple." Tan Lam nods slightly. Plant-type demon beasts are rare, and Lord-level demon cores are even more precious. "You're really greedy, wanting so many. What price can you pay?" Without hesitation, Diep Hoa played his trump card. The secret realm exam for freshmen at Hoadu University was coming up, and he would form a team with Luthan Truk, promising to help her win first place. Tan Lam immediately responded seriously, saying he underestimated the geniuses from other provinces. She said frankly that Thon Truk's strength in previous years was only upper middle tier and couldn't reach the top ranks. Even though he dominated her, compared to truly elite monsters, he was still a bit lacking. Diep Hoa was extremely confident again, telling Aunt Tan that if she hoped to revive the Liu family, she could only bet on him. He signed a promissory note if he didn't win first place. He would come to the Liu family to work like a beast of burden and support her for life. This firm promise seemed to move Aunt Tan. She stood on tiptoe. Her fatigue vanished, replaced by a teasing smile. "Haha, working like a beast of burden. Huh." Diep Hoa's vow seemed to give her strength. Tan Lam stood up straight. Her expression completely changed, and she resolutely nodded. "All right, I'll help you one more time for now." As soon as he stepped into the Anthon Central Hospital dormitory area, Diep Hoa and his trusty steed immediately became the center of everyone's attention. His appearance was like a superstar's. The crowd, especially the girls, instantly buzzed. "Look, Diep Hoa, the martial champion. I heard he's defeated so many magical beasts. Hey, can I get your number? Sign an autograph for me." Facing the enthusiasm, he politely declined, though inside he was thrilled, thinking he was famous enough to be honored for life. He entered room number 6 and went to beds 11 and 12. Diep Hoa brought fruit to visit So Chao and La Huyen. Seeing So Chao wrapped up like a wax figure, he laughed heartily. "Hey, isn't this Anthon's #1 handsome guy? Didn't expect you'd end up like this?" Annoyed, So Chao changed the subject. "What's with the stuff in your hands?" Diep Hoa immediately added. "Fans gave it to me on the way here." At the next bed, La Huyen waved warmly when he saw Diep Hoa. "Oh, Diep Hoa." He showed great goodwill. Diep Hoa couldn't remember this guy at all, so he looked around and asked, "Who are you?" La Huyen immediately pointed to his face. "I'm La Huyen, your first opponent in the qualifiers." Hearing this, Diep Hoa's eyes widened as if he vaguely remembered something. He was even more surprised to realize La Huyen had lost a leg in battle. La Huyen looked gently at his missing leg and said, "Forgot about me." "Huh. Don't look at me like that. I can get surgery to reattach it, or get the new battle prosthetic from Thunder Archer." Diep Hoa quietly observed Lahayan, a complex emotion rising in his heart as he thought, sacrificing a leg to protect Anthan. This guy is truly admirable. Suddenly, the phone in Diep Hoa's pocket started ringing non-stop. He pulled it out, about to hang up, muttering, "Scammers have been blowing up my phone lately. So annoying." Just as he put it back in his pocket, it rang loudly again. Diep Hoa grumbled in frustration. "Not again." This time, he reluctantly answered. On the other end was the principal. "Zikhua, why did you block the number of an important figure from Hoa? Do unlock it immediately." "Oh, Mr. Dang no." This is the principal speaking. Immediately, the important figure the principal mentioned called back. "Hello, Zikhua. I'm Wang Dao, head of admissions at Hoa-Du University. The school will start a month earlier, and a private train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requests?" At the same time, So Chow also received the same enrollment notice. He struggled to answer the phone in the ICE classroom. "Hello, So Chow. I'm Liu, an admissions officer at Hoa-Du." Diep Hoa responded briefly from his corner. Following the organization's arrangements, Zhou Chow, lying in bed, it was decisive as well. "Got it. I'll be on time. Thank you. Teacher Liu." La Wuyen. Witnessing this, I felt uneasy. A dorm room with 3 people, all experts except me. Maybe I should just hide under the bed. After hanging up, Diep Hoa's face showed urgency. He silently vowed, "Before enrollment, there's still work to be done." A few days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, a terrifying explosion sent hundreds of tons of nuclear dust into the atmosphere, forming a toxic cloud that blocked out the sun, plunging the area into eternal fog and turning day into night. At this moment, the dense radioactive clouds completely obscured the last faint rays of light. Diep Hoa quickly arrived on the scene and immediately activated Godzilla mode. Sitting in meditation to absorb the massive remaining nuclear energy, streams of radioactive energy surged as Diep Hoa forcefully absorbed them, gathering into a massive fog that rapidly enveloped his body. When the energy reached its peak, Diep Hoa suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils flashing with a strange, intense light. The Infinite Monster Form System panel instantly updated Subject Diep Hoa. Synthetic Physique 27. S. Godzilla Rage Form reached 38%, and Supergiant Human Suit compatibility soared to 90%. Diep Hoa stood up, his spirit soaring after training. He calculated that the Bloodstorm Hack VN battle increased his compatibility by 1.5%. Plus the surplus fission energy turned this place into a sanctuary, boosting his total compatibility by 6% in just 3 days. Finishing his words, Diep Hoa stomped his foot hard on the ground. He knew he couldn't stay any longer. "It's a pity, but I have to go now." He activated his extreme speed, shooting straight up from the ground, leaving only a faint streak of light behind. At An City Station, the loudspeaker announced, "Train G 66666 to West. Hoa-Du will depart in 5 minutes." So Chow had arrived since the afternoon, his luggage neatly arranged, patiently waiting for Diep Hoa to show up. Feeling the familiar aura rapidly approaching, So Chow turned his head and thought to himself, "He's here." A dazzling spot of light appeared on the horizon. Rushing toward them at an incredible speed, Diep Hoa made a graceful loop before landing right beside So Chow. His grand entrance stirred the entire station into excitement. After landing safely, Diep Hoa looked at So Chow and said, "Good timing. Just in time for departure." The crowd immediately recognized him. "That's Diep Hoa. His aura just now almost knocked me out. I thought it was a high-level beast. That aura is terrifying, truly the pride of An City." So Chow instantly noticed Diep Hoa's change and nodded. "You've gotten stronger again." Diep Hoa lingered, gazing back at the city. "An City. I'm about to leave this place. This was my first stop. The origin of my journey after transmigration. Farewell. An City." The train began to roll slowly away from the station. Its sluggish pace made people wonder why Diep Hoa didn't just fly faster himself. Carrying excitement and anticipation, Diep Hoa decisively said, "Let's go." Straight to Hoa-Du. The specialized electric train quickly accelerated, carrying 2 outstanding freshmen of Hoa-Du as they began their enrollment journey. As soon as he boarded, Diep Hoa couldn't sit still. He stood on the seat, looking around. So Chow closed his eyes and reminded him, "Diep Hoa, can't you behave a little?" "Curious," Diep Hoa asked. "Is the whole train full of top scholars?" So Chow explained. "Not only that, the train uses advanced technology, can withstand attacks of thousands of tons, is escorted by at least 5 Xuanwu martial artists, and even a sect master is stationed here, because these are the elites of Ha Kingdom." Diep Hoa cautiously observed, Sensing multiple strong energy flows, he silently assessed that there were indeed a few masters. But those who could withstand 3 of his strikes were probably no more than 5. Suddenly, while the train was running smoothly, the PA system blared an emergency signal. Red alert. Red alert. The Hoadu train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The announcements grew more urgent. Level 1 warning. Hoadu train under attack. Professors and lecturers are investigating Bork. All students must immediately evacuate the train cars and absolutely avoid combat. The students instantly buzzed with confusion. Are you kidding? Who dares attack Hoadu? Is this some kind of test? Not exactly. Ha Nation is at its weakest. The national martial artist is in seclusion. Dukan Min is missing. Many powerful fighters have fallen. And old factions pushing back is normal. One student nervously asked, should we leave the car then? At their seats, Dich Hoa and So Chao remained calm amid the chaos. So Cho asked, what do you think? Dich Hoa leaned back, complaining. So annoying. I've been training hard for days. Just about to catch some rest. Finishing his sentence, he stood up, his face showing clear excitement. Now I'm itching to get involved. The more they forbid it, the more I want to do it. He clenched his fist. Let's go see what's really going on. Despite the incident, the train maintained its speed, continuing toward Hoadu. Just stepping through the connecting door, Dich Hoa and So Chao spotted a classmate drenched in blood. Diep Hoa hurriedly asked, classmate, wake up. What happened ahead? The classmate looked up, panicked, and said, the enemy took over the first 3 cars. They used a special domain to pull people into a private space. The Xuanvu martial artists escorting us nearly sacrificed themselves. They risked their lives to get me out, to warn everyone to run immediately. This isn't a drill. Many students are still trapped. Another group of students approached and stood near Dich Hoa. After a moment's hesitation, they recognized the bloodied classmate as freshman Chu Kim Huyen, standing right behind Dich Hoa and So Chao. This group started loudly questioning. Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous ahead, you need to show evidence. A tall, lion-maned guy suspiciously asked, where's the teacher's token? Why did only you escape? Our friend is in the car ahead. Strong enough to seize the opportunity. This lion-headed guy was Diem Chin Hung, another freshman, who shouted harshly, I don't believe you escaped while he didn't. The 2 companions chimed in. Makes sense. The lion-head is right. Diem Chin Hung crossed his arms. Cocky. Move aside. I have to keep going. Saying that, he arrogantly stepped through the dangerous door, ignoring the warnings. Dich Hoa and So Chao calmly stepped aside to let him pass. The new student hurriedly called out, wait. I'm serious. It's extremely dangerous ahead. Why aren't you listening? Don't go and die for nothing. But they still ignored him. Chu Kim Huyen finally noticed Dich Hoa and immediately asked, you're Dich Hoa? Right. Dich Hoa was actually using an energy magnetic field to scan, thinking to himself, the life magnetic field senses something off about him. He replied, that's me. How do you know? Chu Kim Huyen cautiously mentioned Lu Thon Truk. A girl named Lu Thon Truk showed me your picture. She told me to warn you not to go to the front cars at all. Hearing Liu Thun Truk's name, Dich Hoa was instantly startled and asked urgently, did she really say that to you? Chu Kim Huyen carefully explained, yes. She was seriously injured. She took a stab to protect me. He showed clear resentment, tears welling up. Those guys want to die. I can't stop them, but I have to fulfill her last wish to keep you alive. Dich Hoa angrily punched Chu Kim Huyen, gritting his teeth. Damn it. She's not even dead yet, and you're already talking about her last wish. So Chao calmly stepped closer. Are you still going? Dich Hoa answered firmly, his eyes resolute. Of course. I promised her parents. As Dich Hoa was about to step forward, Chu Kim Huyen immediately spread his arms to block the way. No, I definitely won't let you pass. Dich Hoa muttered irritably. How did this annoying brat even get into Hoadu? They blocked everyone else except Dich Hoa and So Chao. Both decided to unleash some serious energy. Dich Hoa signaled. So Chao and his teammate immediately understood. Drawing his sword as a cold sword aura instantly glowed. So Chao stepped back and pushed a wave of sword energy toward Chu Kim Huyen. But he wasn't weak either, instantly waving his hand to block the attack. I'm saving you guys. Why are you attacking me for no reason? Chu Kim Huyen thought to himself. How could elegant classmate Thon Truk know these 2 rude and unreasonable guys? Seeing Chu Kim Huyen talk too much, Dich Hoa lost patience. He simply closed in and delivered a nuclear energy-charged punch to his stomach, his voice low. Shut up. Chu Kim Huyen clutched his stomach and collapsed, trembling. The force? It's terrifying. Not even on the same level. Dich Hoa then threw him a vitality pill. Sorry. We have urgent business. Without hesitation, The two rushed into the train car ahead. Di Hoa called out, "So Chao, let's go." Both dashed forward, leaving Chu Kim Huan screaming in despair. "Don't go. It's too dangerous." Very quickly, the two reached train car number 3, where the incident had occurred. Both So Chao and Dich Hoa stopped in their tracks. Ahead of them, a secret door was opening. Dich Hoa immediately assessed, this has to be the entrance to an independent space. Dich Hoa quickly grabbed a large suitcase nearby and lifted it up. Let's test this out a bit. He decisively threw the suitcase straight into the secret door of car number 3. Watching closely, he furrowed his brow. No reaction. No sound. Not even a life force magnetic field can be detected. Many new students have passed through here. They must have all gone inside. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa jumped straight in, with So Chao close behind. Interesting. Let's charge ahead. The moment he passed through the door, Dich Hoa scanned the scene and immediately showed disgust. This place was not a train car at all, but a vast space like the universe. With a floating path leading to a distant light source, Dich Hoa felt slightly dizzy. Who the hell is playing tricks here? Dich Hoa immediately looked around for So Chao, but couldn't find her. Strange. We entered together, yet So Chao disappeared. Having already entered, Dich Hoa decided to move forward. Quickly, he was drawn to the only light source in the distance. There's light ahead, I have to check it out. He immediately moved along the path toward the light. The light led him to a ruined city. A chaotic scene like it had just endured a great battle. With buildings piled on top of each other, Dich Hoa was stunned. What the hell is this place? He tried sensing around him. The life force magnetic field was useless. This space completely blocked all his perception. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa activated nuclear energy, propelling himself straight up like a rocket. Still, the best way to scout ahead. He quickly landed on the rooftop of the tallest nearby building, deciding to start with a surprise attack. Dich Hoa gathered a blazing nuclear energy sphere in his palm and roared provocatively. "Stop pretending and show yourself." He thrust the sphere into the sky, the compressed energy violently forming a mini nuclear bomb. Dich Hoa shouted loudly, "Explode for me." The self-made nuclear bomb instantly detonated violently in midair, creating a massive mushroom cloud that engulfed the entire area. The shockwave spread, shaking the entire space. The other new students who had entered earlier immediately noticed the explosion, each one stunned. Such a huge blast. What kind of master would show off like that? Everyone quickly took cover behind the buildings. Meanwhile, Suzhou was also near the area. Hearing the familiar tremor, he immediately knew it was Yi. He grabbed his sword, rushing over at top speed. At another corner of the building, a woman's figure was barely breathing, leaning against the wall. She seemed seriously wounded and unable to move. It was Lu Thon Truk, badly injured. Recognizing the signature explosion, she knew it was Yi. Weakly, she whispered, "Yi he. I told you. Don't let him come here." Back at Yi, he spot. After the earth-shattering display, he stood high up observing. He heard the sounds of demonic beasts approaching. It seemed he wasn't just attracting his teammates, but also the enemies. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Yi. It had a humanoid shape, but with large twitching ears. Yi, he fully knew someone was lurking, but his face still held that usual sly grin. Observing closely, the opponent revealed himself wearing a pig's head mask. Clearly a member of a mysterious organization, he brandished a rusty long knife, a weapon stained with the blood of countless victims. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Dich Hoa, radiating deadly intent. Dich Hoa immediately spun around to counterattack, nuclear energy gathering in his palm. He leapt up and threw a thunderous punch aimed straight at the pig-masked man. His eyes flashed with disdain. Wearing that pig's head mask, pretending to be something you're not, let's see how long you can hide. Yet the pig-headed man showed no hesitation. Even facing the martial genius, An Than, he instantly assumed a defensive stance, raising the rusty knife in one hand while gripping a black, rusty chain in the other. Then suddenly yanked it hard. Dich Hoa unleashed his nuclear punch directly at the mask. But the pigman reacted lightning fast. He took the full hit and simultaneously pushed the large knife deep into Dich Hoa's body. The nuclear punch exploded in a blinding flash of light. The powerful nuclear punch made the mask smoke heavily, like a roasted pig's head. However, the assassin inside remained arrogant, his eyes piercing through the scorched mask, challenging Dich Hoa with a provocative glare. Only then did Dich Hoa truly feel astonished. His expression briefly stunned. He thought to himself, absorbing my nuclear punch and still standing, this guy really has guts. The pigman's hand gripping the knife tensed, trying to push the blade deeper to increase the damage. He even maliciously twisted the weapon hard, attempting to widen Dich Hoa's wound. Suddenly, the pigman flinched as he stared directly at Dich Hoa. His mask was now charred black, smoke rising with a strong burnt smell. The reason for his shock was that Dick Hoa was completely unharmed after the fatal stab. Dick Hoa smirked provocatively. Surprised by my healing ability, I just used my muscles to clamp down on your weapon. He continued analyzing. Your strength is insignificant, but your weapon is very special, seemingly able to pierce through any defense. What exactly are you? Dick Hoa acted with extreme calmness, using both hands to clamp the upper and lower jaws of the pig mask, then ripped it open forcefully. The assassin was utterly powerless, only able to let Dick Hoa tear his mouth apart. Dick Hoa said, "Let me take a closer look inside. Taste my blow." Without warning, Dick Hoa's mouth suddenly morphed, swelling like Godzilla's maw with jagged teeth. He immediately unleashed a blast of nuclear energy from his throat, driving it straight into the assassin's throat. The terrifying heat surged downward, incinerating all internal organs. That's the price to pay for daring to challenge Dick Hoa. The entire front of the assassin was completely burned away. He collapsed, his true identity still a mystery. Dick Hoa held the charred pig mask, thinking to himself, "If I say tear it, I tear it." Ahead of him, the fallen body was still blazing fiercely, carefully inspecting the torn pig mask. Dick Hoa suddenly discovered something strange. Wait a minute, there's something inside. From inside the scorched mask, Dick Hoa pulled out a green necklace. On the pendant was an odd symbol. He immediately recognized it. The illusory pendant was indeed an experimental item from Hoa Du. Defeating the monster dropped a Star Moon item. He intended to go back and pick up the fated knife, but the moment he glanced at it, it vanished on its own. Dick Hoa clicked his tongue. Their weapons were reinforced by master craftsmen. Once the weapon dissipated, the physical weapon disappeared too. He looked again at the green necklace. What was its purpose? Could it be that he needed to hunt down these masks and steal them? While Dick Hoa was still absorbed in analyzing the loot, an arrow suddenly shot toward him from behind. The arrow flew at a terrifying speed, aiming straight for his neck. But Dick Hoa seemed unaware, or rather, he simply didn't bother to care about such a low-level attack. He just needed to channel his mana, and the arrow was immediately stopped before it could touch him. Dick Hoa turned around, his eyes blazing as he stared at the arrow. That aura alone was enough to make any onlooker shudder. Looking toward the arrow's direction, Dick Hoa spotted the attacker and smirked. The next wave of monsters had arrived. The assassin looked like a chicken man, wielding 2 crossbows. He froze when he saw his target effortlessly break his arrow, then angrily jumped up. Dick Hoa showed interest. He turned back with his trademark smile at the chicken man. "I hate sneaky little rats the most. Looks like it's time to get my hands moving." Without hesitation, he prepared to rush forward and strike the guy. Unexpectedly, right from beneath his feet, another arrow suddenly shot up, aiming straight at him. Dick Hoa was startled by the speed and surprise of the attack. He was mid-charge and had no time to react. Seeing the opportunity, the chicken man immediately fired a rapid volley of arrows at Dick Hoa. He shouted strange, excited cries like a wild beast as he jumped up in joy while unleashing his attack. A barrage of arrows pierced straight into Dick Hoa, while below, a strange arm tightly gripped the spear, holding his body in place. Trapped between 2 pincers, Dick Hoa couldn't dodge. Countless arrows riddled his body. The situation was critical, yet Dick Hoa didn't falter. This pain was nothing compared to what he had endured before. He looked up and let out a chilling chuckle. "Just this little, and you want to take my life? How naive." Instantly, Dick Hoa tensed, activating the Titan power deep within his veins. A giant skeleton began to form, surrounded by nuclear energy, swirling like burning flames. The intense heat incinerated all the arrows and weapons piercing him. This power wasn't something a few wooden sticks could penetrate. The chicken man looked up at Dick Hoa, stunned and frozen like a statue when he saw his opponent transform into a giant super titan. Dick Hoa immediately threw a punch straight at him, the powerful force exploding and shaking the entire vast secret realm. The punch sent the chicken man flying through a nearby large building. All that remained was a massive dust cloud. With Dick Hoa's glowing fist hovering above, this attack completely demolished the large building, drawing the attention of many martial artists from afar. They only dared to watch and whisper among themselves. "What's going on over there? An entire building just collapsed." After dealing with the chicken man, Dick Hoa picked up the large spear dropped by the one who had ambushed him from the ground. He slowly approached the man and spoke in a haunting voice. "Let me see who almost took my life." But as he got closer, Dick Hoa realized this guy wasn't ordinary either. He wore a rabbit head mask, standing defensively and completely silent. Dick Hoa immediately guessed. Rabbit head, definitely from the Zodiac 12 organization. Instantly, the rabbit man's legs bulged fiercely. Muscles tensed like 2 balloons. Electric sparks flickered outside. He was gathering strength, preparing to charge. The rabbit man shot forward with terrifying force, gripping the large spear tightly with both hands. charging straight at Dich Hoa. His eyes glowed red. Locked on a single target, Dich Hoa immediately countered with a kick. But the rabbit man was extremely agile and quick. His kick missed the target. The rabbit quickly dodged to the side, pointing the spear's sharp tip right at his head. Only then did Dich Hoa realize the danger and dared not underestimate his opponent anymore. He paused briefly and muttered, "Dumb. This guy knows martial arts." The sharp spear tip was pressed right against Dich Hoa's face. He tried to lean back to dodge. Even though it was just a moment, Dich Hoa was tensing up, gathering energy, glaring straight at the strange rabbit-faced guy. Dich Hoa shouted loudly, "Ice wall immediately." A solid ice shield was summoned, successfully delaying the rabbit's thrust. Yet, that terrifyingly thick wall began to crack, and Dich Hoa stared directly at his opponent. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The surrounding space turned icy cold, radiating an extreme chill of power. The rabbit-masked man realized he was trapped by a giant spiked ice wall. He instantly became extremely alert, looking around for the one who had intervened. At that moment, So Chow swooped down from above, the sword in his hand radiating powerful energy. "Almost got you. Dich Hoa, leave this rabbit to me," he said. The rabbit jerked up in surprise. Amazed at the speed of the newcomer, a slash carrying terrifying icy power came down, but the rabbit was incredibly agile. Immediately leaping high to dodge, the rabbit's eyes flashed red with frustration. He had nearly succeeded in taking down Dich Hoa, but was interrupted by someone jumping in. The rabbit was furious to the point of boiling blood. The battle between So Chow and the rabbit-headed man erupted instantly. The rabbit wildly thrust his spear, while So Chow swung his sword continuously, blocking with precision. After dozens of exchanges, the rabbit's great spear was completely frozen by So Chow, losing all damage capability. The rabbit struggled desperately but was powerless. Seeing his opponent trapped, So Chow gave no chance to escape. Coldly, he declared the end. Gathering tremendous force in his other hand, he compressed it into a palm strike, blasting the rabbit-headed man away like a dry leaf. The rabbit hadn't even recovered when he felt a scorching heat on his back. So Chow launched another palm strike, pushing him straight toward Dich Hoa, who was waiting. The moment he collided with Dich Hoa's titan shell, the rabbit was desperate. He realized he had fallen into a trap. It was clearly a death trap. As he turned his head, he was greeted by the destructive light of a nuclear energy explosion. Facing unstoppable power, he trembled, completely confused in that life or death moment. Dich Hoa, in supergiant form, threw a steel fist, grabbing the masked man tightly and squeezing. Energy crackled between his fingers as he excitedly said, "Got you now, little bunny." From above, a massive nuclear energy column shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire wasteland and shaking the space around it, as if Dich Hoa was lighting up this dark place. A few minutes earlier, in a nearby high-rise building, two freshmen were chatting. "It's quiet over there now. That noisy guy earlier must be dead." Definitely. The masked ones, even when surrounded by a dozen people, remain unharmed. Their weapons pierce defenses. They're on a different level than us. In another corner, a confident and sexy orange-haired female student sensed Dich Hoa's first nuclear explosion and immediately judged, "Whoever just came in arrogantly firing fireworks must be a provincial student trying to get into Hoa-do. Truly, a frog at the bottom of a well." She then mentioned the lion-headed guy, asserting that the provincial students were far inferior to those from the big city. "I heard Dim Chin Hung is in Ma Do. Uduang Trak and Lam Vu Tu are in Tham Du. And Tan Tran, on Luli Island, have started hunting masks, though no one knows how." The person beside her was curious. "Really? Then the new freshman president position probably belongs to them." The girl shook her head. "No. All the presidents so far have been from Hoa-do. Compared to the demons of Hoa-do, the others can't compare. Their cultivation resources have been vastly different since childhood." As the girl finished speaking, Dich Hoa treated the area to another explosion. The blinding nuclear light immediately caught the attention of two nosy onlookers, who squinted and looked up. Both trembled. Their mouths twisted and shared fearful thoughts as they whispered, "What is that beam and that terrifying power? An electronic gun? Don't joke. There's no such thing here." This earth-shattering explosion caught the eye of the lion-headed group. He glanced toward Dich Hoa's energy column while still slaughtering the masked ones, his expression clearly displeased. He turned to the young man beside him and spoke arrogantly. "Tach, what do you think?" The pink-haired guy named Trak glanced over and analyzed. "This attack style doesn't match the masked ones. It's very likely a tactic from a freshman. He's also a freshman, named Uduang Trak." The lion-headed guy's large sword pierced through the chest of a horse-masked enemy, killing him gruesomely. "Curious," he asked. "A freshman. Besides the Hoa-do group, who else has such terrifying power?" We have to check it out. After all, we've collected 4 zodiac mask charms: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. He dangled 4 chains and added, Lamvu 2 and Tom Du at least has the goat charm. Udwang Trok nodded. Tan Tran on Luli Island at least has the snake charm. Luthan Truk defeated the ox-headed one and took the ox charm. If the masks are arranged by the 12 zodiac animals, only pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon remain. He looked on with desire and determination, muttering, still a dragon. And Uyang Trok immediately showed a wary expression. You know that monster. One touch and you're dead. Definitely a boss. The only option is to run. The lion-headed guy praised Uyang Trok's insight, pacing back and forth before saying, the remaining strands. Those new students emitting light. Definitely have a few. Tantran and Lamvu 2 will also be drawn in. This, Cheng Hung, means the game has reached the finals. The lion-headed guy's face revealed cunning and danger as he concluded after reasoning. To win, you can only snatch it from someone else. The scene shifted to Dich Hoa and So Chao, where Dich Hoa was holding a necklace in his hand. So Chao, seeing it for the first time, asked curiously, and Dich Hoa explained, before you arrived, I took down that pig-masked guy and got the pig-shaped pendant. I guess this trial requires collecting the full set of 12 zodiac pendants. Zhou Chao, cautious, asked, do we have to actively hunt those masked guys? Dich Hoa recalled the chicken-like figure jumping around. Yes. Earlier on the roof, someone shot at me, probably the chicken mask, but they escaped. Both were engrossed in their exchange. Unaware that someone was lurking nearby, Dich Hoa looked around and said, his arrow hit me. I can use it to track him. So Cho immediately got excited. Let's go. The two ventured deeper into the secret realm, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate and ruined. Dich Hoa looked down and quickly spotted strange traces. He immediately deduced, there are signs of a battle here. Someone's been here before us. So Chao touched the marks on the ground. Sensing, this burn mark is still warm, the enemy definitely hasn't gone far. So Chao's expression turned cautious, and he thought to himself with a start, the enemy is very close. Acting decisively, So Chao immediately drew his frostblade and took a defensive stance. So Chao swung his sword, sending a sharp chill flying toward the strange aura. A wall of ice sprang up, rushing forward, and the enemy was immediately struck by the attack. The enemy was a female freshman. After being hit by So Chao's strike, her face showed clear shock. She clutched her healing arm and trembled. My optical invisibility was detected again. So Chao's attack broke my stealth technique. Sharp ice spikes shot up as So Chao's threatening shadow moved. He spoke in a low voice, staying still, clearly scheming something evil. Suddenly, another man who was invisible appeared and shouted loudly, move aside, this invisible girl is Lam Vu 2. She startled and turned around. The new character unleashed a burst of fiery flames, tensing his body and shouting, ninja art. Battle form flame river. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a massive shockwave of fire that immediately overwhelmed So Cha's ice wall. The flames spread wide, and he grew increasingly smug. After the fiery greeting, the young man relaxed, pulled out a cigarette, tilted his head back, and said, you've been spotted. Lam Vu 2, your optical invisibility is terrible. This guy was Tan Tran. Lam Vu 2 angrily snapped, get lost. Don't interfere. Dich Hoa immediately stepped forward to confront the two newcomers and question them. Are you ambushing us? Lam Vu 2 quickly waved her hand. You're mistaken, buddy. We just took down that chicken-masked guy and are hiding to lure the bait. In contrast, Tan Tran remained completely silent, focusing only on his cigarette as he calmly lit it and took a deep drag. Dich Hoa immediately took notice, narrowing his eyes at Tan Tran's indifferent attitude, then spoke with hidden meaning. Is that so? Then what about this? Instantly, Dich Hoa grabbed a girl who appeared out of nowhere by the neck. To his surprise, she looked exactly like Lam Vu 2. He lifted this clone like a doll, completely overpowering her so she couldn't move. The real Lam Vu 2 looked annoyed from afar. The clone's been exposed too. These two really have skills. Nearby, Tan Tran exhaled a puff of smoke and sneered. Haha, I never expected you to succeed in the assassination at first. After speaking, he dropped the cigarette to the ground and stomped on it hard. If everything were this simple, it'd be boring as hell. Then, Tan Tran suddenly puffed out his cheeks, stretching his face round like a balloon. He took a deep breath, gathering energy in his mouth until his skin was taut to the extreme. Using both hands, Tan Tran pressed his cheeks hard and then blew out a thick, pitch-black smoke that quickly spread all around. The poisonous smoke immediately rushed toward Dich Hoa and So Chao. Both jumped back quickly, actively dodging this dangerous gas. At the same time, Lam Vu Tu held a large fan, covering her mouth as she giggled. The energy around her began to explode. She proudly declared, "Let me handle this. You won't be running away." Lam Vu Tu soared into the air, arms wide open. She waved the fan powerfully and shouted, "Wind rise." A fierce gust of wind immediately burst out, blowing her hair wildly. This action created a strong gust of wind, blowing the toxic smoke straight toward Dick Hoa and So Chow. Neither of them had time to dodge, and soon they were engulfed in thick black smoke. Completely obscuring their vision, Tran Tan continued to gather a large fireball in the palm of his hand, channeling intense heat into it. The glowing orb shone brightly as he said with confidence, "Not done yet. Let me add some more fire." Tran Tan thrust the fireball forward, sending it hurtling into the dense black smoke. The entire attack targeted Dich Hoa and So Chow, with fire and smoke intertwining to create a terrifying heat zone. Launching a combined attack, Tran Tan smiled smugly. "Strong. So what? You're still no match for us." Lam Vu Tu beside him waved a fan, giggling arrogantly. But their joy was short-lived. A cold voice from Dich Hoa echoed through the smoke. "Laugh all you want." A hand emitting a brilliant nuclear glow appeared, energy bursting through his fingers. Immediately after, Dich Hoa clapped his hands forcefully, unleashing a massive shockwave of energy. Tran Tan's smoke and fire were instantly blown away, revealing Dich Hoa and So Chow unharmed. Witnessing this, Tran Tan's jaw dropped in shock. "Just a simple clap shattered my flame maze. How powerful is this force?" Before he could finish his astonished thought, Dich Hoa's hand shot forward at a terrifying speed, closing in right before his face. Tran Tan barely registered the danger as Dich Hoa coldly unleashed his move, Frost Shadow Fist. Without a word, wasted, Dich Hoa punched straight into the arrogant man's face. "I've been annoyed long enough. No time to waste on small fries." Dich Hoa spun and struck so fast, Tran Tan vanished, leaving only a splash of blood and a glowing punch behind. From afar, Tran Tan was blasted dozens of yards away, tumbling through the air like a broken puppet, a bitter end to his arrogance. Watching Dich Hoa defeat his comrade, Lam Vu Tu began to tremble, too scared to move. As she glanced at his terrifying figure, she thought, "We don't have breakthrough cultivation, only at martial disciple level. Our body's sealed. Even if the new Huadu has higher limits, his physique is definitely beyond a rookie's level. Damn it. I was so focused on his fists. I forgot there's an ice type too." Just as she finished the thought, So Chaw's chilling ice spread, freezing her legs. Panicked, she thought, "Even the two of us combined can't beat him. He really is a monster." Trapped and unable to escape, Lam Vu Tu watched Dich Hoa slowly approach, feeling like a fish on a chopping block. The dark magical energy radiating from Dich Hoa made the air around them heavy and suffocating. Realizing she couldn't fight back, she swung her fan fiercely, her mind racing to calculate her next move. Continuing the fight was hopeless. Immediately, Lam Vu Tu's fan strike took effect, shattering the ice that had been restraining her legs. She leapt up at once, breaking free from the encirclement. With only one thought in her mind, "Run. Don't let them catch you again." She dashed forward, activating invisibility midair, but before she could vanish, a hand grabbed her leg and yanked her back. It was Dich Hoa. Lam Vu Tu spun around angrily, shouting, "Damn it." Her beautiful face now showed pure terror. Without mercy, Dich Hoa grabbed her leg and slammed her down onto the ground. The impact created a deep, human-shaped crater, showing the immense force behind it. He said, "Come down here and rest." Channeling energy into his fist with the Mystic Phoenix martial technique, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Dich Hoa's gaze was unwavering. At that moment, multiple clones of Lam Vu Tu appeared, scattering everywhere to distract him. Seizing the opportunity, her real body slipped free from Dich Hoa's grip. But he calmly observed, seeing his opponent still had tricks. Dich Hoa grew even more excited. He smirked and boldly declared, "Haha." Trying to run, from behind Dich Hoa, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted, summoning a horde of 100 demons. The dark, ominous aura made him look like a true demon. The demonic energy immediately charged, grabbing each of Lam Vu Tu's clones. She had nowhere to run. Once arrogant, now bound by dark energy, she screamed in panic as all her clones were surrounded and destroyed. Lam Vu Tu's real body was also heavily suppressed. In utter panic, she screamed, "Ah, my body won't move. What kind of monsters are these? I can't fight back." Dich Hoa smiled his trademark smile and laughed loudly toward Lam Vu Tu. "Haha, you can't escape. Accept your fate." His eyes gleamed with excitement as his prey was trapped. Immediately, Lam Vu Tu's disparity screams rang out, I surrender. I surrender. I'll give you all the pendants. Hoa was now swinging 2 pendants in his hands. He stared at the loot for a moment, his face full of satisfaction. Then Hoa turned to Lam Vutu and said, "Done so soon. Quickly report all the information." Lam Vutu immediately obediently knelt down and confessed. "To win, you need to collect all 12 chains. Now is the final stage. If you don't steal from others, they will come steal from you. Ao Duong Trach and Diem Chin Hung from Madu are the strongest newcomers. They've definitely looted quite a bit." Lam Vutu's face showed a sly grin as she smiled meaningfully. "So, do you want me to lead you to find them?" At the same time, she secretly calculated, "Since I can't win anyway, I might as well stir the pot and let the tiger swallow the wolf. You guys just keep slaughtering each other." Here. Hoa clearly saw through Lam Vutu's dark intentions and coldly said, but then his twisted smile froze her in place. Hoa added, "Your fan is beautiful," which made Lam Vutu jump in surprise. Meanwhile, in another area, inside the secret realm, Ao Duong Trak and Diem Chin Hung were frantically hunting down those holding the chains. Time running out. Ao Duong Trak guessed Tron Tan and Lam Vutu had already clashed. Diem Chin Hung growled, "Whatever. Whoever wins. I'll loot. They're just holding the items for me." While busy planning the loot, Diem Chin Hung suddenly froze, horrified at something ahead. Trach. Look at that corpse. The two cautiously approached and found a body cut in half, lying in a pool of black fluid. Diem Chin Hung and Ao Duong Trak were stunned when they recognized the victim, seeing the dead man's face clearly. Diem Chin Hung trembled and exclaimed, "That's Tran Tan. He died horribly," his eyes still wide open. A few minutes earlier, Tran Tan was knocked away by Hoa. He struggled to get up, mumbling, "That guy's a monster. Lam Vutu's probably done for too. He marked me. He'll come. I have to find Ao Duong Trak and team up." Moving alone, Tran Tan suddenly sensed something strange. He immediately turned around, growling cautiously. "Who's there?" Turning back, he saw a long-haired figure holding a sword approaching. Radiating intensa killing intent. Tran Tan, already badly injured, broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing disaster was imminent, Tran Tan was horrified to realize the stranger's eyes had 2 pupils, staring at him like he was prey. Facing the enemy, Tran Tan trembled uncontrollably, losing all composure. His voice cracked with fear as he stammered, It's Thin Long. Above, the broken street lamp suddenly sparked, crackling with electric noise, like a power source just connected. The lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the dark night. The light clearly revealed Tran Tan's shadow as he took a full slash from the dragon-masked assailant. Red liquid splattered everywhere, and a dreadful scream echoed before fading away. The attacker was Thin Long, who struck without mercy, easily finishing off Tran Tan as if crushing an ant. The dragon-masked man silently grabbed 2 necklaces, stepped over Tran Tan's twitching body, and left him with a fatal wound. Back in the present, Diem Chin Hung was confused by the corpse. The slash was too sharp. Ao Duong Trak glanced and confirmed it was Thin Long's doing a completely overwhelming strike, only possible from the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac signs. Diem Chin Hung wondered if Thin Long only operated in the underground parking lot. Ao Duong Trak recounted how he once led over 20 people to trap him there. The result, after confronting that dragon, only the 2 of them miraculously escaped alive. Seeing his classmate's mutilated body, Diem Chin Hung was horrified. This was real murder, not a training test. Everything was genuine. Ao Duong Trak also lost his composure. His face turned pale, his whole body trembled, and his throat tightened, leaving him speechless. Panicked, Diem Chin Hung jumped up and asked Ao Duong Trak what to do now since Tran Tan's necklace was also taken. Ao Duong Trak just lowered his head and nodded blankly. He analyzed that Thin Long had left the parking lot, probably because some condition was triggered. As the final boss, he would now freely hunt down those holding the necklaces. Immediately, Ao Duong Trak burst with fighting spirit. His eyes filled with determination as he declared they couldn't fight Thin Long head-on and must steal necklaces from others before Thin Long found them. Without hesitation, Ao Duong Trak unleashed his power, spreading large wings and activating his bloodline. He roared as his bloodline awakened golden scale dragon form, burning with battle intent. Ao Duong Trak flew through the air and shouted down to Diem Chin Hung that the plan was to actively send out a signal to lure those with necklaces here for a decisive fight. Spreading his wings wide, Ao Duong Trak soared high and released a powerful energy wave aimed at drawing all other participants here to seize their necklaces. In another corner of the dead city, Lu Thon Truk was severely injured, leaning against a wall and muttering. She never expected to be dragged into this hellish place where many newcomers had been killed by the dragon, masked killer. Lu Thon Truk was desperate. She had met with the teacher and another survivor, but he could only get one person out, and she chose to stay behind. In the desperate secret realm, Luthan Truk could only stare at the photo she took with Dich Hoa, muttering to herself that she had to warn Dich Hoa, telling that fool to stay far away from here, exhausted and worried. She didn't know if the person who escaped had met Dich Hoa yet. She was drained. But she believed that as long as Dich Hoa avoided the Dragon Clan, he would be safe. Suddenly, Luthan Truk sensed a strange movement. She cautiously looked back. Feeling an intense wave of unease crashing over her, she snapped awake. Thinking she'd been discovered, she knew she couldn't run because her energy was locked down. And the enemy had definitely come to steal the pendant. She didn't care about the pendant herself, but her gut told her Dich Hoa would need it. She couldn't fight now. So her only plan was to lure the enemy to a specific location. The one who arrived was Oduang Trach, using his profession to hunt the weak. He laughed loudly, recognizing Luthan Truk as the awakened bloodline of the Dark Raven. Since they shared the Divine Bird bloodline, he had investigated thoroughly and knew she held the Ox Pendant, a stroke of luck from heaven. From above, using his eye control skill, Oduang Trach clearly saw Luthan Truk trying to move toward one side. He sneered, thinking, trying to lure me to the Dragon Clan's parking lot. How naive. The Dragon Clan has already left. That place is empty now. Oduang Trach soared upward, channeling energy into his wings, confidently shouting, Dim Shin Hung, wait here, I'm bringing back the prey. Oduang Trach immediately attacked the building where Luthan Truk was hiding, unleashing a destructive assault from the rooftop down to the ground floor, determined to crush her completely. In his awakened bloodline form, Oduang Trach spread his blazing wings and flew forward, energy exploding around him as he growled, Luthan Truk, you won't escape. Oduang Trach was smugly chasing Luthan Truk when suddenly he froze at a strange sound. His eyes widened as he wondered what that noise could be. Turning around, a grotesque shadow appeared, radiating murderous intent. Oduang Trach was horrified to realize it was the Dragon Clan. Impossible. He thought the Dragon Clan should be hunting the pendant bearer. So why was it here? Oduang Trach lost control, his body trembling violently. He knew facing the Dragon Clan meant death. Trying to calm himself, he muttered, if its target is the pendant bearer. He continued analyzing. I'm holding 4 pendants, and the Dragon of the Year definitely prioritizes the richest one. Oduang Trach was shocked. His arrogance had pushed him into a deadly trap. The pupils of the Dragon of the Year flashed with a mysterious light, and an invisible pressure instantly compressed, choking the life out of Oduang Trach's path. Every escape route was blocked. Oduang Trach had to face the strongest of the 12 zodiac beasts. His face twisted in pain as he searched for a way out, but his mind was completely blank. The Dragon of the Year closed in. Shadows swarmed to trap Oduang Trach. The faint light only allowed him to clearly see the terrifying boss's expression. He froze, utterly suppressed by overwhelming pressure, unable to resist at all. With just one initial move, Oduang Trach was terrified beyond measure. He muttered in disbelief. This is the Star Domain. I didn't expect the Dragon of the Year to possess such a powerful skill. He was controlled, standing still and staring at his enemy. His face pallid, teeth clenched. Just looking into the eyes meant being pulled into the domain. The only way to break free was to kill the caster. He was cornered with no way out. No sooner had the thought ended than the Dragon of the Year lunged like a lightning strike. The 100-step distance vanished in an instant. The black dragon's head with blazing red eyes surged forward. Oduang Trach panicked. It had arrived. He dared not face it head-on and hurriedly folded his wings tight to defend. The Dragon of the Year darted swiftly, slashing repeatedly at him. Oduang Trach could only helplessly endure the blows now. The Dragon of the Year seemed enraged, roaring fiercely. His sword gleamed brightly as he crazily charged at Oduang Trach, eyes wide with murderous intent, like a demon demanding a soul. Meanwhile, in another battle zone, Dim Shin Hung, Oduang Trach's comrade, was also in danger. He was caught off guard by an attack and struggled desperately to defend himself. The attacker was none other than Dich Hoa. His palm still smoked from the last strike as he looked at Dim Shin Hung. Frowning, you dared to blast your system speaker, provoking me. Behind Dich Hoa, So Chow held a still warm sword and suggested, Dich Hoa, leave this guy to me. I want to test his strength a bit. Dich Hoa was momentarily surprised. Dim Shin Hung refused to back down. He activated his profession, leapt up wielding a huge blade. A fierce tiger illusion roared behind him as he gathered all his strength and shouted, You think you caught me, kid? You're nothing. So Chow calmly raised his still smoking sword, his eyes shining brightly as he coldly uttered 2 words, Ice Vein. Immediately, a sharp, icy sword aura shot straight at Dim Shin Hung, but his heavy blade strike shattered the cold air. He clearly put all his strength into the attack. Seeing he easily countered the move, Diem Chin Hung laughed triumphantly, baring his teeth, taunting Suo Zhou. "Let's see where you run now." Diem Chin Hung grew more aggressive, charging like a fierce beast, swinging his great blade directly at Suo Zhou's sword. Suo Zhou stepped back, using his ice sword to block with smooth, precise movements. Just as Suo Zhou stabilized, he suddenly became alert. Sensing something was off, Diem Chin Hung unleashed another powerful strike with his great blade. Suo Zhou quickly spun his sword, bracing with both hands as metal clashed and sparks flew, gritting his teeth to hold firm. Frustrated, Diem Chin Hung roared the name of his technique, Golden Armor Soul Spear. Suo Zhou recognized the skill and grew cautious, muttering. The user and sword seemed to be one. The opponent had activated a skill, but Suo Zhou wasn't intimidated. He triggered his profession ability, summoning the illusion of a giant ice lance dragon that roared, exhaling bone-chilling cold, radiating an intimidating aura. Diem Chin Hung's battle spirit exploded fiercely. The illusion of a fierce tiger behind him roared back at the ice lance dragon, its eyes blazing. Diem Chin Hung swung his blade towards Suo Zhou. A dragon and tiger roared as they charged at each other. Suo Zhou transformed into the ice dragon, Diem Chin Hung into the fierce tiger. The two clashed violently, Suo Zhou continuously launching icy attacks, while Diem Chin Hung countered with his blade, their overwhelming presence terrifying. While the two fought fiercely, Yihoa found a rock to sit on and watch, resting his chin on his hand, looking sleepy, ignoring the loud clashing sounds nearby, uninterested in getting involved. In the heat of battle, Diem Chin Hung suddenly sensed a distress signal. Startled, he recognized it as the aura of Trach. Mid-fight, Diem Chin Hung abruptly jumped back, exposing a weakness. Completely distracted, Suo Zhou immediately seized the chance and pressed forward aggressively. Annoyed, Diem Chin Hung spun around and growled. "If I weren't in a hurry, I'd have broken at least 8 of your bones today." But Yihoa stepped in, stomping the ground. Gathering power, he charged straight at Diem Chin Hung with cold eyes, saying arrogantly, "Trying to run, I haven't given you permission." Diem Chin Hung was shocked by the overwhelming pressure, wondering what was going on. Yihoa's fist shot forward. Diem Chin Hung hurriedly raised his great blade to block, triggering a blinding explosion as dust and smoke filled the air. Even though he blocked with his sword, Yihoa's punch was still devastating, sending Diem Chin Hung flying dozens of feet away. Tumbling through the air like a ball, Diem Chin Hung crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. He struggled to get up. Confused, was that a beast attack just now? Yihoa smirked, saying, "I was the one who hit you. Who told you to yell so loud? I just hit a little harder." Diem Chin Hung growled, "You hit me sneakily." Yihoa shrugged, "Not sneakily. You were just too slow to block my punch." This made Diem Chin Hung furious. He roared, blood still dripping from his lips, wild and reckless. "I'm going to take your life." But just 3 minutes later, Diem Chin Hung collapsed, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, completely unable to continue fighting. Yihoa comforted him. "You lasted 3 minutes. That's impressive. That guy Trantan got taken out by me in one hit." Yihoa picked up the greatsword, clicking his tongue. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. I'll borrow it. Hope you don't mind." Diem Chin Hung lay trembling at his feet, not daring to object. Yihoa immediately infused his Godzilla energy into the greatsword, muttering to himself, "Still need to enhance it a bit more." Instantly, Diem Chin Hung's greatsword was upgraded in Godzilla style, countless layers of tough scales sprouting, the blade becoming even more powerful. Yihoa admired his new masterpiece, smiling with satisfaction. So Chow held a pendant and stepped closer. It was completely different, blinking continuously. So Chow said, "Yihoa, it's sending some kind of signal." Curious, Yihoa leaned in to examine the strange object. Scene shifts to the dragon domain, where Ao Duong Troc was brutally tortured. The Sheen Desolate. He had lost one arm. The other dangled uselessly, his wings completely torn off, his body soaked in syrup. Ao Duong Troc gasped weakly, his head dripping with red syrup. He struggled, thinking, "I never imagined I'd be defeated so miserably." The dragon monster hovered opposite him, its weapon still stained with blood. Ao Duong Troc trembled. "I used the sealing nail from the secret realm. If it hits the heart, it seals his martial skills." There really was a nail embedded in the dragon's chest. Ao Duong Trash regretted. "Unfortunately, I sacrificed an arm but still missed the heart. Only off by 3 fingers. Losing all strength to resist." Ao Duong Troc bowed his head, waiting for death. The giant dragon head opened wide, ready to bite him. He was desperate, having missed his only chance to kill this monster. Just as the dragon was about to finish off Ao Duong Trach, the domain instantly dissolved, and it left to hunt its next prey. Ao Duong Trach's body was pinned to the wall by a sword, his eyes wide open in death, mouth agape in pain, blood pouring out, and his dream of returning to Hongti shattered. Elsewhere, Luthan Truk was desperately sprinting up the stairs. She pushed herself hard, almost at the rooftop, and after escaping Ao Duong Trach, she had to reach the top floor. She ran while gasping for breath, exhausted and terrified. But that dragon, Thin Long, was absurdly powerful, completely incomparable to Suangu. Luthan Truk's face turned pale. She knew for sure Ao Duong Trach couldn't hold on, and Thin Long's next target would definitely be her. To survive, only Dich Hoa's rescue could save her. She ran while watching carefully. This was the tallest building, and Dich Hoa's signal had hinted at this. She would send a signal to him too. Thon Truk gathered her energy, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Awaken the bloodline." Yumin took. Instantly, Luthan Truk spread her bird-like wings wide, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated everywhere. She hoped this distress signal would reach Dich Hoa's ears. Her already exhausted body strained to use her power. Luthan Truk collapsed to the floor, barely able to support herself, whispering, "It hurts so much. I hope Dich Hoa gets this." Suddenly, terrifying sounds echoed, footsteps drawing closer and louder. As if someone was closing in, she opened her eyes wide, sensing a dangerous presence approaching. She struggled to get up, murmuring to calm herself. "This sound, no way. It can't be this fast." Thon Truk stretched toward the edge of the rooftop and glanced down. She was horrified to see Thin Long walking on the sheer wall, defying gravity, sword in hand, blazing with fierce momentum as he headed straight for her. Luthan Truk's face drained of color, her forehead turning purple, body trembling. She desperately thought, "He found me this fast. This isn't good. I have to warn Dich Hoa to stay away immediately." Again, those deadly eyes, Thin Long's pupils flashed as he locked onto his next prey, right on the rooftop. The dragon-faced man repeated his old move, creating a sealed domain that enclosed Luthan Truk, blocking any interference. The monster boldly stepped into the domain without any obstacle. Facing him, Luthan Truk could only retreat in despair. Thin Long looked up, seemingly revealing a satisfied smile at the fresh prey, raising his sword high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Luthan Truk saw the glowing sword slashing straight at her, tears of fear welling up as she muttered in despair, "Damn it. There's no time left." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the domain space, rapidly spreading wide. It was Dich Hoa. He had broken the domain. Holding the great blade, borrowed from DM Ching Hung in both hands, he kicked straight at Thin Long's face, shouting loudly, "I promised your parents I'd protect you, and my word is gold." In that life or death moment, Liu Than Trots saw Dich Hoa, tears streaming down, her face flushed with hope rising again. She gasped in astonishment, calling out loudly, "Dich Hoa." The Thin Long guy noticed Dich Hoa, glaring and growling, annoyed as he shifted to the side. His attitude toward Dich Hoa clearly showed caution. Dich Hoa didn't say much. He charged in, cursing first, "You dragon-headed mutt. What the hell are you?" Without a second's hesitation, Dich Hoa unleashed a sword strike infused with Godzilla energy straight at Thin Long. The overwhelming power pressed down. Yet Thin Long only used his slender sword to block the blow, showing no fear at all. Dich Hoa's sword strike shattered the entire building, broke the domain, creating a crack that extended all the way down to the first floor. He immediately turned to Luthan Truk. "Thang Truk. So Chow and my disciple are in the east alley. You go there first." She nodded but still worried. "And you, Dich Hoa," stood amid the black Godzilla smoke. "Resolute. I'll test myself against this dragon-faced guy." Saying that, Dich Hoa dashed down, leaping from the rooftop straight to where Thin Long had been hit, dust and smoke obscuring his figure. The entire high-rise was split in half, dust thick in the air. If Thin Long could withstand this strike, he was definitely no ordinary opponent. Dich Hoa landed on the ground, planting the great blade firmly, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The eerie footsteps came again. Thin Long was still there, dragging his sword as he walked. Dich Hoa slammed his blade into the ground, activating his limbs, laughing with delight. "So it's this domain again. I sensed something was off here as soon as I got the signal. Could it be you only dare fight hiding inside the domain?" Then, Dich Hoa happened to notice the nail pinned to Thin Long's chest, only partially embedded. He thought to himself, "That nail." Dich Hoa immediately connected the clues, suddenly realizing this nail was the plan DM Ching Hung once mentioned to deal with Thin Long. After Dich Hoa's attack, the outer shell of the dragon broke apart, revealing a terrifying muscular body. The madman charged forward, exuding a suffocating dark aura. Clearly extremely agitated. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Dich-Hoa became. He swung his massive blade, his eyes flashing with a Godzilla-like gleam. The enemy's speed was truly incredible. As the giant blade was raised, Dich-Hoa immediately sensed the dragon mask's dark domain enveloping the entire battlefield. The dragon-headed man instantly swung his sword, launching a full-force attack toward Dich-Hoa. Dich-Hoa immediately met the strike with his giant blade. The two energy streams collided violently. The dragon-headed man refused to yield, wildly increasing the pressure. Facing the horror of the secret realm, Dich-Hoa shouted, "At this level, I'm really looking forward to it." The nearby high-rise building shook violently, unable to withstand the terrifying power from the battle. Instantly, the building was sliced into 3 pieces. 2 beams of blue and pink light flashed, moving at a dizzying speed, all happening in the blink of an eye. The building collapsed into a massive pile of rubble. Above it, the 2 beams of light from Dich-Hoa and the dragon-headed man charged at each other once again. The fight was extremely intense. No matter how many moves Dich-Hoa unleashed, the dragon-headed man blocked them all. Neither side gave an inch. The aura exploded, and the clashing metal rang out sharply. The dragon mask man seemed to have lost his mind. He opened his mouth wide, sticking out a long tongue. Clearly at his limit, he roared and charged forward. Reckless and unstoppable, the dragon's sword, charged with energy, slashed straight at Dich-Hoa. He immediately raised his blade to block. The boss's power was terrifying. Dich-Hoa had to brace himself with all his strength, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Unexpectedly, the dragon-headed man's strength was superior. He gathered force and blasted Dich-Hoa away, slamming him from midair down to the ground. A horrific explosion erupted at the impact point, sending dust and debris flying. But from the epicenter, Dich-Hoa's signature blue nuclear energy began to flare, spreading outward. The dragon-headed man witnessed the energy burst and was instantly shocked. His eyes widened as he realized a massive threat was approaching. In his Godzilla form, Dich-Hoa roared and unleashed a destructive nuclear energy beam, blasting the dragon-headed man through a series of buildings. The sturdy structures shattered like toys. As the dust settled, Dich-Hoa, in his Godzilla form, casually stepped out, wiping his mouth and muttering, "Strong indeed. Coming to this world, I finally found a worthy opponent." He glared at his rival, feeling both excited and expectant, silently thinking, "I hope you won't be so easily defeated." Amid the rubble of the destroyed building, a dragon-masked man's arm stretched out, gripping a broken wall tightly, buried under bricks and stones but completely unharmed. He stood up proudly, his aura growing even stronger. His 4 glowing pupils locked onto Dich-Hoa, radiating lethal intent. Contrary to his opponent's scowl, Dich-Hoa smirked provocatively. "That's right. If the invincible Dragon Lord boss falls so easily, where's the fun in that?" No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-headed man flew into a rage, charging at Dich-Hoa with dangerous light flashing in his eyes. He swung his sword. A chunk of his dragon mask shattered, revealing part of his real face. Dich-Hoa's eyes widened in shock at what he saw, barely able to believe it. The dragon-headed man's speed was terrifying as he lunged with his sword. Dich-Hoa barely raised his enhanced blade to block, but still got pushed back a long distance by the relentless combo attack. Straining to defend, Dich-Hoa gritted his teeth, analyzing. Too fast. After the mask broke, not only did his speed increase, but his strength skyrocketed too. Now, Dich-Hoa faced the terrifying gaze of the dragon-headed man, whose 4 glowing pupils stared at him as if ready to devour him alive. Dich-Hoa could still resist, but the large blade borrowed from Diem Chin Hung couldn't hold up. The dragon-headed man's strike was too powerful, shattering the weapon in his hand. Stunned for a moment, Dich-Hoa stared in disbelief at the broken blade. "The blade. It's broken." The dragon-headed man immediately stepped back, keeping his distance, gripping his sword with both hands, ready for the finishing blow. Dich-Hoa realized his opponent's intent to end it. Without hesitation, Dich-Hoa threw away the broken blade. Without a weapon, he'd use something else. He showed no sign of faltering. He charged forward, biting down hard on the dragon-headed man's sword with his own mouth. He deliberately used his Godzilla-enhanced jaws. The boss was stunned by this bizarre move. Holding the sword tightly in his mouth, Dich-Hoa glanced at his opponent with a look full of pleasure and provocation, growling, "Finally caught you." Immediately, Dich-Hoa clenched his spiky Godzilla-like hand tightly, the joints cracking powerfully with a sharp sound. The dragon-headed guy seemed to realize Dich-Hoa's intention, his eyes wide with terror. But it was already too late to react. Dich-Hoa's nuclear punch slammed straight into the dragon-headed man's chin. He took the full brunt of the devastating attack, blue energy exploding. Although still holding his sword, his strike missed the mark. Dich-Hoa summoned all his strength, channeling every ounce into this punch. The punch was so powerful, it shattered the dragon mask, finally revealing his true face. He fell backward, his eyes staring blankly. Dick Hoa immediately grabbed the man's arm and pulled hard, gritting his teeth. Not done yet. Dear guest. Clenching his fist tightly, Dick Hoa charged forward, shouting, "Technician number 23, at your service." A rapid series of nuclear punches rained down on the dragon-headed man's face. He was forced to endure the earth-shattering fury, completely turning into a punching bag for Dick Hoa to unleash his wrath. Facing his opponent, Dick Hoa was thrilled, flashing a confident smile that revealed sharp fangs. Thinking to himself, Dick Hoa analyzed that the vital pressure points like the temples, Adam's apple, heart, and kidneys were exposed. Plus, the man was pierced by a nail, blocking his meridians and disrupting his martial arts flow. His lethal strikes immediately penetrated these key weak spots, starting to destroy him from within. The Dragon Mask Man was now just a broken shell, his true face fully revealed hair messy, gaunt, and miserable, clearly struggling for his last breath. His trembling hand couldn't hold the sword firmly, so he decided to throw the weapon away. But this was a deliberate throw. The Dragon Mask Man clearly hadn't accepted defeat yet. He threw the sword in a curve, aiming straight at Dick Hoa, holding Thrin. Long with one hand, Dick Hoa instantly detected the sneak attack. His reflexes, nothing short of perfect. Dick Hoa immediately summoned the Warfan trophy from Lamvu 2, his expression turning cold and terrifying. With decisive action, Dick Hoa opened the fan to block the sword. Dodging a fatal blow, he said as if he had predicted it, "I know you haven't given up. Your only chance was when I first arrived," using the element of surprise. After finishing, Dick Hoa flicked the fan, knocking the dragon-headed man's sword away. Standing tall and proud, he declared the final blow. "By doing that, you might still have a 30% chance." Dick Hoa immediately tensed up, swinging his fan fiercely as he roared, "Rise up and go." In the blink of an eye, the wind from the fan converged, forming a massive tornado column. The whirlwind unleashed fierce, wild energy like a superstorm. The sky darkened instantly. The tornado created by Dick Hoa grew stronger, towering 100 meters high. As demonic energy gathered, siphoning power from the surroundings to become even larger and more ferocious, the dragon-masked man was pulled straight into the storm's eye, suspended as countless sharp, cutting air currents tore at his body. Black blood spurted out, crushed like meat in a grinder. He was completely passive, unable to resist. The fan in Dick Hoa's hand was now far more powerful than when it belonged to Lamvu 2. Dick Hoa roared, giving his opponent no moment of rest. His entire body exploded with Godzilla-like energy, resembling a walking nuclear bomb. He surged into the sky, his voice echoing with excitement. Not done yet. Overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, the dragonhead could only stand still, awaiting the finishing blow. Atomic burst fist. Dick Hoa clenched his fist mid-air, wild like a beast, unleashing a devastating punch. The first strike, a thunderous explosion erupted as the punch landed, creating a blast worthy of a blockbuster. Dust and debris flew everywhere, leaving only a thick nuclear smoke glowing brightly, swirling with the raging tornado. The dragon-masked man was flung away like a broken puppet, his body limp like a rag, yet his hand still gripped the sword tightly. Thinking he was dead, Dick Hoa didn't relent. He charged forward at a terrifying speed while the other body fell freely the second punch. When the distance was just right, Dick Hoa unleashed Mist-Making Fist. Despite his severely weakened state, the dragonhead managed to react in time, using all his strength to swing his sword to block the blow, spinning his entire body with long hair, whipping wildly in midair. Dick Hoa's punch was so fierce that even though it was blocked, the dragonhead was still blasted away, flying from one building to another. The shockwave was so intense it sent him zigzagging through the air. Taking the full force of two destructive punches, the dragon-masked man was slammed against a wall, his body shattered and fresh blood oozing out. He stuck to the wall, still clutching his sword, groaning unconsciously with pain. Dick Hoa flew back, hovering opposite his pitifully gasping enemy. The wall where the man hit was shattered into a gaping hole. He sneered, "Dragon, huh? Thought you were strong, but turns out you're just a bug." The dragon mask was completely shattered, revealing the true face beneath no nose or mouth, only eyes glowing fiercely with hatred. He still refused to surrender, growling, "Kill, kill." But in the blink of an eye, the very sword he wielded was pressed against his throat. His four pupils widened in shock. Dick Hoa acted too fast, closing in and using the enemy's own weapon to subdue him. In his Godzilla form, Dick Hoa looked cooler than ever, his combat power overwhelmingly dominant. Just a second later, the dragon-headed man's head fell off, his long hair swirling in the air. Dich Hoa looted the dragon necklace, holding the trophy up with satisfaction as he declared, "The dragon pendant is mine. It's time to end this game." After finishing the final boss, Dich Hoa returned to Suo Zhou. Yim Ching Hung was now completely subdued by Dich Hoa's power. He could only bow his head, not daring to utter a word. Yim Chin Hung knelt with his head bowed, while Dich Hoa casually shoved his hands into his pockets and strode past without a glance. He headed straight to Lu Thon Truk, who was under Suo Zhou's protection. The moment Lu Thon Truk saw Dich Hoa, her eyes lit up brightly. She was both delighted and blushing as she quickly warned, "You shouldn't have faced the dragon mask alone." But Suo Zhou, standing nearby, just glanced coldly and cut in. "Except for Dich Hoa. All of us are just dead weight." Hearing that, Lu Thon Truk lowered her head, avoiding everyone's gaze, her face showing clear sadness. She thought to herself, "Suo Zhou is right. I'm badly injured and can't use martial skills. Trying to help would only distract him. If only I were stronger." Seeing the beauty lost in thought, Dich Hoa immediately put on a goofy face and ran over to tease her. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Thon Truk was startled by his casual attitude. "Who?" She quickly turned away, cheeks flushed. Dich Hoa then held out his hand. "Where's the ox pendant? You're not making me steal it." "Are you Lu Thon Truk?" Averted her face, awkwardly pulling out the necklace. "Ah, yeah. Here it is." Finally, Dich Hoa had collected all 12 necklaces, each representing one of the 12 zodiac animals. He tried arranging them in zodiac order, from rat to pig, but nothing happened. Suo Zhou crossed his arms and remarked, "No reaction. Maybe the order's wrong." Dich Hoa rubbed his chin, staring at the 12 pendants, still unable to find the pattern. Suddenly, Yim Ching Hung stepped forward and explained, "The dragon Thrin is special. He's not like the other masks. He's a hunter who tracks down the necklace bearers. Usually, you don't need to collect the dragon pendants to clear the level." Without hesitation, Diem Chin Hung took hold of the dragon necklace. Immediately, a strange shockwave occurred, and everyone looked around in panic. Was it successful? What mechanism had just been activated? Suddenly, a dense cluster of clouds appeared above them, glowing brightly in the center as a bolt of golden lightning struck down. The surrounding buildings lit up, a supernatural phenomenon none of the group had ever witnessed before. Dich Hoa was the first to notice. He looked up and shouted in amazement, "Look! What is that in the sky?" From the center of the glowing aura, a gigantic eye began to reveal itself, growing larger by the second. Thick fog gathered as the eye moved closer to the ground. The energy radiating from the eye seemed to directly affect Dich Hoa. He felt something wrong with his body, his eyes wide open in shock. "What the hell is that?" Dich Hoa sensed the dragon eye's gravitational pull intensify, his body suppressed and losing control, unconsciously being dragged toward the terrifying entity. Instantly, Dich Hoa fell into an endless void, suspended without support. Hipanikta, screaming desperately but received no response. The next moment, Dich Hoa snapped awake, blinking in confusion, his face still showing traces of bewilderment as he stared ahead. All the students on the ship woke up simultaneously, each one startled. They were shocked to realize they had returned. The dead city, the dragon mask. It had all been a collective nightmare. Dich Hoa and So Chow silently observed as an announcement blared through the speakers, reassuring everyone that this was just an illusion test for new students at Imperial University, created by the magical artifact, the Divine Eye. Dich Hoa had already guessed this was a skill test, so he wasn't surprised. The announcement continued. The Anthan team, consisting of Dich Hoa, Zhou Chao, and Lu Qingju, had collected all the necklace pieces and won first place. Dich Hoa would receive a special reward. This announcement immediately caused a stir across the ship. Students from other provinces buzzed with excitement. Who was Dich Hoa? Even Ao Duong Troc lost. The Anthan team from a small province had gathered all the necklace pieces. They were determined to get to know Dich Hoa. At that moment, a blue beam from the system shone directly on Dich Hoa. He opened his eyes wide, silently hoping. The reward? Finally, it was time. Completing the special condition unlocked a spin. The system announced a reward 1 draw for a sample form. Dich Hoa's heart pounded as he quickly called So Chow, handing her a wet towel. "I need to wash my hands carefully. This time, I have to break the streak of bad luck." A mysterious card appeared, marking the decisive moment of fate. As a powerful dark mana aura radiated out, and the card slowly began to flip open, what appeared was a vampire with a muscular body and horns on his head, an overwhelming demonic power surrounding him. The moment he appeared, he let out a proud, mocking laugh. The system announced Level 3 Form Crossfang. Vampire Rakudo. Abilities: Corpse Transformation, Blood Manipulation, Immortality. Current compatibility at 1%. Eligible for evolution. The train to Hoa City continued rolling forward. Perhaps the life or death test was the final challenge of the enrollment journey. Dich Hoa sat smiling to himself, murmuring about the vampire form he just received, quietly cheering he'd hit the S-rank gold card. Though his bloodline wasn't strong at first, the upgraded form had the power to stop time against the heavens. At that moment, Ao Duong Trach, the arrogant teenager, stepped forward to start a conversation. Ao Duong Trach approached with a condescending attitude, asking if Dich Hoa had defeated Thin Long. Dim Shin Hong, standing nearby, was sweating nervously, thinking, Trach, don't start trouble. There's no hospital on this train. Dich Hoa found that tone irritating right away. Lazily, he looked up, his voice deepening as he corrected him. It wasn't a victory, it was slaughter. Ao Duong Trach froze. Cold sweat pouring down, he muttered. Slaughter kill. This guy's no joke. In front of the crowd, Ao Duong Trach openly recruited Dich Hoa. Wanting to form a new guild to challenge the Hoa University Student Council, he declared he'd make Dich Hoa the guild leader, breaking the council's monopoly and drawing everyone's attention. Ao Duong Trach immediately shifted his tone, extending a friendly hand, saying, Dich Hoa, your strength shows me a chance to break tradition. Join us. The whole train car buzzed with whispers. The crowd was stunned that the arrogant Ao Duong Trach was actively inviting someone and even offering the guild leader seat. They believed this was a historic moment, the start of a new legend at Hoa University. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa flatly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested in power struggles or forming guilds. I prefer to act alone. The crowd gasped. Dich Hoa dared to reject Ao Duong Trach's shocking offer. It was unbelievable. Ao Duong Trach remained calm, handing Dich Hoa his business card, affirming he still looked forward to future cooperation opportunities. Night fell as the train finally arrived at Hoa University Station. Su Chao sat right next to Dich Hoa. So Chao looked out the window and announced, We're here. Dich Hoa was startled and turned around. Surprised by the speed of the train, was it really that fast? As the cityscape appeared, Dich Hoa's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Before him lay a dazzling flower city, bustling and modern far beyond in city. Dich Hoa exclaimed, This is Flower City, truly a mega metropolis. The train doors opened, and the new martial arts students quickly stepped down onto the platform with the crowd. A station staff member immediately guided the new Flower City students to move along the designated path to the school, maintaining order by seat number. Dich Hoa and So Chao blended into the crowd. Suddenly, the entire group of new students moving forward had to stop abruptly. Everyone froze, their faces showing clear astonishment as they looked at what lay ahead. In front of them was a gigantic, futuristic super transport plane, like something out of a sci-fi movie. With an announcement over the loudspeaker asking everyone to line up to board, the new students began lining up, and Dich Hoa, walking at the back, suddenly spotted the familiar back of Lu Thon Truck in the front row. He immediately ran over and poked her lightly on the back, calling out, Liu Thon Truck. The girl jumped in surprise, spun around, reacting sharply as if attacked. Lu Thon Truck instantly recalled her mother's warning. Although engaged, she must never be overly familiar in public and always protect herself. She snapped, What are you doing? This is a public place, Dich Hoa replied nonchalantly. Public place? Are you asleep? I'm just asking why we have to take a plane. Hearing Dich Hoa's silly question, Lu Thon Truck calmed down, sighed, and silently wondered why her mother had married her off to such a country bumpkin. Then, Thon Truck pointed straight up and briefly explained, Because Flower University is in the sky. Dich Hoa looked up and asked again. In the sky, she confirmed. Yes, a city in the clouds. What Lu Thon Truck referred to was a massive city suspended among the cloud layers, a superstructure beyond all imagination. This was likely humanity's evolutionary achievement, forced to rise into the sky to escape the otherworldly monster disasters on the ground. The plane, filled with new students, flew into the safe zone of the university, carrying the hopes of a new generation of warriors. Sitting on the plane, Dich Hoa noticed Flower City's electromagnetic grid was probably used to block beasts. Even the life detection range was narrowed definitely up to Flower City's high standards. The plane landed. Dich Hoa and So Chao stepped out. Airport staff reminded them to keep their student IDs safe. With a special glance directed at Dich Hoa, the student ID clearly stated the information Dich Hoa, male, class 1. The announcement system guided new students to the shuttle train station heading to the dormitory. The electric train system here had a unique design and an astonishingly fast speed. Skyscrapers stood side by side. A complex elevator system crisscrossed everywhere. Everything was completely different from the surface. Like a futuristic version of Chongqing, Dich Hoa acted like a fool. standing in the crowd, pointing and shouting loudly. Making people around uneasy, they whispered, wondering where this guy came from, and if he was mentally unstable. The two quickly took the elevator up to the dorm building. Dich-hoa asked. My room's on the 42nd floor. A 3. What about you? So Chow replied. I'm on the 45th floor. B7. Dich-hoa then said. All right, I'll head down first. As soon as Dich-hoa reached the dorm room door, he was overwhelmed. He shouted excitedly. A single room, 100 square meters. Hua University's treatment is unbelievable. He rushed straight to the computer corner. A brand new PC set with a premium ergonomic chair. Dich-hoa screamed with joy. Fully equipped. Way too fancy. Then, he stormed into the bathroom and nearly fainted when he saw the massage bathtub. This was truly something no one could refuse. Dich-hoa lay back on the top-tier memory foam mattress, shouting with delight. Luxurious like a 5-star hotel. But just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly remembered something important. He squinted, telling himself he had to prioritize finishing the main task first. He jumped up, grabbed his phone, and aimed to upgrade the vampire form Rakudo. Using the Hua University app, he accessed the academy's marketplace and decided to exchange all 30 million HQ yuan into study points. The phone notified him of receiving 322,043 study points. Dich-hoa's face turned pale. 100,000 HQ yuan only exchanged for 1 point. Way too expensive. But the marketplace's items were truly exclusive. A privilege for Hua University students. Dich-hoa immediately bought all the blood magic cores. He calculated that this should be enough to upgrade the form, since his previous investment of less than 10 million had already achieved over 90% compatibility with the supergiant form. The system confirmed the order. As soon as Dich-hoa pressed purchase, a drone instantly delivered the goods right to his door. This speed thrilled him immensely. Opening the package, a pile of blood element spirit stones appeared. Dich-hoa licked his lips and decided to absorb them all immediately. Transformation surged in. Dich-hoa's hands became rough and jagged, his nails long and sharp. He gritted his teeth, mumbling that absorbing so much was a bit exhausting. System notification: Rakudo vampire form has reached 100% compatibility. The evolved Rakudo Sururu form has unlocked the infinite monster form, raising Dich-hoa's composite physique to 29. Dich-hoa rushed into the bathroom to check the mirror. His face turned pale, dark veins clearly visible around his eyes. As he felt the new power, its effect was incredibly obvious. He curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a pair of newly grown fangs, noticeably sharper than before. Upon closer inspection, Dich-hoa noticed blood grooves on the fangs, allowing him to easily suck blood just by biting an enemy. He looked at his hands, now with claws replacing his nails, becoming extremely sharp. Suddenly, Dich-hoa fixed his gaze on the new claws, mumbling that he just came up with a pretty bold idea. Unexpectedly, Dich-hoa stabbed his claw through his own throat. At the same time, a stream of black blood erupted violently from his back. He staggered, bracing his hands against the sink, trembling all over and gasping for breath. While the black blood continued to pour endlessly from his back, fresh blood gushed from his throat and mouth like a fountain. He was truly reckless to test his new ability in this way. A strange phenomenon occurred as the fatal wound on Dich-hoa's neck began to close, blood flowing back into his body, and his complexion instantly regained its healthy color. The wound fully healed, leaving only a faint scar. Dich-hoa smiled with satisfaction. The recovery speed even faster than expected. He looked at his hand, nodding with a smirk. The vampire's self-healing ability was indeed exceptional. But physical changes were secondary. The new power was the core. Dich-hoa entered the fully equipped personal training room, glanced around, and silently admired that in a martial arts-focused world, even the university dorm had its own gym. Shaking off distractions, Dich-hoa focused intensely. His muscles bulged as a new power began to erupt from within his body. Suddenly, Dich-hoa's eyes snapped open, a gleam flashing in them as he exhaled deeply, preparing to unleash his new ability. Instantly, the Rakudo vampire form appeared, manifesting with a proud stance and legendary black wings spread wide, radiating authority. Dich-hoa lifted his face to the form, his gaze unusually serious as he commanded, "Come here. Punch me once." The vampire Rakudo instantly erupted with power, nodding as a surge of dark energy swirled, engulfing the entire room like a whirlwind. His massive black wings folded tightly, covering his body, and the dark aura instantly contracted, wrapping him like a giant cocoon. A few seconds later, a completely new form emerged from that cocoon. It was a powerful figure, with rose-like horns sprouting from his head and his entire body covered in sharp spikes. He crossed his arms and glared at Dich-hoa with blazing red eyes. In his evolved form, Rakudo Sururu clenched his spiked fists, roared, and charged straight at Dich Hoa to test his strength. Dich Hoa immediately raised his hands in a cross to defend, trying to see through the attack to identify the assailant. Rakudo Sururu's punch slammed directly into Dich Hoa's chest. He took the hit deliberately to test its durability. But the force was so powerful it made him stagger for several seconds, staring down in shock. He saw that all the joints in his hands that blocked the blow were shattered. This form truly possessed terrifying strength. Taking the full impact, Dich Hoa slid across the floor. His body slammed hard into the reinforced rubber wall of the training room. The wound was nothing serious. Dich Hoa struggled to his feet as his shattered hands rapidly healed. He smirked. Very good. Continue. And activated time stasis. Instantly, the vampire form activated, creating a gray energy field centered on Dich Hoa that spread outward, freezing everything within. The countdown timer started. The stasis field began expanding, freezing time, second by second, 1 second, 2 seconds, and so on. At the 4 and 5 second marks, the field shook violently, its surface cracking like an egg about to shatter. Dich Hoa tensed, forcing the field not to break. He gritted his teeth, determined to keep time frozen despite the overwhelming pressure, pushing his limits. At 5.1 seconds, a pain like thousands of broken ribs crashed over him. At 5.3 seconds, the pain spread throughout his body. Blood started seeping from capillaries. His eyes reddened, blood vessels burst, and his eyeballs felt like they might explode. The space inside the field grew hazy, the stasis state becoming unstable. Even Rakudo Sururu was affected as the entire area trembled violently. The field collapsed at 5.9 seconds. The space shattered like glass, and time immediately snapped back to its normal flow. Dich Hoa bowed his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling quietly to himself. Turns out, 5 seconds was the limit for the template form, but it was definitely not his limit. The next morning, Dich Hoa and So Chao took a walk outside the dormitory, exploring the campus of Hoa University together. After absorbing the vampire template form, Dich Hoa felt uncomfortable. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. The sun is too harsh today, he thought. So Chao was surprised, while Dich Hoa silently noted that his body was starting to hate the light. But thankfully it wasn't burning him, so Chao didn't pay much attention and asked Dich Hoa about the new study reforms. Dich Hoa shaded his eyes and replied, "Haven't checked it out yet." What's up, he thought to himself. Last night I was too busy struggling with Rakudo to bother with the news. So Sho explained. This year, Hoa City scrapped the old classroom model and switched to a group advisor system. Each student will follow one main professor and can also apprentice under other supporting professors. Dich Hoa was curious. So both of us have to find advisors. So Chao raised his phone and said coldly, "Not us both. Only I need one." "You don't." Dich Hoa was confused. "What do you mean?" So Chao pointed to the freshman group announcement. Dich Hoa collected all 12 tokens and received a special reward, the right to choose any advisor he wanted. And that advisor couldn't refuse. Dich Hoa frowned and deliberately posted it in the group chat, thinking it was a bit too showy. At the same time, at Stadium Area A, where advisors were being selected, freshmen lined up in long rows, chatting excitedly. The process was to test groups of 3, and then the advisors would light up to make their selections. Dich Hoa stood outside, waving his hand. "Zhou Chao, you go in first. I'll wander around. My privilege lets me enter any time without waiting in line." The guy wandered to the outside area, muttering to himself that choosing an advisor was really boring. Suddenly, a strange scent hit Dich Hoa's nose, sweet like candy but with a sharp metallic tang. He froze, sniffed carefully, and immediately confirmed that it was the smell of blood. Dich Hoa quickly followed the scent, thinking, normal blood doesn't smell this strong. It carries intense, killing intent. Even stirring my own, I have to find its source. The scent led Dich Hoa to a hidden corner, and the scene before him stunned him completely. He saw a petite girl, dressed fashionably, squatting by the roadside, innocently eating roasted sweet potatoes. Strangely, a terrifying killing intent was radiating from her, and Dich Hoa couldn't believe it. Dich Hoa hurriedly looked around, but there wasn't a single soul in sight. He grimaced. Could this cute little white-haired girl really be the source of that fierce killing intent? He must have been mistaken. Suddenly, the white-haired girl glanced over and noticed Dich Hoa's presence. Still holding the sweet potato, she asked blankly, using a surprisingly formal tone. "Kid, have you trained the flesh-body inner demon?" Dich Hoa was stunned and stepped closer. "How do you know that?" The girl propped her chin on her hand, sizing him up. He thought to himself, clearly a kid with an old soul. Calling Mekid, she casually nibbled on her potato and said, "Because I helped little tiger perfect that technique." The name Little Tiger shocked Dick Hoa. He squinted, guessing. You don't mean. The girl crossed her arms and continued. Lu Chenghu was my disciple over 90 years ago. Dick Hoa scoffed. Are you kidding me? Even if a 90-year-old martial master can maintain peak form, a little kid with bad breath saying that is just ridiculous. Dick Hoa narrowed his eyes, speculating that a martial artist practicing a unique cultivation method could reverse aging. But the innocent, even dazed look on this girl's face, unless it's an act, couldn't be faked. The girl immediately dropped her teasing expression, her face turning unusually serious. Her tone sharp. What, you don't believe me? Dick Hoa curled his lip and smirked sarcastically. If I believed you, I might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Transfer me $50, and I'll believe it right away. Suddenly, the scene changed. Bathed in a bloody red hue, Dick Hoa found himself being dragged to the guillotine. The cold blade pressed against his neck. His eyes widened. He was clearly standing on the street. A loud thud echoed as the icy blade slashed down. Dick Hoa vividly felt his head being severed from his neck. His head rolled wildly, stopping right at the feet of the silver-haired girl. Even as just a head, he tried to utter a few frustrated sounds. Moments later, Dick Hoa exhaled sharply, jolting back to reality. His eyes bulged, cold sweat pouring down. Was that an illusion? Could pure, killing intent be strong enough to make him experience a hallucination of having his head chopped off? Shocked by the experience, Dick Hoa gasped and shouted 3 Japanese words. Ragusa. While he was still dazed, the girl suddenly shoved a lollipop into his mouth. Dick Hoa held the candy, eyes still wide open. The girl smiled happily. It's soft strawberry flavor. My favorite. Here. It's for you. Then, the girl struck a cute lowly pose, pouting as she said, Sorry, kid. I went a bit too far. Please, don't report me to the school. I only get to go outside for a few hours a week to get some fresh air. It's really pitiful. Dick Hoa still had candy in his mouth, stammering. You. Who exactly are you? The girl posed adorably and replied, My name's Kung Ka, a very powerful sect master. Between us, Principal Hoa Dai. That guy, Thi Kin Van. I used to beat him until he cried when we were kids. She winked mischievously after saying that. That introduction hit Dick Hoa like a lightning bolt. He froze. His limbs went weak, and then he suddenly dropped to his knees. His mind screamed. Kung Ka, the one who perfected the Huyan Huang martial art. She's definitely the one who can help me break through. A grand sect master, specializing in Sat Luk. She's perfect for me. He immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow, pledging to become her disciple, hoping she would accept him. Mimicking his father's exact demeanor years ago, Kung Ka was stunned by how quickly Dick Hoa flipped his attitude, and she stammered out a few words in surprise. The scene shifted back to Area A, where advisors were selecting new students. The top professors of Hoa Do sat as judges, while new students whispered among themselves, amazed that the 5 deans of the largest academies were all present. Being chosen by any one of them would make their lives complete. Another student brushed it off, saying, How could the 5 deans care about us rookies? They're just wasting their time here. Of course, that wasn't true. Someone revealed that Dick Hoa, who had completed the 12 Zodiac Challenge, was actually the target of the deans. The entire challenge was live-streamed to Hoa Dai's teachers, who had begun scoring each student's crisis responsibilities. AI analyzed facial expressions and scored attitudes. Reckless or unprepared students received low marks. Combat intelligence and real battle skills shown during the fight with the 12 Zodiac were key scoring criteria. Even if a student didn't defeat the mask, excelling in any area could still earn them high scores. Dick Hoa was the only one to receive top evaluations from start to finish. But what shocked the 5 deans was that he had slain the Thrin Long boss, an enemy outside the challenge who was guaranteed death upon encounter. A scruffy-bearded teacher explained that Dick Hoa didn't know Thrin Long was a model simulated by the supercomputer New Oa, based on enrollment data from that year's national-level martial artist, Fo Hong Sin. Although the illusion can't replicate Fo Hong Sin's heavy bronze ability, he is the strongest martial artist in history, holding a record unbroken for 100 years. Dick Hoa managed to cut through that model, and even if it wasn't with full power, it still proved his astonishing talent. As long as he doesn't die young, he'll at least become a grandmaster. Maybe even a great grandmaster. All he needs is patience to wait for Dick Hoa to apprentice. Just as the words left his mouth, a frantic staff member rushed in with earth-shattering news. It's bad. The heads of the institute's Dick Hoa has already apprenticed under former Professor Dadai, Special Grade Agent Kung Ka. Hearing this, the old professors waiting for Dick Hoa immediately panicked, all jumping up at once, shouting in shock. What? Back to Dick Hoa and Kung Ka's spot. The guy was holding the old lady Loli tightly, Ignoring Kung Ka's struggles, he was determined. I've decided you're my master, he thought. This lolly must be over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before her in broad daylight would definitely land me in jail. Kung Ka pushed Dik Hoa away while snapping. But I think I've already been expelled by Dadai. Dik Hoa remained resolute, his eyes sparkling as he boldly said, Master, you said you can only go outside for a few hours a week. Take me as your disciple, and within 2 years, I'll find a way to help you regain your freedom. This offer immediately worked. Kung Ka's eyes lit up. Really fine. I agree. Dik Hoa smiled slyly to himself. He had successfully lured her in. Suddenly, a shocking shout rang out. Wait a minute. Hearing that Dik Hoa chose Kung Ka, the hungry old professors quickly teleported over. Surrounding the two, seeing the crowd approach, Kung Ka sneered. Too slow. A bunch of busybodies have arrived. An iron-faced old professor spoke up. Senior Kung Ka, you promised not to interact with students. Another chimed in. Your mental state isn't suitable for teaching. Go home. Kung Ka crossed her arms nonchalantly. Turning to Dik Hoa. Go home. Fine. What's your name? Dik Hoa immediately bowed his head. Disciple Dik Hoa. Greetings. Master. She walked away calmly, her voice full of authority. All right. Dik Hoa. Come home with me. The guy immediately puffed up with pride, following her smugly. Brushing past the angry old professors, scene shifts to Hoa Dai Research Institute. A massive and strange architectural complex. Dik Hoa trailed behind Kung Ka, glancing around curiously. While the old lady lowly skipped along leisurely, the two entered the grand hall and then stepped into a special elevator. Inside, Dik Hoa was curious. Master, do you really live in such a remote place? Kung Ka replied calmly. Yes. Decades ago, I had a bit of a breakdown and often harmed others. So Hoa Dai arranged for me to stay in the basement of the research institute. I've been better these past few years. Dik Hoa was stunned. So, am I the first student you've taken in decades? Master, Kung Ka squinted. You really have a strange brainwave. Aren't you scared? Seeing the old girl's attitude, Dik Hoa broke out in a cold sweat, fearing the master might suddenly snap and strike him down. A bell rang. The elevator stopped, and the doors opened on the 666th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal a long, narrow hallway with towering walls that felt suffocating. Dik Hoa asked, Why does the research institute have such a cramped passage? Kung Ka answered, Because only I'm allowed to pass through here. Dik Hoa noticed a string of numbers on the door ahead and immediately wondered, Is that a countdown clock? Kung Ka ignored the question and dashed forward like an arrow, shouting, Damit. No time, get in quickly. Dik Hoa was cornered but still clung to the elevator, asking, Master, what's that clock? You really got stuck with a talkative one at a critical moment. Running at full speed. Kung Ka glanced back and explained, The digital clock activates every time I leave. If I don't return in time, an alarm sounds to Principal Hoa Dai, and then they'll hunt me down with full force. Dik Hoa had to admit, that's really harsh. Ding, the clock officially hit 00 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Luckily, Kung Ka and Dik Hoa made it just in time, even though they started late. With Dik Hoa's abilities, a few seconds of countdown was no problem. The moment Dik Hoa stepped inside, the heavy door slammed shut behind him. Outside, the door automatically activated a dense protective network, blocking anyone from entering or leaving. Kung Ka finally exhaled in relief. Phew, that was cutting it close. Dik Hoa immediately sensed the environment. There's a strange magnetic field here. My martial weapons can't condense well outside my body, and their power will be seriously weakened when unleashed. As if reading Dik Hoa's thoughts, Kung Ka replied casually, Of course, this is my prison cell. She continued with details. To imprison me, those brats from Thi Kin Van built a 3-story house with full entertainment and training facilities. But they also installed a high-powered electronic field to suppress the weapons of martial artists. As he spoke, Kung Ka leaned back on the sofa, her white hair contrasting with her youthful gestures. She folded her arms over her forehead and sighed, aiming to prevent the room from getting too bored and breaking out. Witnessing this, Dik Hoa could only purse his lips and think to himself, they call it a prison cell. But in reality, it's a luxurious apartment where every need is met, feeling more like serving Master Kung Ka. At the same time, the scene shifted to Hoa Do University. The principal of Hoa Do University, Tai Kin Van, was on the phone when the other end urgently reported that Dik Hoa had taken Kung Ka as his master. He responded cautiously, No need to manage him. Then his tone deepened as he issued instructions. Remember, Hoa University's reform goal. We're not nurturing a group of pillars. We only need one person. The lower kingdom needs a top-tier powerhouse to shoulder humanity's fate. But the foundation is to provide enough resources for the genius, letting the genius develop freely. Dik Hoa will first train under Kung Ka. The new students at Hoa University are about to finish their comedy run, and he will be the sharpest whetstone for that inexperienced batch. The person on the other end reluctantly agrees. Understood. Principal. The principal turns to look at Kung Ka's file on the computer, while the other side reports, Principal. Dik Hoa has entered the private room with Kung Ka. Everything is temporarily stable. Big data reveals Kung Ka's special strategy has a 5% risk of losing control when around others, showing a dangerous possession state with 95% safety. Target Dik Hoa faces 38% injury risk. Only 10. 3% rescue chance. 3 minutes of safety. Bashijul. 7% chance of dying before rescue. And 3% chance of not being saved afterward. After hearing this, the principal stands and walks out the main door, explaining that the special strategy involves powerful prisoner, martial artists who have had their death sentences postponed, or those who cannot control their own power. He looks into the distance, saying the nation only restricts their freedom, but when the lower kingdom is in crisis, they will be pushed to the front line as shields. Dik Hoa must be mentally prepared. If you're not ready to die, why walk this path? The lower kingdom's time is running out. With the Northern Ice Federation and the fanatics in the Divine River Heavenly Kingdom both taking action, bearing the weight of responsibility, the principal gazes far away, his heart heavy, whispering, the younger generation must grow up quickly. Scene shifts to the training ground on the 3rd underground floor, where Dik Hoa and Kung Ka have just arrived. Chung Ka warms up, saying, I haven't taught for decades. Let's fight one round to test your true strength. Dik Hoa wonders, Master, will you suppress your cultivation to the martial disciple stage to fight me? Kung Ka stretches, glances at Dik Hoa, then nods. Ah, you remind me, I almost forgot. Yes, I have to suppress my cultivation. Here. Both begin warming up. Dik Hoa spins his hands and reports, Master Kung Ka. I'm ready. Kung Ka is still warming up, making pig-like grunting sounds, seeming very happy to have a training partner. Dik Hoa immediately takes a defensive stance, hands ready, staring straight at his new master for the next 30 minutes, silently vowing not to recall the terrifying scene from earlier. He hasn't even had time to calm down. Unexpectedly, Kung Ka launches forward like a bullet. Her small frame hides terrifying stamina, and her speed is as fast as a phantom. In the blink of an eye, Kung Ka's small hand with sharp nails pressed against his throat. Dik Hoa didn't have time to react. He froze, realizing the target was his weak spot. This was supposed to be a sparring match. Dik Hoa's pupils contracted as Kung Ka's face loomed large before him, her cold, terrifying gaze piercing. He silently calculated he had simulated dodging in 5 directions, but Kung Ka anticipated them all. The only option was to meet force with force. Deciding on that, Dik Hoa immediately unleashed his Godzilla energy. He couldn't dodge in time, so to avoid damage, he played his trump card. His body ignited in flames, flinging Chung Ka far away. Having pushed back the threat, Dik Hoa instantly took a defensive stance, being determined not to let Kung Ka get close to his weak spot again. Seeing this, Kung Ka grew even more excited, grinning broadly to reveal her white teeth. She wanted to use her blood awakening sense to boost her speed, both defending and counterattacking at once. Kid, too bad I'm faster than you, she said, then shot up above Dik Hoa's head. Her body moved with flexible grace as her hands, like ropes, tightened around his biceps, leaving him stunned and suppressed. Kung Ka quickly locked Dik Hoa's arms, rendering him immobile, then stomped hard on the back of his neck with her small foot. The sound of bones cracking echoed as intense pain overwhelmed him. Dik Hoa's neck bones were seriously damaged. He tilted his head back, screaming in vain. This pain felt even more real and terrifying than before, his agonized cries reverberating throughout the room. After a fierce battle, Dik Hoa struggled to stand, and Kung Ka stepped back. By now, his body was bruised and battered, with no part left unscathed. His whole body trembled, but he still looked up at his master and laughed. You really don't hold back. Master, even my blood awakening sense has been knocked back to its original state. Kung Ka seemed indifferent to Dik Hoa's words. She grew more delighted seeing his pitiful state, licking her lips. Good. It's been a while since I tasted this feeling. Acting as usual. Dik Hoa lightly scratched the skin under his eyes and smiled meaningfully. Master, I'm no match for you in physical techniques. Next, I want to use some forbidden martial arts moves, please guide me. As he finished speaking, A giant phantom head appeared behind Dick Hoa, its eyes blazing and mouth wide open, emitting black smoke. His figure radiated a powerful aura. A flash of determination lit Dick Hoa's eyes as he thought to himself, "Luckily, I maxed out the supergiant transformation form last night." Kung Ka felt the surge of power and silently judged, "Is this martial skill really from a disciple I've taken in a monster as my student?" Watching him unleash a new move, she joyfully danced her fists and laughed. If that's the case, this master will have to give it her all. As soon as she finished speaking, Kung Ka swung her hand down. A terrifying energy cutting through the air with incredible speed and force, aimed straight at Dick Hoa. With just one flick, she demonstrated overwhelming power. The attack charged directly at the giant phantom head, which was instantly split in two by a simple strike. Immediately, a nuclear-like explosion erupted. Thick black smoke and dust filling the air, obscuring all vision. From the blast, Dick Hoa's figure dashed out, throwing a punch and shouting, "Decomposition form. Bone machine humanization." His entire body was now carefully encased in Godzilla armor. Watching this, Kung Ka remained remarkably calm. Only when Dick Hoa's punch neared did Kung Ka's pupils slightly contract, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, but she quickly twisted to dodge. Dick Hoa, still in his transformed form, charged forward, his spiked body dominating the fight. He clenched his fist tightly, gathering power for maximum damage. At this moment, Kung Ka merely pursed her lips and took a light breath inward. In less than half a second, Kung Ka extended her slender arm toward Dick Hoa, her gaze sharp as a machine's. A fragile yet formidable power enveloped her arm. Dick Hoa's transformation was incredibly strong, but the moment he touched Kung Ka, he immediately lost resistance. His outer armor cracked. He groaned inwardly. This armor mimics Godzilla's shell, defending dozens of times better than supergiant humanization. Inside the super-strong armor, Dick Hoa gritted his teeth, enduring Kung Ka's attack. He couldn't believe how easily it was torn apart. Dick Hoa opened one eye wide, the pain overwhelming, but the scene before him shocked him even more. Moments ago she stood far away, but suddenly Kung Ka appeared right in front of him, grinning mischievously like a child. "Kid, you're hiding inside this armor." Dick Hoa panicked. Her perception is terrifying. "I've already stopped all life functions of my original body." The 100-year-old lady laughed excitedly. Her playful yet deadly demeanor facing Dick Hoa, Kung Ka ordered, "Get out here quickly for your master." She threatened to unleash a move that would tear him apart. Dick Hoa continued to transform, sprouting countless sharp bone spikes on his face for defense, while activating the next form, split form, Meteor Giant. He knew that although Kung Ka was crazy, she still had enough reason not to rush into this attack. Just as expected, Kung Ka immediately jumped back to keep her distance from Dick Hoa, her small hands scraping the floor, creating sparks from the friction. The head on Dick Hoa's supergiant armor exploded with Godzilla-like nuclear energy, engulfing everything. He taunted Kung Ka, "Master, your slashes are fierce, but can you cut through these two strikes of mine?" Inside the armor, Kung Ka's retreat only made Dick Hoa more interested. He sneered, "Of course, Master wouldn't melt from my nuclear breath, but how will you defend against this?" Suddenly, the space shifted, and a sturdy chain, stained with rust and blood, appeared out of nowhere. Before Dick Hoa could react, his whole body was tightly bound by the chain. The previous advantage instantly reversed. He was completely suppressed, the chain tightening from all sides. Dick Hoa looked up to see that guillotine again, the familiar near-death feeling overwhelming him. It creaked ominously. His face twisted in fear. As expected, he couldn't escape the executioner's blade. Without warning, the sharp blade above him plunged down at a terrifying speed, lying directly under the guillotine. Dick Hoa was terrified, sweat pouring down his forehead. Desperately, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "Zavarudo." Hearing the call, Zawarudo appeared immediately, his dark and dangerous expression evident. Dick Hoa even summoned the rose-headed guy to counter Kung Ka's illusion. Zawarudo instantly froze time, stopping the blade. Dick Hoa thought to himself, "Master is cornered and pulled me into this mental trap. This is a psychic illusion. To escape, I must resist with mental power." As time stopped, Zawarudo unleashed tens of thousands of rapid punches directly at the guillotine blade. Under Zawarudo's overwhelming pressure, cracks began to form in the illusion. Seeing a good sign, Zawarudo continued his relentless assault. The illusion shattered quickly, breaking apart like a shattered glass window, fragments falling through the air, escaping the illusion. Dick Hoa slowly opened his eyes, feeling a cool breeze gently brush across his lips. Waking up, Dick Hoa realized his armor had been completely destroyed. Kung Ka stood beside him, casually sucking on a lollipop, and said, "You're awake. Your turtle shell is really tough." Still stunned by his master, Dikhoa startled and stammered, "Master." Shards of armor scattered around Dikhoa as he wearily pushed himself up, thinking to himself that his master had violently pulled him out of his giant form, shattering the crystal protecting his true body. This was definitely not the power of the martial stage. Seeing Dikhoa was okay, Kungka turned and walked away, growing suspicious. Dikhoa squinted and smirked, bluntly asking Kungka, "Master, you cheated just now, didn't you?" Still sucking on her lollipop, Kungka lifted her small face and challenged, "Cheated? I defeated you, fair and square." Dikhoa asked again. Really, Kungka clicked her tongue and replied, "Well, I might have used a little extra strength. Master's moves got a bit heavy, hard to control the force. That's all." This explanation left Dikhoa speechless, though he felt deeply wronged inside. He could only press his lips tight and couldn't argue back. Sensing the awkwardness, Kungka looked briefly embarrassed, but quickly cleared her throat and stared straight at Dikhoa's dissatisfied expression. Suddenly, an unexpected move came. Kungka lunged forward, placed her hand on Dikhoa's shoulder, eyes sparkling with tears as she whined, "Come on, next time I won't play dirty. Don't be mad. Don't leave. I haven't had anyone to play with for decades." This scene made Dikhoa just smirk proudly and enjoy the moment. Seeing this, Dikhoa hurriedly spoke to comfort her. He quickly said, "Hey, master, don't cry anymore." Kungka, sobbing, suddenly looked up and asked, "You're really not leaving?" Dikhoa replied, "I worked hard to become your disciple. Where else would I go?" Hearing this, Kungka immediately stood up and stubbornly said, "I wasn't crying just now." Dikhoa thought to himself, "She really is naive." Kungka continued, "Now I basically understand your strength. Though you're far weaker than I was back then, compared to others. You're talented. Let's start training. What do you want to learn?" Dikhoa straightforwardly requested, "I want to learn the advanced martial arts technique, and also how you cut through thunder and pierced my humanized arm." Kungka thought, "Thunder slash? Huh, that's hard to teach. Just keep chopping things, and you'll get the feel for it." Dikhoa curiously asked, "What kind of feel?" At that moment, Kungka's eyes flashed red as she said, "It's the path. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or an object, there exists an ideal cutting point and an easy slicing path. You can call it the slash path." Dikhoa thought to himself, "Slash path, this master isn't like Shenlong, who's also extremely skilled in slashing techniques. If Shenlong's strikes pursue extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then Kungka is more like Dingjianyu, chasing absolute precision and technique." Kungka advised, "Learning this skill is quite troublesome. I suggest you break through to martial artist first, without increasing your cultivation. Many of my martial techniques you won't be qualified to learn. Do you know the biggest difference between a martial artist and a martial disciple? It's not physical progress, but mental. Martial artists possess a crucial ability that martial disciples don't, called inner gate. With the inner gate, martial artists shift from macroscopic to microscopic cultivation. They clearly see meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, then use martial weapons to strengthen and expand the body's limits. In other words, the mind grows strong first, then the body." Dikhoa was amazed. Kungka's teaching level was truly high. No wonder he's a professor at Imperial University. Even though his intellect has issues, his foundational knowledge remains solid. Speaking of mental strength, he had fused with the blood-sucking demon template and awakened Zawarudo's power. Kungka revealed that Dikhoa's mental stats had skyrocketed, providing huge support for the martial artist stage. Dikhoa immediately asked what's different about cultivation techniques for advancing martial artists. Kungka explained that breakthrough cultivation techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 ranks: Heavenly Steel, Earth Slayer, Mysterious Emperor, and Inferior Grade. Martial disciples at regular universities, when advancing to martial artist, only receive inferior grade breakthrough techniques from their schools. Inferior grade techniques have the advantage of quick breakthroughs, no threshold requirements. As long as you accumulate enough chi and martial weapons, over 80% of common martial artists use them to break through. On the contrary, students at Manhwa University start with Mysterious Emperor rank breakthrough techniques. Dikhoa immediately asked, "What about the 2 highest ranks, Heavenly Steel and Earth Slayer?" Kungka explained that Heavenly Steel techniques are extremely rare ancient copies from secret ruins. There are probably fewer than 10 copies worldwide. Although Imperial University keeps 1 copy, your current authority and power absolutely cannot access it. However, you can definitely learn Earth Slayer rank breakthrough techniques. That is the Heart-Slaying Bodhi Heart Sutra. a realm-breaking technique at the Earthslayer level that I currently possess. In fact, the Flesh Prison Demon technique of Little Tiger also draws creative inspiration from this very method of mine. Hearing this, Dich Hoa became extremely excited and shouted, "I want to learn it." Kung Ka immediately agreed. "Alright, let's start right away. Feel deeply the realm of killing intent I create." Dich Hoa instantly sensed something was wrong and muttered, "No way. Not again." Suddenly, a pool of bright red blood appeared beneath Dich Hoa's feet. Kung Ka licked his lips excitedly. "This is my favorite color." Time flew by quickly. And finally, it was time to end class. The new students began to leave the training ground one by one. Suddenly, someone noticed Dich Hoa standing at the front. This person stepped forward and asked, "Hey Dich Hoa, how was your first day? I heard you've already taken a master." But Dich Hoa immediately radiated a strong killing intent, swinging a blade light instead of greeting. Suo Trao was terrified and quickly raised his hands to defend. Only then did Dich Hoa snap out of it. Realizing his unusual behavior, he came to his senses and hurriedly sheathed his blade. "Sorry, Suo Trao. I got a little carried away just now." Suo Trao was still shocked. "Dich Hoa, your killing intent." Dich Hoa cut him off, replaying the day's events in his mind. He recalled the brutal training illusion that had just ended. In the illusion, the zombie horde relentlessly chased and attacked him. Kung Ka forbade him from using martial skills or supernatural powers, forcing him to fight only with a crude blade. Facing the overwhelming number of zombies, Dich Hoa felt helpless. Just relying on this old blade, Kung Ka reminded him, the purpose of using the blade is to train muscle memory. Get used to the feeling of cutting flesh and breaking bones, so you instinctively find the precise strike path to hit vital weak points. Dich Hoa immediately understood the principle. "So that's it. I get this strategy now. Then I'll start." And so, Dich Hoa single-handedly swept through the endless horde of zombies with his blade. This outcome even surprised Kung Ka. That kid Dich Hoa, cultivating the earth-killing martial art in the virtual realm is extremely dangerous, without sufficient martial qualifications. If it weren't for Dich Hoa's spiritual power far surpassing that of ordinary people, he would have been invaded by killing intent and suffered a spiritual breakdown. Dich Hoa truly lives up to being the star of hope for thy King Van and all of Hoa University. I genuinely look forward to your future. Switching scenes to the present. Inside Dich Hoa's dorm room, he's soaking and relaxing. Exhausted from the first day of school, the #1 university in Ha Nation truly lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, the phone rings. Dich Hoa picks up and exclaims, "A distinguished guest." On the other end is Lu Thon Truck. He asks, "Classmate Thun Truck." "What's up?" she replies. "My mother sent the thing you need. It's with me now. My mother also asked me to thank you for helping me secure first place in the freshman trial group." Dich Hoa agrees to come pick it up, but Liu Thine Truck shyly declines, saying there's no need to trouble him. She can just send it over with a drone. He changes the subject, asking if she's found a mentor yet. Lu Thon Truck reveals that Dean Bach accepted her as a student because he saw her talent. Dich Hoa congratulates her, and she asks which dean he apprenticed under. Dich Hoa thinks it's best not to mention rejecting 5 deans to avoid keeping Lu Thon Truck up at night. He just vaguely replies, "I've apprenticed, but the signal is poor, so she can't hear clearly." Half a year passes. The first semester at Hoa University is ending amid countless upheavals. Notably Ao Duong Truck, uniting elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining significant influence among the freshman class. As predicted, the Hoa Du freshman group returns from summer training and immediately clashes fiercely with the Blood Dragon Society. The conflict escalates into arena duels. The Blood Dragon Society suffers more losses than wins and gradually declines. The current freshman star is Heng Kiem Hui, the top scorer in Hoa Du's university entrance exam, famous nationwide. As for Dich Hoa, the name that once caused a sensation at the opening ceremony, he seems completely forgotten after disappearing from the public eye for 3 months. Meanwhile, deep underground in Hoa University's Research Institute, a hurried voice shouts, "Faster. Even faster." It turns out Kung Ka is stepping on Dich Hoa's back. With each bounce, the spiritual weapon, she's refined channels energy into his body. This stream of martial energy contained the enlightenment of the Killing Heart Bodhi internal classic, helping him solidify the breakthrough he just made in his martial realm. Kung Ka teased, "Feeling my jade essence is a great convenience for you." Dich Hoa pushed himself up, silently cursing, "Convenience my foot. The weapon is sealed. This training is like carrying a mountain, and her weapon running through my body only causes extreme itching." Kung Ka continued to tease, "You little fish. Can't even handle 1,000 yet." Dich Hoa gritted his teeth and retorted, "Who are you calling little fish? Watch me speed up now." Kung Ka immediately increased the pressure, stepping on Dich Hoa's back. "Good. Come on. Faster. Put more strength into it. Dick Hoa's roar, full of determination, echoed throughout the training dungeon. Kung Ka jumped up just in time as the pressure under Dick Hoa's feet exploded. A blaze of red smoke enveloped him. Dick Hoa's entire body muscles bulged to the extreme. Blood splattered, tearing through the old, worn-out muscle layers. He was shedding his old self. The new muscle bundles forged by the weapon began to regenerate. Kung Ka stared and said, "Your shirt's torn." "You rascal." Dick Hoa bashfully snapped back. "If you're going to peek, close your fingers. Don't spit," Dick Hoa seriously announced. "It's time to leave the training ground." Kung Ka asked if he wanted to go out. And he replied, "That's right. Stuck here for 3 months. I need to get outside and breathe some fresh air." Kung Ka arrogantly asked again, "So, will you come back?" Dick Hoa confirmed, "Of course, but you're terrible at gaming. Next time you come back, remember to practice properly." As soon as he stepped onto the ground, Dick Hoa felt the air. After 3 months without seeing the sun, he felt a bit nostalgic. Even though he no longer liked the sunlight, the sense of being distant from the world was very clear. But this time, leaving the training ground wasn't for leisure. He had an important mission to complete. At Hoa University, semester achievements largely depended on extracurricular missions, including hunting down wanted martial artists, investigating secret realms, fighting beast invasions, or suppressing illegal organizations and foreign powers. He decided to go to the Student Activity Center to pick up a mission and meet friends. Upon arrival, Dick Hoa ran into an acquaintance. "Long time no see." So Trao politely replied, "You're out of training too. I've been waiting for you a long time." Dick Hoa asked about his progress. So Trao revealed, "I broke through to martial artist level 2 months ago." So Trao observed Dick Hoa. His aura and physique hadn't changed, but it was that very calmness that was terrifying. How much had Dick Hoa's power improved? And could he still keep up? 3 days ago, he recalled watching the private match between Hang Kim Hui, the new student representative from Hoa Du, and Ao Duong Trach, the vice president of the Blood Dragon Society. In the end, Ao Duong Trach only lasted 10 minutes before losing. So Trao clearly felt Hang Kim Hui hadn't used his full strength. He wondered if Dick Hoa could take him on, but quickly dismissed the thought. Maybe Hang Kim Hui wasn't even a match for Dick Hoa now. Just then, Liu Thang Truck ran up. Panting as she apologized, she hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I'm late." Dick Hoa found it odd and asked, "Dine Truck, is there anything else?" She looked confused. "Anything else?" Suddenly remembering Lin's advice that she and Dick Hoa were a couple, and should act like other couples. She blushed and wondered if she really had to do those things right now. Dick Hoa was surprised to see Liu Thang Truck close her eyes and purse her lips. He asked, "What are you doing?" 3 months without seeing each other and no greeting. Liu Thang Truck was so annoyed she practically steamed. "I hate you the most." The three of them entered the hall together. Dick Hoa glanced at the big screen showing recent hot missions and a list of top-performing students. So Trao announced, "Thang Truck and I finished 3 missions, exceeding the quota. I'm mainly here to form a team with you this time." There were 3 suitable level 2 missions. One was a serial murder case in Hoenn City, with over 40 victims brutally killed, requiring the capture or elimination of illegal martial artists. 2 was investigating the unusual withdrawal of the Beast Tribe in Lian City, cooperating with the Great Underwater Dragon Sect. 3 was probing strange behavior in Lam Thui County, where a previous investigation team had gone missing, and the cause needed to be found. Dick Hoa replied, "If so, I'll come by your dorm later to get it." Liu Than Truc hesitated. "No need. I'll send it to you via drone." Changing the subject, Dick Hoa asked, "Have you found a mentor yet?" "Who is it?" Liu Than Truc revealed. "It's Director Bach. She said I have talent and accepted me." Dick Hoa was delighted. "That's great." She asked back, "What about you?" Dick Hoa, which director? "Did you apprentice under?" Dick Hoa thought to himself and decided not to mention rejecting 5 directors to avoid keeping her up at night. He casually said, "I already apprenticed." Liu Than Truc didn't hear clearly on the other end. "Hello? Dick Hoa. What did you say?" Half a year has passed. The freshman year at university is about to end, and the new students of Hoa University have gone through countless events, like Ao Duong Truck uniting elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining a strong voice among the freshmen. As expected, when the new students of Hoa City returned after summer training, they immediately clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. The conflict escalated to the arena, where Blood Dragon Society members lost more than they won, causing the society to decline. Currently, the most famous freshman is Hang Kiem Hui, the top student of Hoa City, whose reputation echoes nationwide. As for Dick Hoa, the name that once caused a sensation at the opening ceremony, He was completely forgotten after disappearing for 3 whole months. Deep underground, in the Hoa University Research Institute, Kung Ka was urgently urging, "Faster. A little faster. Even faster." Kung Ka was stepping on Dich Hoa's back. Each bounce, transmitting the spiritual weapon he had refined into his body. The weapon contained insights from the Killing Heart Bodhi internal classic, helping Dich Hoa consolidate the martial realm he had just broken through. Kung Ka teased, "Feeling my jade foot is quite a convenience for you." "Who?" Dich Hoa braced himself against the push-ups, silently cursing. "Convenience my ass. The weapon is sealed. This exercise is like carrying a mountain. Her weapon runs all over my body, and it itches like crazy." Kung Ka teased, "Little fish. You can't even handle 1,000 steps, so weak." Dich Hoa gritted his teeth and growled, "Who are you calling little fish? Watch me speed up now." Kung Ka immediately increased the pressure, stepping down harder. "Good. Come on. Faster. Use your strength." Dich Hoa's roar, full of determination, echoed throughout the training chamber. Kung Ka jumped up as an explosion erupted beneath. A blazing red smoke enveloping Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa's whole body muscles bulged to the extreme. This feeling was like blood bursting out, tearing through the old, worn muscle layers. He was transforming. The new muscle bundles forged by the weapon began to regenerate. Kung Ka stared and said, "Your shirt's gone. You rascal." Dich Hoa blushed and scolded, "If you're going to peek, at least close your fingers." Dich Hoa seriously said, "It's time to leave the chamber." Kung Ka asked, "You want to go already?" He replied, "Yes. Stuck here for 3 months. I need to go outside and breathe some sunlight." Kung Ka smugly asked, "So, will you come back?" Dich Hoa confirmed, "Of course. You're terrible at gaming. Before I come back, make sure you train properly." Stepping onto the ground, he felt the air. After 3 months without seeing the sun, there was a hint of nostalgia. Even though he no longer liked the sunlight, this time leaving the barracks wasn't just for a stroll. He had an important mission to carry out. Feeling as if he had been cut off from the whole world. At Hoa University, semester grades were based on extracurricular missions, like hunting down wanted martial artists, investigating secret realms, fighting off beast invasions, or suppressing illegal organizations. He went to the activity center to pick up a mission and happened to meet a friend, just arriving. Dich Hoa bumped into an acquaintance, long time no see. "Suo Chu." Suo Chio responded politely. "You're out of the barracks too, you kept me waiting." Zikhua asked about Su Chu's progress, and he revealed, "I broke through to martial artist rank 2 months ago." Suo Chu sensed that Dich Hoa's aura and physique hadn't changed after 3 months. But that was the scariest change. How much had his strength improved? And could he keep up? 3 days ago, he was invited to watch a private match between Hang Kiem Hui, the new student representative of Hoa City, and Ao Duong Trak, vice president of the Blood Dragon Society. The result was unsurprising. Ao Duong Trak lasted only 10 minutes before losing. Hang Kiem Hui clearly hadn't used his full strength. Would Dich Hoa fight him? No. Probably not. Maybe even the current Hang Kiem Hui wasn't a match for Dich Hoa. Just then, Lu Thang Trak ran over, panting and apologizing. She hurriedly said, "Sorry, I'm late." Dich Hoa noticed something odd about her and asked, "Thang Trak, is there anything else?" She looked confused. "Anything else?" She suddenly remembered Lin Lin's advice that she and Dich Hoa were a couple and should act like other couples. Embarrassed, she wondered if she had to do those things right now. Dich Hoa was surprised to see Lu Thon Truk close her eyes and purse her lips. "What are you doing? 3 months without seeing me, and you don't even say hi." Lu Thon Truk was so annoyed she practically steamed. "I hate you the most." The three of them walked into the hall together. Dich Hoa glanced at the big screen displaying recent hot missions and a list of students who had excelled, so Chu spoke up. "Thon Truk and I have completed 3 missions, exceeding the quota. This time, I mainly came to team up with you. 3 missions are available: a serial murder case in Hoenn City where victims were skinned and their bones made into coat hooks; baffling police with over 40 victims difficulty 2; investigating the Beast Dynasty's sudden retreat in Lian City with the Great Ha Longsek difficulty 2; and probing mutations in Lam Thui County, where locals eat raw meat, and a level 2 team has vanished difficulty unknown." Dich Hoa analyzed. "This shrine is made of wood, and if it had been inside this abandoned house for a long time, it would have rotted by now. It's just covered in dust, and wiping it off would definitely reveal it's still very new." So Trao immediately took a defensive stance, readying the return sword. He was certain this was something deliberately placed by someone else. The statue looked really unsettling, and he wanted to try chopping it once. Liu Tan Truk quickly stopped him. "Wait. Zhou Trao, don't rush. What if this is an important clue? We should examine it more carefully." Dich Hoa agreed. "I'm on board. But when Luthan Truk saw him gathering energy too, she panicked. Who are you agreeing with? You damn guy, Dick Hoa calmly said. At least before chopping. We should see what's hidden beneath this clay statue. Understanding his meaning, Luthan Truk immediately yanked off the red cloth covering the statue. Dick Hoa instantly sensed danger and hurriedly pulled her back. Something's not right. So Trow growled. Sure enough. It's something filthy. Chop it right now. So Trow's sharp sword cut straight toward the bizarre statue, the faces of Dick Hoa, Luthan Truk, and so Trow all turned horrified. They stared in shock at the statue they had just struck. As it oozed out a strange black liquid, Dick Hoa reacted quickly, grabbing the ringleader trying to escape. Where do you think you're running? Zawarudo immediately manifested. Assisting Dick Hoa's actions, Zawarudo's arm tightly gripped the writhing black liquid mass. The liquid instantly transformed into a grotesque creature with gleaming white teeth. Dick Hoa immediately ordered his teammates. Zotrao. Seal it quickly. Luthan Truk was still trembling with fear. What the hell is this thing? Suddenly, a hand slapped Luthan Truk's shoulder, startling her so much she turned pale. Dick Hoa realized she was infected by spiritual energy, so he quickly transferred pure martial weapon energy. Are you okay? Luthan Truk replied. I'm fine. Luthan Truk clearly felt the fear vanish instantly, replaced by a warm flow running through her body. Dick Hoa concluded that the anomaly in Lam Thui district was definitely related to this clay statue. 2 people guarded the sealed object to prevent it from mutating. I'm going to handle some business. The radiation mark on the old tricycle driver means it's time to close the net. I'll find him myself. Scene shifts to Kim Son Temple in Lam Thui district. The back door of the temple was secretly opened by someone. A monk stepped out and invited. Sir, the abbot is waiting for you inside. The old tricycle driver happily replied. All right. All right. Great. He immediately followed the monk deeper into the temple. The gate before them was covered with strange talismans. The monk announced, Abbot, the honored guest Lu Kan-sin, who qualifies for the blessing rank, has arrived. He also said he has something to report. The monk informed inside. Abbot, the honored guest Lu Kan-sin, qualified for the blessing, has been brought here. He said he has a matter to report. A powerful voice echoed from inside. What are your intentions? Honored guest. Why have you suddenly come to visit the temple? At the same time, the monster guarding inside the temple seemed to sense the intruder. It immediately activated defense mode. Transforming into a fierce monster form, Lu Kan-sin kneeled in fear, praying. Immortal descends. Immortal descends. Dick Hoa seized the moment. Suddenly appearing out of thin air, he delivered a kick straight to the head of the strange monk. The shield blocked the blood spray just in time. Dick Hoa exclaimed, That's nasty. Luckily, Zawarudo absorbed it outside. Otherwise, washing it off the shirt would be a real hassle. Old Lu Kan-sin recognized the familiar figure from behind. It's the kid from Old Ditch's family. The Buddha statue beside them suddenly moved. Its joints creaking, it became aggressive, swinging its weapon to attack Dick Hoa, who casually teased. Even a Buddha statue can move. Just as the giant statue's weapon was about to strike Dick Hoa's head, Zawarudo immediately deployed the fences, blocking every attack aimed directly at Dick Hoa. The 2 guardian statues instantly showed extreme rage as their attacks were nullified. They furiously unleashed heavy punches, leaving no openings at all. All firepower focused solely on Dick Hoa's position. Determined to crush the intruder, Dick Hoa lightly twisted the space ring, which was in stealth mode, a subtle move to avoid detection. The Star Steel Slash Blade was immediately drawn, ready for battle. The sharp blade left its sheath, flashing a cold light in the dark temple space. Dick Hoa launched a decisive slash, shattering the mechanical statue's defensive structure. The heavy stone hands shattered, falling messily to the ground. Suddenly, they fired laser beams from their eyes. Dick Hoa was stunned. Buddha statues with such high-tech firepower, but unfortunately, the speed of those laser beams was too slow for Dick Hoa. He growled, Let me see what kind of technology you're hiding inside. A sharp slash from Dick Hoa cut across the torsos of both statues. Lu Kan-sin stared blankly at the scene, barely managing to exclaim Buddha, before being struck by the blade's energy and collapsing. The entire group of mechanical statues was now just a pile of scrap scattered around. He sheathed his blade, confirming, Sure enough, not living creatures. Their life force was never detectable by me. But how could a backward district like Lam Thui possess such advanced mechanical technology? The answer definitely lies behind that sturdy door. Dick Hoa ordered Zawarudo. Since we're students, we should knock politely. Zawarudo understood and immediately delivered a powerful punch to the steel door. Dick Hoa shouted, Is anyone inside? His voice mixed with the booming explosion as the punch broke the target. The thick stone layer outside the door shattered under absolute force. Dick Hoa strolled leisurely inside the secret base. He wasn't surprised. Just as expected. Underneath is a completely different space. Unexpectedly, there's a vast underground dungeon hidden here. They even built a giant statue right in the center. Dick Hoa spoke up. Guest, you've already come inside. How much longer do you rats plan to hide? A heavy sigh echoed from the darkness of the dungeon. The monk slowly appeared. This temple and the guest bear no grudge. So why come to offend? Dick Hoa drew his blade and growled. A robot like you pretending to be human. Seems you're addicted to the act. Without hesitation, he swung his blade in a deadly strike toward the monk, but the monk instantly reappeared behind him. Guest, your killing intent is too heavy. Dick Hoa roared. Shut up. Stop babbling. Suddenly, the tiles beneath Dick Hoa began to shake violently. The ground cracked open, creating a trap that dropped Dick Hoa straight down to the lower level. He quickly regained his balance and landed safely on the damp ground. Observing the infrastructure, Dick Hoa guessed this was a sewer. The 18 doors were floodgates, and countless pairs of glowing blue eyes flickered from the shadows. He recognized them swarm termite monsters, this time in massive numbers, each with strength equivalent to a level 1 to 2 martial artist. These monsters looked identical, clearly artificial mechanical creations. Mass-produced. They want to overwhelm me with a sea of monsters. Those who tried this tactic before are long dead. Dick Hoa took a stance, ready to unleash the Xuan Huang blade technique. To la triple slash. The first slash, one blade 1,000-mile path, opened a bloody trail. The slash wiped out a huge group of termite monsters, shredding them into pieces. The remaining termite monsters in the tunnel immediately revealed themselves, growling fiercely. Dick Hoa sneered. A temple underground, Norturing Zoosh disgusting monsters. The fiercest termite monster let out a terrifying roar and charged straight at Dick Hoa. Dick Hoa quickly swept through the monsters, their piled bodies towering like mountains, blood staining the entire tunnel red. The mechanical monk repeated coldly. Guest, your killing intent is too heavy. Guest, your killing intent is too heavy. Dick Hoa squeezed its head tightly. The mechanically enhanced creature with impaired intelligence, its crushed head still repeating the same lines. The puppeteer behind it refusing to reveal themselves. An excited voice echoed. Looks like this time we've run into an opponent who's no ordinary foe. But that's all there is to it. The giant golden statue in the dungeon began its attack. Moving slowly but with immense power, thick smoke poured from its mouth. Carrying the scent of metal and energy, the statue's head twisted, joints creaking loudly, producing a terrifying sound. A mechanical voice roared. Patron, you're beyond saving now. Dick Hoa laughed approvingly. Not bad. You can still transform. The statue delivered a heavy blow. Fall into reincarnation. It poured all its strength into this decisive punch. Determined to crush Dick Hoa, Dick Hoa bravely met the attack. Come on. A thunderous strike sent up thick dust clouds, obscuring all vision. Continuous warnings sounded. Warning. Energy detected beyond limit. Right hand overheating. Mistake. Mistake. Energy kept rising. The statue was shocked. What the hell is this? At that moment, Dick Hoa's monster surged powerfully, its whole body radiating an intimidating aura. It threw a punch while roaring. Namu. Ijideh Buddha. The phrase ended with a steel punch, striking the golden statue. The giant hand of Dick Hoa's monster reached out. Full of power and destructive force, it squeezed the golden statue like a toy. Making the metal creak, Dick Hoa exclaimed excitedly. It's not over yet, he sneered coldly. Taste my black and hard knee. The statue suffered severe damage, triggering a warning. Severe head damage detected. It began to tremble, struggling to stay upright against the attack. Suddenly, the statue revealed its ultimate move. Streams of power shooting from its core. Nianzhou Fuyu Bao. From the statue's center, a fierce energy burst erupted. Heading straight for Dick Hoa, the statue roared a command. Fire all weapons. Devastating firepower surged toward Dick Hoa's monster, creating a destructive hail of bullets. It was curious, what kind of beast was this guy that made me use so many weapons to take him down? Suddenly, the statue was shocked to see what happened next. The monster still stood proudly and said, These toys of yours, to be honest, they're all just firearms. Useless against a martial artist. The statue was annoyed and said, The soul won't dissipate. I will help you transcend. But just as it spoke, sharp spikes shot up from the ground, piercing its body. It was the meteor-piercing spikes of Dick Hoa. Dick Hoa's monster declared, Fake monk. You should disappear. Then it unleashed a massive core martial earth breath, crashing down on the statue and causing a destructive explosion. Dick Hoa appeared and said, I've destroyed your mechanical model already. Sorry about that. He thought to himself, Digging out such a huge cave in the mountain inside must be either a god or a giant moving Buddha. The figure behind seemed like a mad scientist. And sure enough, a secret passage leading downward was revealed. Half an hour earlier in the research lab, the entire battle was being replayed. Bakvan reported, "Doctor, the target has defeated the mechanical bodhisattva guarding the gate. But our advanced door will definitely stop him." When Dichoa successfully infiltrated, Bakvan was panicked but tried to reassure. "Doctor, we still have the clone army, tens of thousands of units strong enough to grind down even a great martial master. Might as well clear the warehouse too." But when the screen showed Dichoa standing on a mountain of corpses, holding the head of the mechanical abbot, Bakvan was completely silent, cornered. Bakvan hurriedly played his last card. "Doctor, the Sun Armor Great Buddha, specialized in exterminating demon beasts of lord level, can easily handle a weak martial artist." Even the final trump card was completely destroyed. Both observers were stunned into silence for a moment. Bakvan remained blindly optimistic. "It's okay. Doctor, we still have." Dr. Feng roared furiously. "Shut your mouth right now." The old man grumbled. "What nonsense about the heaven-defying poison milk? The enemy has broken through the door. The guards above can only stall for a few minutes." Dr. Feng ordered an emergency retreat, activated the base's self-destruct, and ensured no information leaked. He was a level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Institute, secretly enlisted by Thunder Arrowbird. 10 years ago, Thunder Arrowbird secretly took root in Lam Thui County, quietly replacing all the monks at Golden Mountain Temple. This organization exploited the people's faith in Golden Mountain Temple, starting a plan to brainwash and control the entire Lam Thui County. Under the guise of Blessing Group, they lured people into body modification, turning them into test subjects and providing clinical data for Thunder Arrowbird. Unfortunately, this base had to be destroyed. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst through the ceiling and crashed down. Dichoa stood tall right in front of both of them. He sneered, "Abbott, where do you think you're running off to?" Bakvan immediately ordered the bodyguards to support the doctor's retreat at all costs. Dichoa instantly used teleportation. He appeared, blocking right in front of Dr. Feng. The old man pretended to negotiate, slyly reaching into his pocket. "What do you want? Everything can be discussed." Dr. Feng's plan was to activate a timer. Lasserberts had planted microbombs on key personnel, including their families, all under surveillance to ensure absolute loyalty. But his scheme failed when Dick Hoa quickly squeezed the wrist in action. He crushed the old doctor's mouth. The old man's frail body was lifted off the ground. Dr. Feng gasped for air, his face quickly turning bright red. After a while, Dick Hoa threw him to the ground. He demanded, "Spill everything you've done in Lam Thui County." The old doctor was tongue-tied, not knowing how to respond. In the lab, Dick Hoa repeated the question. "Did you know about those 3 young fighters? What the hell are you all doing here?" The old man firmly refused. "The secret experiment can't be revealed. There's a bug in my brain. If I say any related keywords, the bomb inside me will detonate. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather choose a quick death." Dr. Feng immediately bit down on a poison pill hidden in his mouth. Dick Hoa checked and found poison in the old man's mouth. These Thunder Arrow birds were truly desperate. His heart stopped beating, simultaneously triggering the base's self-destruct mechanism. Dick Hoa growled, regretting that in front of him, even dying was a luxury. The blood-sucking demon appeared right behind him. The demon immediately dug its sharp claws into Dr. Feng's throat. The blood-sucking demon has the ability to infect living beings or corpses, turning its targets into living corpses. However, after transformation, except for some rare cases with special innate talents, most become nothing more than walking corpses, unable to heal themselves, losing their intellect, and their bodies gradually decay. Fortunately, Dick Hoa possesses the elemental mind power, something that perfectly combines with the blood-sucking demon's strength. Dr. Feng's eyes popped out, and his face began to distort violently. Dr. Feng immediately knelt down, calling out Master twice. Dick Hoa's goal was achieved, creating a subordinate who retained memories and talents, immune to light, with strong self-healing, and absolute obedience both physically and mentally. He couldn't die. The self-destruct program immediately stopped. "From now on, I call you Doctor. Mad, the past no longer matters. Your only mission is to serve me." The old man bowed instantly, saying, "Serving the Master is my honor." Dick Hoa explained that the mental link from the elemental power had broken all previous controls. On the other hand, he wanted to verify when this city had been corrupted. With the mental link established, Dick Hoa began infiltrating Dr. Mad's memories. In the memory, he was calling out, "Xiao Liu, you're skipping work again to sneak out and eat during lunch break. Have you finished cross-checking the data I gave you?" The employee, chewing on an arm, replied, "Yes. Sorry, Professor Feng. I was just really hungry. Doctor. Mad was enjoying his special meal, complaining about his weak teeth, making it hard to handle the dish. The other man revealed, "This is a tribute for the Buddha family, sourced from 3 young men who just arrived in the county. The quality is excellent. When people came to worship Buddha, they started dozing off. This time, some even fell asleep right in the Buddha hall. Some believers nodded off even while kneeling in prayer. Doctor. Mad saw the convenience and directly brought them to the lab, saving time and effort. He wondered why those who came to pray suddenly all fell asleep. The man was surprised, saying, "Sleep is a basic need." But the old doctor felt something was off. He muttered strange words. "Heavenly kingdom, God descends. Heavenly kingdom descends God." For some reason, this line of text was engraved on his own hand, looking like a math puzzle. The solution to the puzzle was a string of internal company file format codes. When the computer screen asked for the document code D-R-W-R. Doctor. Mad was shocked to realize that his own memories and awareness had been tampered with and altered. Whoever dared to treat him as a test subject, a lab rat only when the document opened did Dr. Mad snap awake, realizing the puzzle was left by himself before being controlled. He believed that even if his awareness was altered, his mathematical instinct would still be curious enough to solve it. The purpose of the inscription was to warn himself about the state of mutation, the abnormal drowsiness, and the bizarre clay statues. All these phenomena were orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, the divine descendant, heavenly kingdom. Yi-Hei immediately connected the dots. What they called enjoyment was actually the act of devouring their own kind, and the divine descendant heavenly kingdom was clearly a dangerous cult. It continued, saying that the thunder shooting bird chose this place as its base, but was infiltrated and controlled by the cult. All the staff, like the townspeople, had their consciousness altered. Yi-Hei probed further, so the 3 martial artists from Huadu were also dealt with by them. It seemed that he, Qingzhu, and Suzhou would soon become prime material in their eyes. He continued his memories. This was the 8th year since he took over Linshui County. The Golden Mountain Temple base was complete. Biochemical transformation technology had matured, ready for mass production. A new era would dawn where bioengineered and mechanical beings would replace martial artists. The path of Prometheus was the truth. After discovering the anomaly, he investigated and pinpointed the outbreak to February last year. By March, experimental investigations began. But every day his consciousness was subconsciously altered until he was completely assimilated. Although he repeatedly used scientific thinking to find logical loopholes and temporarily restore his awareness, he ultimately couldn't escape assimilation. The Golden Mountain Temple base had been corrupted too deeply, and escape was impossible. The abnormalities in Lin Shui unfolded in 4 stages: bodily mutation, chronic drowsiness, worship of clay statues, and collective sleepwalking. The first stage was when the spirit began to be invaded by that will. Excessive sleepiness was a sign that the spirit was deeply mutated, and worshipping the clay statues meant the body and mind were severely contaminated, almost beyond cure. The stage of collective sleepwalking meant the victims had completely become food for that sinister will. The old man thought to himself. He had believed that human body experiments were cruel enough, but compared to this cult, he was still far behind. They wanted to sacrifice an entire city. Later, he discovered that what they used to corrupt minds and devour lives was even more terrifying. It was very likely that the demon embryo was brought out from a mysterious ancient ruin, and according to calculations, the day when the demon embryo would fully mature was drawing very near. Yi-Hei immediately had the answer. That moment was the night of the festival 2 days from now. He recalled the old man driving the tricycle, telling him that the festival was the biggest event in the county, held once every 3 years, and he absolutely had to participate. This was the crucial detail that helped Yi-Hei spot the loophole. The old tricycle driver had unintentionally provided an extremely important piece of information.